All right, we are live and we are covering this high risk event that is going to be unfolding across parts of Alabama. It looks like Tennessee and northern Mississippi right now. We just had a tornado touchdown. Looks like just west of Duncanville. And this was the reflectivity and the velocity. And it looks like it was probably a pretty intense tornado. You can see as we go across. There's definitely a debris ball and a debris fallout with this thing. I'm also hearing reports that it was up to 16,000 feet that debris went up in the air, so probably a pretty intense tornado. Now, as we go off, it looks like this thing may be trying to recycle as it enters the Birmingham metro. One thing we are going to have today that is special compared to usual is we are going to have a live chaser feed here in a couple hours. Once they go live, probably in the next 45 minutes to an hour, we're going to have a live chaser feed, and so I will be able to show that on stream. If you are here, today is a pretty dangerous day. It's not too often we see high risk issued, and the ceiling for this event is really, really high, so please retweet. Share, do anything you can to get the word out, and we are going to try and have a pretty nice and long stream with some good footage and hopefully some good coverage. Yeah, it definitely looks like a mesocyclone handoff is happening right now. This is where I believe this new circulation is getting going, and this is going to move off to the northeast. Looks like it will be affecting Woodstock, West Blockton here in the next couple of minutes. All right. If you are on the stream, let me know how everything sounds, please. I'm going to go ahead and set a tweet out. All right. So you can see this thing does still have a very distinct hooking feature to it, and that is really showing that this inflow is going to be surging in, and it looks like we could have another tornado on the ground very, very soon. Initiation is also happening off to the west. Let me go ahead and pull that up. Right now it looks relatively messy, but the wind profiles in the atmosphere today certainly would favor a more discrete mode, and I had expected a discrete mode to probably be further north, up here where that high risk is. So we will see how that plays out. But right now, again, like I said earlier, this event has a very, very high ceiling of potential right now. So right now, we do have the new mesoscale analysis. So what we're dealing with right now is we have 3,000 plus CAPE in this warm sector that we're dealing with, and that is plenty of instability. You really only need about 1,000, like I say every stream. We'll just take a look at it. The significant tornado parameter is reaching about 4 right now. I expect that to go up as we go off into the afternoon. Here is a look at visible satellite. You can see there's still substantial clearing in northern and western Mississippi, so I do expect some supercells to develop out behind this main front right here, probably back in here. I doubt this is really the main mode that we're looking at right now. And if we want to take a look at the SPC, high risk, we don't see this very often. There's a 30% chance, and you can see about 15 million people are in that significant severe area. This does include places like Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Tupelo, Decatur, Hoover, Jackson and Nashville, Memphis, Chattanooga. You guys are in that 15%, that moderate risk, and you can't even discount or count out the 10% risk, which extends all the way up into southern portions of Indiana, and it looks like central Kentucky and western Kentucky. So we could see tornadoes even all the way up into Ohio this afternoon. So definitely a very bad day for severe weather we may have upon us. Again, this storm just did, for those of you who just joined, we did just have a tornado just west of Duncanville. And luckily, it did travel over some sparsely populated areas, which is always a good thing. But there's the debris fallout. And I was hearing reports earlier that the debris was lofted over 16,000 feet. We'll take a look at that. So with the slice right now, it looks like that's around 4,000 feet. So that would probably put it in and around the EF1, EF2 range. In terms of how high the debris was lofted, but we'll wait for actual damage surveys to tell us the intensity of that tornado. Now, this thing does appear as if it is somewhat weakening, but you can always expect these things to interact with these boundaries left by the morning storms. In fact, the SPC actually did issue a mesoscale discussion talking about this corridor right here that may be interacting with some sort of an outflow boundary and the warm front left by the morning storms. And this thing is really intense. This is just going to be going south of the Birmingham metro. Now, you still do have a little bit of convergence here that could always produce those spin-ups. But as of right now, if you are in this warning, I would say you are in the clear. But today is one of those days where anytime you're in the warning, you have to take it seriously and get underground. You need to be in the centermost part of your house, a basement preferably, especially with the parameters we're dealing with today. And make sure you have a weather radio and multiple ways of getting warnings. Now, one thing reflectivity is doing right here is it is starting to show a little bit of inflow since that last scan. And again, we are seeing that hooking echo that we were seeing a couple minutes ago on that first storm. Now, the first storm was probably really high precipitation. We don't have any photos as of right now of what that tornado looked like. And one thing we do have at our disposal today, as we go off into the afternoon, is I actually do have live footage that's going to be coming from Brandon Kopik. He's a storm chaser. And so once he goes live, we are going to display that on stream. And we will have his live feed going as we cover the weather at the same time. And I'm just going to try and bounce back and forth between storms and try and give each storm equal attention, even if one is going through sparsely populated areas and the other is going through really populated areas. I kind of want to make sure I cover everyone and don't have that sort of that bias. We will check. Let's see. Let's go ahead and check the radar near Soligent, and we can see some cellular development looking like it's developing out west. Now, I did say that I do expect some sort of supercellular development out here, and that's going to move off to the northeast as we go into the evening, and that will probably be the main round of storms that they're talking about for several long-track violent tornadoes. Now, the SPC earlier this afternoon did use some of the most violent wording I've ever heard from them. They did say multiple long-track tornadoes, some strong to violent this afternoon. And another thing is they are going to be moving at around 45 to 60 miles an hour, somewhere in there. So these things could be traveling at about a mile a minute. So that's definitely something to be mindful of. These things will probably be on the ground for 20, 30 miles, and even in the most extreme cases, probably up to 60, maybe even above. So definitely a dangerous environment and system we're dealing with today. Neptune says, first ever high risk stream. Anti-pog, yeah. This is the first high risk. I did miss the stream last week, but we are here this week. And I definitely think this thing has a little more potential than the system we saw last week. Again, if you are new in the stream right now, make sure you are sharing the stream and getting the word out to all the friends and family in the areas, and even just anyone, so people can view the stream and have a way of getting warnings and all that good stuff. We do, again, like I said, we will have a storm chaser on here, so we'll be able to see what's actually happening at the surface, and that's more important than this radar, because people tend to react better whenever we have a tornado on stream or pictures of a tornado. So right now it does, this storm near West Blockton, this is just southwest of the Birmingham Metro, so this is tracking into some pretty populated areas. Again, an area of zonal convergence right here. Probably some sort of a rotation, maybe a mesocyclone getting to starting to redevelop after that last tornado. And with this environment is tracking along, I would expect a tornado probably within the next 30 minutes. Now, if I take you over to what the Storm Prediction said, or the Storm Prediction Center, they did issue a mesoscale discussion regarding these storms, or this one cell that is moving through the area. And this is what they did say. They said there's a potential corridor of tornado threat over the next couple of hours. And the discussion is a long-lived supercell, now tornadic and likely producing a strong tornado. So that's regarding the last tornado. Continues to move northeast. The air mass is unstable and warming. And as that warm front continues to lift into the Birmingham area, the helicity values will continue to increase throughout the afternoon. And they did say it does support a strong tornado. So we will have to continue to watch this cell before the ones out west begin to develop. Neptune says, do you think there's a high potential for cyclic supercells? Absolutely. I think today most of these storms that get really discrete and are able to dominate their environment, I think we could see multiple tornadoes out of them. I think they'll put down strong tornado one after another if we can get that discrete mode. Even semi-discrete cells do have that potential for a strong tornado. All right, here we go. West Blockton. This thing is significantly increased in danger over this last scan. You can see this area of convergence has now really, really tightened up. That inflow is really ramping up, and there is your rotation. This is your rotation right there. So if you are in West Blockton, go ahead and get in your shelter. This is going to be passing over State Route 5 here in the near future. In West Blockton, I'm not sure how populated it is, but again, there are homes in this area, so you need to be underground and get into your safe place immediately. And there's that there's that report of the tornado earlier. And again, it looks like we may have another strong tornado developing. This is a very classic supercell. We don't have any live footage right now. Our chaser has not gone live, but as soon as he does, I will turn it over to that mode. All right, so it looks like, yeah, he is not on live right now. All right, yep, we can really, really start to see that hooking appendage right in there. West Blockton, this is going to go directly over the town center. Now, if I take you back out further west, we can take a look at the developing convection. This is KGWX. Looks like we do have some cellular development happening out west. Now, right now, it does look pretty messy out west, which would hinder the tornado threat. But then again, given the environment we have, discrete cells are favored over a messy storm mode. So we will have to see how these things ultimately develop over the next couple of hours. Now, let's take you to the Jackson radar. And you can see down south, very, very messy. It's very linear. I wouldn't expect much. It looks like maybe a cell might be developing near Prentice and Mount Olive. This is where we had that tornado during Easter. This may be a developing cell, and that is in a pretty primed environment, so we do have to watch that. And as well, we have to watch these cells coming up towards Hattiesburg. But right now, this cell near the Birmingham metro, I think, is of most concern. And right here, we see that really, really tight pocket of rotation beginning to develop. And if I were to put a point, which we can put right here, you can see that dot correlates directly with where that hooking appendage is on this reflectivity. So that is where I would expect that tornado to eventually develop. And wow, it's getting really, really strong. Yeah, there we are. So West Blockton, that inflow looks like it really, really kicked up. I would say this is going to head just north of you, maybe directly on. It looks like this is going just north. What we're going to do is go ahead and get, we're going to get a storm track on this, so we do have an idea of sort of where this is headed off towards. And then we'll go ahead and put a storm track right there. We'll go ahead and put it right there. So it does look as of right now as if this is going to go just north of West Blockton. That is that path that it is going to be taking. So it looks like Alabaster, you are next. Marvel, Mei Lin, you guys are next in line after the storm passes right over West Blockton. Now I do think this area is mostly wooded, which would be a good thing. But you can see this thing has really, really started to kick up. Those reds and those greens are coming together, and that is your rotation. Now, if I go ahead and take you over to the debris, or the correlation coefficient, this is what shows us whether or not there's debris. There's none right now. But I do expect, in my honest opinion, I do expect this to be on the ground probably in the next scan or the next two scans. So give it about 5 minutes. I think this thing will be on the ground and affecting these areas north of West Blockton. Hopefully this goes north of the city. That would be preferable because this thing does have strong tornado potential with it. But again, this is a classic looking supercell. You can see that bean look to it. And that hooking echo at the end, that is the classic textbook. I mean, it's just textbook what we're looking at. This is a textbook cell. And we just need to wait for this new scan of the reflectivity. For those of you that are here right now in the stream, can you guys let me know if you prefer the one panel look or the two panel look? Yeah, there we go. So there is our hooking echo right here. And you can see it completely correlates with that area of convergence and that rotation. So that is your rotation. Now, it does look like it may go just north of West Blockton, but again, we are looking up at higher heights than just the surface level. So this does not accurately depict exactly where the tornado is ground level or where this developing tornado is ground level. But again, this storm is definitely increasing in inflow, and I do think it will put down a tornado here in the next couple of minutes. For those of you that are new, welcome. Please share, and I've been saying this, please share the stream. Make sure everyone is getting the word out. This is going to be a dangerous day, and we need to make sure everyone's warned of the path of these cells. Neptune says, high precipitation cells make it difficult to see the tornadoes on the ground. Yeah, and the thing with these tornadoes in Dixie is they're typically in wooded areas, so you don't see these things come over the trees until they're right on top of you. And they do tend to be high precipitation, so again, you won't see these things mostly until they're right on top of you. Double panel is better? Okay, awesome. Again, another thing to note with today is the LCL height, which is where the base of the storms are. They're very low today. They're almost at treetop level. So a lot of the time you won't see these tornadoes will just look like a big grudge. And even these wall clouds, they're going to be ground scrapers. So we could have some pretty large and long track tornadoes today. All right, and so with the newest scan, we do see that area of convergence strengthening near West Blockton. Now, this thing does look like it is taking an eastern turn and heading right over the city. So we're going to get a new storm track on this. We want a little more accurate of a storm track. So let's take that from here and run that out to here. All right, and so it does still show it going just northeast of the city on the storm track. We have that right on the hook echo, which is where that tornado would be. So again, State Route 5, this is about to pass directly over you. So if you are on the state route, or if you know anyone driving along State Route 5, make sure they get out of the way of this. These storms are going to be moving at around between 45 and 60 miles an hour today. These things are going to be fast movers and long trackers. So you won't have time to get out of the way of this thing if it is on the ground. So really, the best thing is to just be in a shelter. If you are in a mobile home today, get out of there. Make sure you're going to someplace like a gas station, a hotel, anywhere that has better structure, because a mobile home is just a death trap. Most of our tornado threat deaths in the South are due to people riding out the storms in their mobile homes. So if you know anyone who lives in a mobile home, or you live in a mobile home yourself, make sure that you are getting out of there. Let's go ahead and update that storm track. And I do think this thing may be on the ground very, very soon. We're getting our reflectivity update in a second. Let's again check out west. So these supercells developing out west are becoming more and more developed. You can see those tops are reaching higher and higher into the atmosphere. So these things are getting pretty established. And this warm sector out north is pretty wide open. Now down to the south, things are getting messy, but I do expect this to kind of just push off to the east. It may hinder the instability down south and create somewhat of a cold pool. But this northern mode, where that high risk is, this high risk is right out here. This northern mode, I do expect a couple strong to violent tornadoes this afternoon. And what I can do for you is put out that SPC Day 1 outlook. And we'll see if it loads in. But let's go back to the Birmingham radar. And there we are. Yep, so you can see this thing is really, really tightening up, and this is right over the state route. So I do think we have a tornado on the ground, and this thing is going to move right into West Blockton. Looks just north of West Blockton. And this is going to head east towards Marvel, Maylin, and eventually Alabaster. And these are some pretty populated areas. These are going just south of the Birmingham Metro. So this is going to be located along the I-65 corridor and just south of I-20. So this is east of Tuscaloosa and south of Birmingham right now. And again, yeah, you can see that really, really tightened up with that last scan. And this is what I do think... yeah, there we go. So we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground now in West Blockton. There is our velocity signature right here. And if we put right here, and if we go ahead and put that dot right on top of that velocity signature, you can see they match up evenly. This is our debris fallout. So we do have a tornado on the ground right now. And this thing does have the looks of a very, very strong tornado. And this inflow is still coming in and feeding into that tornado. We will have to see if we have any looks at maybe some photos or anything of this tornado. Let's see. All right, so we don't have any photos of this developing tornado right now. Again, this storm chaser should be going live relatively soon. Here we go. So I do want to take this. He is headed down towards, let's see. It looks like he is headed down towards the Tuscaloosa area, so we will get that running right now. We are going to bring that into full screen. Give me just one moment, and we will continue to track this. All right, what you should be looking at now is that that view, and you can see our storm chaser in the top right-hand corner. He is not quite sure exactly where he is, but I think he is headed down towards these storms right now. So now we do have a tornado on the ground in West Blockton. It is exhibiting this characteristic this hooking characteristic right here. And you can see we now have that yellow TDS signature. So that is indicating that this rotation is going on way above ground level, and you can see that that rotational signature has significantly increased, and this is really coming into or this inflow is really coming into that mesocyclone, and that's going to kick it up, and this thing is probably very intense right now. We can go ahead and get a slice on this. Let's go ahead and get that slice. Oop. So right now it looks like we have a debris ball of up to 8,000 feet, I believe. So this thing is pretty intense right now. That storm track, it looks like it is going to track off in the same direction. And this thing is headed up towards Alabaster. Maybe taking a northeastern turn. I don't know if it'll head directly into the city, but I do think this thing will be a long track tornado. You can see that debris ball is now showing up on reflectivity. So there is your debris ball. This is a very dangerous situation for the residents south of the Birmingham Metro. Luckily, this thing is not headed up towards the Metro directly, but this is a very dangerous situation. Right now, we are going to head back to just our one monitor. While this chaser, he's gonna head down south. Once we have something to note, we will broadcast that. All right, and now let's go back double panel. So as of right now, I do believe this is tracking through some relatively wooded areas. So right now, it doesn't look like it's affecting any homes. I do think this is trees being lofted. But there are quite a few mobile homes and some rural homes out in this area. So again, if you are on any sort of social media platform and you want to help save lives, today is the day. Make sure you're retweeting anything you see on social media. Again, even the stream, make sure you're retweeting this and that I'm live, or anyone that's live, and make sure we're just getting the warnings out there. Today is a day where we want to get out of it just like we did last week with that high risk. 0 fatalities is the goal. Unfortunately, there will probably be damage to structures today, but the ultimate goal is to get out of this with 0 fatalities, and so that is the goal for this stream. And we're going to really try and educate the people in the path and let them know, that these storms are coming in their direction. Now, it does look like the debris ball has dropped off on reflectivity. That does not necessarily mean that the tornado is not on the ground anymore, because we can see that debris ball has significantly widened. This is a pretty wide debris ball, and that would indicate that some sort of debris is being lofted into the atmosphere right now. Here in a little bit, we are going to get a friend once he's back from school on the stream, and we're going to try and get multiple people covering this event. And here's a look at the roadmap. You can see right on my screen, we do have quite a few suburbs and neighborhoods in the path of this thing, and this thing is lifting off pretty quickly. You can see this thing is traveling along at around 45 miles an hour. And still a very intense couplet and debris ball. Now, it does not look as intense as it did. You can see that inflow looks like it is cutting off quite a bit, but that does not mean that this thing is no longer going to be on the ground or track on the ground. So let me go ahead and I'm going to make a tweet about this because I'm going to try and cover all platforms today. And in the description, there is my Twitter, so you can go there and follow. I do post updates on there all the time for events like this, and that is where you will see most of my activity is on that app. So these streams are more just for whenever stuff gets going. But again, I am posting on there the link to this stream, and if you guys want to go and help get the stream out there, go ahead and retweet. We are trying to get as many people watching as we can to help get the stream out there and make sure people are watching this coverage and know what's in the path. All right. So they have extended this warning. A new warning just came out, and this is going to be until 2 p.m. They have this warning out issued. So anyone in the polygon, this is a day where if you are in the warning, go ahead and take that warning. It's not a day to mess around with. Any of these tornadoes are capable of producing devastating damage and destruction. So again, this thing is classic, and it does not show any signs of stopping. This is going to move off towards Talladega eventually after it leaves the Birmingham metro area, and that again is still a pretty populated area. This storm is definitely tracking through some areas that we did not want it to hit. Usually we want it to stay in rural areas. All right, so now looks like a new tornado warning in the Jackson area. We'll go ahead and take a look down at that. Yeah, so it does look like we do have some rotation near Prentice and Mount Carmel. So this is just north of Bassfield where we had that tornado last year. So we will go ahead and try and get some sort of a track on this. Let's get that storm motion from marker, and there's the storm relative velocity. So I do see why they issued this warning. Now, it does look like these storms down south may get more discreet as they track off east. This thing does look like it's breaking off from the main line, and there is your rotation right there just west of Prentice. So it does not appear as if anything is on the ground right now, but again, I'm going to try and cover this and the other storms. Those storms off to the northwest are also getting themselves developed. We'll take a look at those as well. Yeah, so these things are really, really starting to shoot up. And pretty much anything that develops in this area, in the warning area today, has a chance of being tornadic. Now this thing does look like it is picking up inflow once more. This thing may be re-strengthening. And you can see there, again, there is that hooking echo. Right there. Marvel, this is going to be tracking over you. Yeah, and there is that yellow TDS again. This thing may have lifted. It looks like it is undergoing some sort of a recycling process, but the debris ball is still on the ground. So take it as if this thing is on the ground. We'll update that storm track, and it does look like this thing is following that storm track pretty accurately, so we're going to keep that. Again, this thing is headed right off towards Alabaster and Pelham. And this thing is tracking off very, very quick. Yeah, Neptune says respect the polygon. Absolutely. All right, so this thing has broadened out a bit. Now, in terms of strength, this mesocyclone has weakened a tad. But I do think this thing could easily strengthen back up once again because there is still this inflow shooting in. Let's see. Again, still that debris ball right here on correlation coefficient. And that reflectivity is indicative of a tornado on the ground. Let's move back out west and try and cover that that storm down near Jackson. So that thing looks like it has weakened over the past scan. But again, Mount Carmel and Mount Olive, this is coming up towards you. Again, these storms are developing out in northern Mississippi and out further west, and those things will be the supercells that track off into the high-risk area. All right. All right, newest scan coming in. We're going to wait for that velocity because it is a little bit behind. But one thing I am noticing is it looks like we could possibly be having what's called a mesocyclone handoff where that tornado is handing off, or that mesocyclone is handing off to this one right down here, and it could get going again really, really quickly. Now, I don't know if this tornado has lifted. Not quite sure. But again, it does look like there's a small amount of debris. But again, I think it is lifting right now. You can see this rotation has significantly decreased. It's no longer really tight. It's broadening out. And to me, that is pretty indicative of a weakening mesocyclone. That does not mean that this thing isn't still on the ground, but that does mean that this thing is probably weakening, which is a good thing because this thing is headed off. It is taking more of a northern turn up towards the southern side of the Birmingham metro, and that's not what we wanted to see. We'll see with this next scan how this thing is really shaping up to be. But again, it still has that supercell, that classic supercell look to it. Very, very classic. For those of you that just joined, it does look like we have a new influx of viewers. Further on into this event, we are going to have some live footage from a storm chaser as he moves into the target area storms. So you will be able to see kind of what's going on near the surface, as well as radar and analysis as well. All right, so newest scan, it has, again, it looks like it has intensified quite a bit. No debris on the ground. Maybe a slight correlation coefficient dropout right here, but it does not look like there's much debris coming out of this thing. But I do think it is re-strengthening. I do think it is recycling, and I do expect this thing to put down, if I'm being honest, 1 to 2 more tornadoes before this supercell dies out. This thing is supposed to, you know, be pretty long track, and there's nothing out ahead of it. This thing is completely discrete, and when storms get really discrete like this, they do have that strong tornado potential, and for a while as well, especially with this thing. In the environment that it's in, it will be able to dominate. I do want to take a look at the satellite right now, real quick. This is what we're dealing with. So this is our high-risk area. This is our cell in Birmingham, and you can see still significant clearing out behind this warm sector in a very favorable environment. And this is where those cells I do expect to develop. Now this is a bunch of what we call crap vection that will hinder the instability a little bit further south. But as this system tracks on east, I do expect the storms to develop. It looks like we do have some convection beginning to blow up, and that will be our main round of supercells out behind this thing, tracking off into that high risk. Still looks like we may have a little debris ball on the ground. Again, this is, unfortunately, this thing is taking a northern turn, and it is going to head into the southern side of the Birmingham metro now. It does look like it is moving into housed areas. You can see all the roads. If I take this into one panel, this is a road map. All these roads right in this area, all of them. That is pretty indicative of some pretty populated areas and probably some suburbs. So hopefully this thing lifts very, very soon. We don't want any property damage in that area. And unfortunately, the more lives that are in the way of this, the more likely it is that we have casualties and injuries. And that's why today is going to be dangerous, because there is plenty of populated areas in the path of these storms. All right. Let's go ahead and check the storm out west near the Jackson area that is also tornado warned. Now this thing looks like it is falling apart. So again, if you are in the polygon today, is still not a day to mess with. So Taylorsville, Mize, Mount Olive, Mount Carmel, you guys need to be in your shelter. That's the lowest part of your house, the centermost part. Preferably if you have a basement, go there. Bring a helmet, something to protect your head, and make sure you have ways of getting warnings. preferably bring snacks, stuff down there just in case you need to ride out the storm for a while. And you just want to be prepared for these storms today. These things are going to get pretty dangerous here in the coming hours. Let's see. This thing is still relatively tight, the circulation. Now, it's not as strong as it looked before, but again, you can still have a strong subvortices and stuff like that on the ground. Don't just look at what the velocities are showing. As long as there's debris on the ground, which it does look like we have a slight debris fallout, or a debris column right here. As long as this thing's tornado warned, take it seriously. Today is not a day to mess with. Today I'm going to have a little more serious of a tone because normally I like to make them a little more playful and fun, but today is just not a day to mess around, and I'm really trying to be serious and help save some lives today. So again, if you can retweet the stream, send it out on social media, text your friends who are in the way of this, that would be awesome. I'm really trying to get the word out to as many people as possible. That's the goal today. What I'm gonna do is real quick. I'm gonna take us over to our Storm Chaser cam, and this is gonna be Brandon Kopik. He is a Storm Chaser, and he's agreed to help us out today by showing us some chaser feed. So. Again, I believe he is moving. He was in Coleman, so I believe he's moving south towards this cell in Birmingham. It does look like he's in the Birmingham metro, so I think he is intercepting this cell right now. I believe he is on this cell. And one thing to note is we do have a strong inflow field going into this storm, so I do expect this thing to probably lift and flow right into there. And I do think we will have another tornado on the ground relatively soon. There's still no pictures coming into this storm, unfortunately. That's something I really like to have pictures. But again, our live chasing feed is really going to help us today. This is our Storm Chaser on the feed. Again, you can also view this yourself at livestormchaser.com. He's part of chaserweather.net. Chaserweather.net. And he's a very good and experienced storm chaser. Let's go ahead and check those storms out west. KGWX, check on those cells that look like they're developing out west. So right now they are having what looks like a difficulty developing. And again, all these storms right here, any storm that you see in this area today, pretty much anything will be able to rotate as we go off into the afternoon and that low-level jet kicks in. You can even have light rain showers start to rotate. With a day like today. Today it's very rare that we get an environment that we have in place today. So seriously take your warnings. Take your warnings seriously. Today is not a day to mess with. Let's see. Yeah. So we're gonna get a new storm track on this cell that has a history of producing tornadoes. All right. Yep, so that is our, what looks like our storm track. Let's put it a little more over there. So it does look like this is going to impact the South Birmingham metro area. So Hoover, Indian Springs Village, Inverness, Meadows Brook, Lake Purdy, Cahaba Heights. These are very populated areas. These are areas that were affected in the super outbreak back in 2011. And again, these are just populated areas. And I do expect some footage to come in relatively soon. I believe our chaser right now is on this cell. Right now, it looks like there's real heavy precipitation over there in the left-hand corner. I'm going to try and keep this in the southwest corner so you guys who just joined the stream can see. Again, it does look like our tornado has lifted. So this is where that rotation was, and it does not look like there's any debris on the ground right now. So I do think this thing has lifted. but this thing has a history of putting down tornadoes and can always cycle. It is in an environment that is prone to cyclic supercells, and what that means is these things will continue to cycle. They'll go through cycles. So they'll put a tornado down, the tornado will lift, and then 10 minutes later, you'll have another tornado on the ground. So that is what we're dealing with today. Again, for those of you, while we do have the chance, I do want to, let's go ahead and just switch to monitor 2. And let's take a look at the Storm Prediction Center. So this is our PDS Tornado Watch. This is what we have play today. The tornadoes high, EF2 plus tornadoes. Those are our strong tornadoes. Those are rated high. We'll look at the probabilities. So we've only had this 3 times in history, and today is one of those days. This is the 3rd day where we have high for probability of 2 or more tornadoes and probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes. High, that was only issued on the super outbreak, April 27, 2011, and May 20th, 2019, where that event busted, but still, it is very, very rare we have an atmosphere as primed as we have today. Today is one of those days that, we only really have an atmosphere like we have today once every 10 years. So let's go back to monitor 1. Again, actually, I'm going to pull up. Let's go back to that chaser, since he is in the area. Let's get this. Let's do that chasing scene. All right, there we go. All right, so newest look at reflectivity, or velocity, and it does look like this thing has once again picked up in intensity, and I do believe it is on the ground once more. So, Pelham, you need to be underground. Helena, this is tracking right into the suburbs of the Birmingham Metro, and you can see this is our velocities right here, where those reds and those blues and greens are meeting up. That is that tight couplet, and if I keep that circled and I go over to our correlation coefficient, you can see those blues and greens, and basically what that means is debris is being lofted into the atmosphere by this storm, or by this tornado. And that means there is a tornado on the ground. And there we go. Newest scan comes in, and it looks like this one is, yep, it is on the ground. So there we go. Here we are, right just west of Helena. This tornado is on the ground near you. There's that rotation. Now, it does look from that last scan like it has broadened out. It may have been just a brief touchdown and lift up, but still, debris has been lofted, and I would take this as there's a tornado on the ground if you are anywhere inside this warning polygon. And make sure you are getting to that centermost part of your house with a helmet or whatever you need to protect yourself, and just be prepared. Make sure you have a plan, and if you are not in any warnings right now, and you know you have a risk for thunderstorms today, make sure you have a plan to get underground, because we could have tornadoes from southern Mississippi all the way up into central Kentucky, and even parts of southern Indiana is where that strong tornado risk is today. So let's place marker there and get that storm track once again. There we go. All right, so the storm track does indicate that this thing is going to be crossing over I-65 relatively shortly, as well as U.S. Highway 31. And you can see that thing actually has re-intensified since that last scan and tightened up quite a bit. We take a look at debris, and there it is. There is your debris signature right there. Now this does not have the debris signature of a really intense tornado, but every tornado today needs to be taken seriously. Whether it's strong, weak, whatever it is a tornado, and any tornado has the capability of ending someone's life. So everything needs to be taken seriously today. Right now, you can see our chaser is in some pretty heavy precipitation. And I don't know his exact location. I'm not aware of his exact location, but I believe he is on this storm. We'll go back out west to that other warning near the Jackson area, near Mount Olive. And again, this thing does look relatively weak as of right now. I do not expect much out of this thing until it tracks further northeast into that more favorable environment for tornadoes. We're gonna go back to the Columbus radar, and it looks like this cell is definitely getting its act together northwest of that station. And I'd say give it another couple hours, and we'll probably have some really, really tornadic supercells over here, even into central Mississippi. Let's see if we have any photos of this supposed tornado in the Birmingham metro. All right. Yeah. So as of right now, we don't have any footage or pictures of this tornado, but it is on the ground in the Birmingham metro area. Let's go back on over there to the Birmingham radar. Again, this thing is strengthening near Helena. This thing may have never lifted. We have no proof that this thing lifted, so we are going to continue to say that this is a tornado on the ground near Helena. And you can see that velocity, although rather weak right now, it is still tight. You can see those greens meeting the reds, and that is very indicative of a possible tornado on the ground, and that just means there is rotation, and that's the rotation that the radar is picking up right now. Right, so the time is 1:25 Central Daylight Time in this area. So again, the main threat is expected to come around 2 to I'd give it 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And here in a couple hours, once my friends get back from school, I'm gonna try and get some more people on here to help cover the more widespread part of the event that is expected further this afternoon. Now, again, right now near Helena, it does look like we still have a tornado on the ground. And this is going to travel into Indian Springs Village and eventually off towards Meadowbrook and the Inverness area. So if you are in those areas, make sure you are underground right now. Literally anywhere inside of this polygon. So I'm talking out to Leeds, Sturrett, and Vincent. You need to be underground or in your shelter, or the centralmost part of your house. You need to be underground. Now, if we are looking on the right over where our chaser footage is coming from, you can see there's quite a bit of traffic in that Birmingham metro area as this storm approaches, and that's never good. You won't see these tornadoes when they're coming at you, and they are on a tornado-warned storm right now. So if these things come over the trees, it will pose a pretty damaging threat to anyone that is on the roads right now. So I'm hoping these people are north of this tornado right now. But having that traffic in the Birmingham metro is a little worrying, considering a vehicle is such a deadly place to be whenever you have a tornado on the ground and coming at you. Not to mention that these tornadoes are traveling at up to 40 to 45 miles an hour today, maybe even quicker in some cases. So those cars, being in a vehicle is going to be a death trap, and being in a mobile home today is going to be a death trap. Welcome to those of you who just joined the stream. We are covering a tornado just south of the Birmingham metro. And again, I ask you guys to please help get the message out that we are streaming, and there is a very, very dangerous tornado threat this afternoon across portions of Dixie Alley in the Deep South. All right, so it does look like, if we look up in the top right, it does look like our chaser is, this is Brandon Kopik, by the way, as you can see in the tag, but it does look like he is starting to get into some areas where maybe the base will be visible. I don't know his I don't know his exact location, but he is headed into the path of this storm, I believe. And this is the storm just south of the Birmingham Metro. Now, the storm west near Reform, Gordo, Aliceville, and Carrollton that has been warned. Let's go ahead and jump over there. We'll go ahead and jump over to this radar site. Oh, yeah. Really, really strong rotation being depicted on this radar. Let's see. Yeah, so if you are near Paulette or Cochrane, there's very, very strong rotation coming in your direction. This looks like a supercell beginning to develop. And this is going to move up towards Aliceville, Gordo, Memphis. This is also headed towards you as well. Very, very strong rotation depicted on radar. So now we have two rotating storms. Here's that storm near the Birmingham Metro. This is near Indian Springs Village. And this is the one near Cochrane and Aliceville. So I know there's quite a few homes near the Aliceville area. Pickensville, this is going to be south of you. But again, a very, very strong storm. And I don't think this is going to be the only threat this afternoon. I do believe there is going to be some storms firing in the northern half of Mississippi and central Mississippi, and maybe even portions of central Tennessee this afternoon. We are still very, very early on in this event. And again, there is your area of rotation near Paulette. And it looks like it has tightened quite a bit. No debris being shown on radar. But again, if you are in Memphis, it looks like this is moving right up towards you, and Aliceville. Even western portions of Cochrane, this is moving up towards you. State Route 32, this is moving towards you as well. So if you are traveling along State Route 32, I believe this is going to move right over top of you. Let's take a look back at that storm in the Birmingham Metro real quick, and then we'll bounce back over here. All right, so it does look like rotation has weakened quite a bit. We're going to remove that storm track. But again, it looks like, yeah, there's definitely a tornado on the ground with this. So if you are in Indian Springs Village, this is about to pass right over the I-65 corridor. This is just west of I-65 and U.S. Highway 31. And again, this is our debris ball right here. And you can see that is coupled. If we go ahead and, let's see, let's dual panel this. Go ahead and put that debris ball right there and match it up with that velocity. You can see that is 100% a tornado on the ground. So let's go ahead and bounce back over. And I'm going to try and do my best to cover all storms today. Actually, just with that last frame, you can see that debris ball has significantly deepened. It looks like it may have passed right over some sort of structures as it is impacting the U.S. or the interstate, what is this, the I-65 corridor. There's your debris ball and your hook on radar. There's that hook echo, and here's that debris ball right there. And again, that matches up perfectly with that correlation coefficient. So hopefully cars are getting off the highway right now, and they were not impacted by that. Let's jump on over to the other radar real quick. That's the wrong one. There we go. Here's that one near Cochrane. It does not look like it has updated at all. But again, this is a supercell. It has very supercellular characteristics. As we go off into the afternoon, this low-level jet and the kinematics we have at play will favor a more supercellular storm mode. So these supercells are definitely capable of producing strong, strong tornadoes. Oh, it has definitely tightened as it moves into Cochrane. Let's go ahead and check that correlation coefficient. So it doesn't look like we have anything on the ground right now. This may be a little bit of debris, but I would not say, I can't say for certain that there is a tornado on the ground with this. But again, every warning today and every storm needs to be taken seriously. If there is a warning, take it as there's a tornado on the ground. Don't wait to hear that it's confirmed. Just go ahead and assume that this thing is on the ground. Let's go back to this storm near Indian Springs Village. Again, you can still see that debris ball is evident on radar. We have to wait for that new velocity scan, but even on reflectivity, you can see that there's a strong hook echo right there, and absolutely no doubt that there is a tornado on the ground with this storm. Now, one thing it does look like is this thing may be weakening a little bit, the cell itself, but it still will have tornado potential over the next hour or so. So you can see there's where those greens meet those reds, and that is our area of rotation. And again, that debris ball right there meets up right with it. Now, this is located along Indian Trail Road, and it is headed east towards State Route 38. So I would say Meadowbrook, Lake Purdy, Chelsea, Westover, Sterrett, Vincent, Harpersville. You guys are in the path of this. You guys are up next. And eventually this will head off towards Pell City. Thankfully, this did stay south of downtown Birmingham, but it is still affecting what looks like populated areas, as you can see on that road map that we have up here on our radar. Let's bounce back on over to KGWX and check on that Cochrane storm. Still velocities that are indicative of a very, very strong rotation just southwest of Cochrane. Now, whether or not this thing is on the ground, I do not know because of the correlation coefficient. It is not telling us. But I'm working to find some sort of a photo of maybe this tornado that's going on in these areas, but I can't seem to find it because of how there's a lot of trees in this area, so it is hard. This is not the Great Plains. You're not going to be able to get these perfectly pretty tornadoes dancing over an open field. Unfortunately, these are going through wooded areas and affecting homes and people. So it does look like maybe a little bit of a debris ball developing there on radar. That would match up with velocities. And it does look like spectrum width is indicative of some sort of debris maybe coming out of this storm near Cochrane. We will have to wait for that next velocity scan to update. But again, that is very, very indicative of a strong rotation right there. Plenty of inflow to work with. It does look like it might be choking itself off, though. All right, new velocity scan, and this thing has definitely broadened out and is not as tight as it was. But I do think this thing could cycle a little bit and put down a tornado near Aliceville, Carrollton, or Pickensville very, very soon. Memphis, this is also coming up in your general direction as well. Let's go ahead and check out that storm near Birmingham. Still very, very strong, tight couplet near Indiansville. Now, I don't know if this is debris right here. All right, yeah, I don't know if this is debris right here in that area, or if that's just some sort of a hail spike. It's hard to tell. It is where that debris ball should be. And now we have a tornado emergency issued for the southeast Birmingham metro. So tornado emergency means there is a large destructive tornado on the ground. It's a PDS. So here we go. A confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over Indian Springs Village near Hoover, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Deadly tornado, radar confirmed tornado. So it wasn't observed, it looks like it. Radar confirmed. A confirmed large and destructive tornado again. This tornado is observed, and the tornado damage threat is catastrophic. There we go, catastrophic. It's not too often we hear those terms used. So if you are in Meadowbrook, Purdy, Sterrett, you guys are in a tornado emergency. Now, let's go ahead and take a look. It does look like, yep, there is your tornado. Let's go ahead and circle that once more. Those greens meeting those reds in that very tight pocket. Now, just because this does not display a huge area of rotation does not mean that this is not a strong and violent tornado, you know? So there is our debris ball right there. And that would match up with that rotation signature. And you can see there it is on radar. There is that debris ball. You can see reflectivity right there shows that debris ball. And if we go to correlation coefficient, it matches up perfectly. So that is where your tornado is. Again, this is a tornado emergency moving into Meadowbrook and Lake Purdy. We only see a couple of these a year. It's not too often. And this means that a large, destructive, damaging tornado is affecting a populated area. And coming up, it does look like our chaser may be on a cell. And you can see out in the distance, it looks like, it looks like that's definitely a cell, and maybe even a lowering. You can see on the far right-hand side of the screen. We will wait for it to be a little less grainy. Again, this is Brandon Kopik. He is a storm chaser. His Twitter handle is right there, and you can also see the website located on there on the right. And he has agreed to help us out today. He's a great guy, and his main goal is just to save lives and warn the people. So it's a real pleasure to work with him today. Let's go back out onto this cell near Cochrane. So it does look like the rotation has significantly decreased. But again, these storms do have the possibility to kick up real quick and go into full gear. Let's go back on out to that Birmingham cell, because right now that is the main area of concern. Definitely looks like we have a cell. He is definitely on a cell. Now, which cell he's on, I'm not 100% sure. There we see. It does look like a lowering, possibly, right there to the right directly in the center of where you're looking at. I don't know if that's a tornado or not, but it definitely could be. This debris ball is definitely deepening, though. All right, let's take a look at velocity. Oh yeah, very, very intense couplet right there. So this right here is our velocity couplet. And now it does not have the most broad and wide look to it, but that does not mean that this thing isn't strong to potentially violent. That is a very, very strong debris or velocity signature. And when you match that up with debris, a very, very deep debris ball can be seen on radar. And you can see this is about to pass right over US 280 and State Route 38. Out west, we do also have a tornado warning near the Jackson area. We'll go ahead and take a look at that near Mize. Not that concerned by these storms right now. Now, as we go off into the afternoon, these things will probably become supercellular. Let's go ahead and check. I do want to check KNQA and kind of see what the convection is looking like out west. So it does look like we probably have some cells going up as these move into northern Alabama. We do actually have a tornado warning in what looks like North Carolina, actually. So we will go ahead and take a look at that as well here in a second. Let's go back on over to that Birmingham storm, though, because right now it is under a tornado emergency near Meadowbrook. This is crossing right over the state route as we speak. What is it? State Route 38. Yep, and then again, there's your debris ball, and there's your hook echo. I mean, it's pretty textbook what we got going on right here. Now this thing could continue to cycle as we go off. We're going to look back. I do want to see what's going on with this storm near Greensville. over here in South Carolina. So this threat is extending all the... Wow, okay, and if we look off to our right, it looks like there's a wedge on the ground. Large, damaging tornado. This is Brandon Kopik. You can see that is a deadly, deadly tornado right now going on. This is near the Birmingham Metro. In that top right-hand corner, there is your tornado. And, wow, it looks like a wedge, a very, very strong tornado. You can see the individual vortices on the side, the left side, and just cross over the state route. So that's where Brandon is. Large, large, destructive tornado on the ground. And there's your debris ball. This is headed up towards Sterrett. And again, this is a very, very, very damaging tornado. Yeah, there it is. So if we look on the right-hand side of our screen, again, it is buffering a little bit, but you can see the extreme rotation. And this thing is definitely on the ground. It just missed a dealership, the Chevrolet dealership. We'll wait for this stream to come back up and running, but he does have a live tornado on the ground, and this is not a tornado to mess with as it heads off east, but this is confirmed large and damaging, and that is why this tornado emergency has been issued. We'll wait for this feed to come back. Here's that tornado warning in South Carolina. Nothing on the ground right now, so we are going to leave that one be and continue to track this tornado emergency in the Birmingham Metro. I think this thing is significantly increasing in rotation as it goes off to the east. Really, really trying to get this stream up back and running, but you guys can see there's that live look at that tornado that we have on the ground right now. Yeah, we are getting a live... Yeah, this is a wedge. This is definitely a wedge. Wow, absolutely incredible tornado going on right now. Now, once the stream gets back up and running, it has paused. Or it is buffering right now. I don't know what happened. It may just be the cell service because this tornado is going through the area. There we go. So Brandon Kopik's stream is back up and running. There's that velocity signature right there. That is our tornado. And you can actually see the exact road it's passing over right now. This is passing right over Donovan Valley Road. Donovan Valley Road east of Meadowbrook. This is heading into Sterrett. It looks like it's heading into less populated areas, which is always good. But this is headed towards, I believe, State Route 25. State Route 25 is where we are headed off towards with this supercell. Again, this is probably the first of many tornadoes we have today. And there's that debris ball again, right here. Now, Brandon's stream's a little grainy, but right now this thing is looking like it's wrapping in rain. This thing is becoming pretty high precipitation. But you can see those strong winds. It's probably RFD surging into that tornado right now. And I believe this thing has been on the ground for quite a while. It is traveling at a fast pace as well. We have to wait for this radar update. Let's check back west while you look at Brandon's stream up in the top right-hand corner. All right, now this is looking out towards Aliceville. This thing has really, really strengthened near Aliceville. So again, here is your rotation. This is out towards Aliceville. So if you are in Aliceville, get in your shelter now. This is headed right towards you. This thing is significantly strengthened. And this is a supercell out here, so we do have to take that very, very seriously. We'll try and bounce back and forth and wait for this next update. Let's go back to the Birmingham radar. But again, Aliceville, Gordo, Elrod, Coker. This is going to head off eventually into the Birmingham Metro, just like this storm that is affecting it right now. All right, new velocity signature. So the velocities don't look as impressive as they did But still, if we keep that circled, the debris ball is rather large. So it definitely is hitting some sort of some structures, maybe some trees, hopefully some trees and not structures. But this tornado definitely tracked over something, and that is debris being lofted. Pell City, you are in the path of this, I believe, after it moves past Saret. So if you are on US 231, shoot south. Try and get out of the way of this thing. This thing is headed up north. Let's see. Yeah, so I would not be surprised if this thing eventually recycled as it moves off towards Anniston. And Pell City. Starrett as well. This is probably going to track right over I-20 eventually here in a little bit. Let's look back at, again, that tornado's still on the ground. Let's take a look back at the KGWX near Aliceville. So still definitely some rotation, not as strong as previous scans, but the rotation is going a little bit north of Aliceville. So McMullen, you are in that warning. Make sure you're taking your precautions as well. Yeah, no debris on the ground with this thing. So I'm going to right now shoot back over to the Birmingham radar because I do believe this storm is the one to watch. This is just absolutely worst case scenario right now. Oh my gosh. Yep, take a look at this new scan. The debris ball has gotten a lot deeper right now. You can see once we get this new scan in, I'm gonna try and take a slice. And this day's not over. This is gonna be. You're gonna have to stay with us for the next couple of hours as we track this event. But this cell is so isolated that it just has the potential to put down tornadoes for hours. And this will eventually go off into northern Georgia. But again, you can literally see on this reflectivity, there is that hooking echo, and there's your debris ball on radar, on reflectivity. So you only really get debris balls on reflectivity whenever they're strong tornadoes. And that is just what this is. Let's check that out. So I'm gonna try and get a slice of this real quick and see how high up this debris ball is going. Let's try sideways. This thing is not cooperating with me. So we'll leave that for now and just continue to. What I do want to do is actually let's take one of these. Let's take a 3D image and see if we can see this tornado. Oh yeah. So if you look at our 3D image, turn it to the side. Something really cool about this is you can literally see your tornado coming down right there. If we move that to the side. And here's our debris ball. You can literally see it on reflectivity right here. That's our tornado coming down right on top of that debris ball. So absolutely no doubt that there is a tornado on the ground with this. Especially looking at 3D, that's a very cool look inside the storm. All right, now let's take this back over. Base velocity still looking rather impressive, as well as the debris ball. It's still deepening, so this thing is still on the ground. This thing has not lifted yet. This thing is a long tracker. This thing's been on the ground for, I'd say, well over 30 miles as of right now. This thing is racing. This thing's already about to cross over State Route 25. And we just saw it We just saw it a couple scans ago, and it wasn't even close to State Route 25. That's how fast these things are moving today. Let's go ahead and check back on this storm near Aliceville. You see that rotation has become a little more linear. A little more linear. We actually do have a confirmed tornado in Georgia, it looks like. So let's hop on over there. Yeah, so it looks like a confirmed tornado just north of Athens. This is near Commerce and Nicholson in Georgia. So apparently that storm has a tornado on it. So I guess if you're in Franklin Springs, Bowersville, make sure you're in your shelter. Radar or law enforcement confirmed this tornado. So apparently there is a tornado on the ground with that thing. I want to take this back up to KHTX. Let's take that back over there. And then we will continue to track this storm near Birmingham. Oh yeah, this thing near Carrollton is definitely... looks like it's increasing again. So there you are. This is just south of Carrollton. This is about to pass right on over State Route 17. That's where this rotation is. And this is eventually going to be headed off towards, unfortunately, it looks like the Tuscaloosa area is where the storm is headed right for. Let's go back on over to the Birmingham radar and check back up on this storm that has had this history of this long track tornado. Again, you can still see Brandon up in the right-hand corner. Looks like some road flooding is going on and some very, very strong wind gusts and pouring rain. Now, this storm is definitely going to outrun him, considering the storm motions. You saw that tornado fly past him earlier on stream. We captured it live on stream. Let's go ahead and wait for this next update and see what it shows. Now, hopefully this thing is weakening. We don't want it to strengthen. All right. Yeah, so it does look like this thing may have lifted or is just barely on the ground now. This is near Sterrett. This is passing directly over, I believe, what is State Route 25. And we'll wait for that velocity signature to come back in. But this thing could definitely cycle again. So if you are near Pell City, you need to have a plan. Go ahead and get in shelter. You are in the tornado warning. Wattsville, Riverside, Lincoln, Ragland. Pretty much anyone located along the I-20 corridor east of Leeds. You need to be prepared for this storm because it still has this hook echo on it. Right in there. All right, yeah, taking a look at velocity, it does look like this thing has significantly weakened from that last scan. It is now kind of fizzling out, but it does look like maybe an area of rotation is developing to the north up here. But again, this thing could always redevelop. This storm has put down, I believe, now 3 tornadoes on this cell already, and we're only about an hour into this event. All right. All right, new scan came in, and this thing may be picking back up as it moves. So you can see a little bit of inflow making its way in. So it may put another tornado on the ground as it heads off towards Pell City. So it looks like Brandon's stream went down. So we'll go ahead and take that just back towards monitor 1. Put that on back towards monitor 1. You never see it hit southern suburbs. It usually hits the same 4 suburbs north of Birmingham. True. Rain wrap tornado most likely. Reed Timber is on the Pickens County storm. I believe that's the Carrollton storm over there. Okay, let's go ahead, and one thing I do want to do is let's take a look at satellite right now. So this is what we're dealing with. These are those storms east. I do still think there's a possibility of discrete action happening out back here. This threat is by no means over with. Now let's take a look at this is the tornado watch, but I want to take a look at the mesoanalysis and kind of see what we're dealing with. Let's go to this sector right here. So that surface low is actually not going to be as deep as expected. So that will hinder the low-level jet and the backing of the surface winds. But still, I do think we have extreme tornadic potential over the next couple of hours. You can see we're dealing with plenty of instability. Let's change the sector back up. Here is that 850 millibars. So we're dealing with about 50 knots. Now, this is coming out of the southwest right now. Surface obs are showing backing of the wind starting to happen. So let's take a look at the significant tornado parameter. So we're at about a 4 over central Mississippi. Again, not as high as forecasted, but still, this is a very, very dangerous day. And any storm is capable of producing strong, long-track tornadoes. Now let's take that back on over to our radar. Austin said, take every warning very seriously, PDS alert or not. Absolutely. Every warning needs to be taken seriously today. So this thing has definitely picked right back on up as it moves off towards Pell City. And you can see there's our velocities and really, really strengthening right now. I do want to take that back on over and look at that storm near Carrollton. And just make sure that we're not missing anything over there. It doesn't look like we're missing anything right now. Yeah, it may strengthen. So there is still some circulation. So if you are in Gordo, make sure you are taking these warnings seriously. They haven't extended it out to you, but I'd go ahead and say if you are in Gordo or Reform, make sure you are in a safe place right now, the centermost part of your house, and have something that you can put on your head, anything like that. There is still, there is still the possibility of some discrete development out behind these storms. But again, it is not looking as bad as it was forecasted to be this morning, which is a great thing. We'll go ahead and wait for this next update. Let me just make sure Brandon's not back up and running, because once he is, I do want to get him back on. All right, so we do have, I believe he is back up and running. But first, let's go ahead and take a look at that. Was the tornado that was on the stream earlier near I believe it's Indian Village, Alabama. And you can see that's a pretty large tornado right there. Definitely a wedge. I wouldn't be surprised if it's strong as well. That was on Brandon Kopic's stream. Right now he is Still streaming. We're going to go ahead and wait. All right, yep. Let's go ahead and let's get his stream back up and running right now. We're back to that chaser scene. All right. There we go. We should be back up on that chaser scene. And now you should be able to see his feed up in the top right-hand corner again. All right, so this thing is headed towards Pell City again. And it does look like there is definitely some sort of rotation or recycling happening right now. Actually, we do look at correlation coefficient. It appears that there might be something on the ground. I don't know if that is a glitch or not. But there might be something on the ground heading into Pell City right now. We'll have to wait for the next update of this radar. But I would go ahead and say if you are in Pell City, Riverside, Wattsville, Ragland, or Lincoln, you need to be in the centermost part of your house, any sort of shelter, and just get out of the way of this thing. Again, I'm going to say it again. Make sure you are not in a mobile home. Mobile homes are death traps when it comes to tornadoes, and that is where the majority of deaths happen from tornadoes in the South, especially in the Deep South. There is a higher density of these mobile homes, and they tend to be death traps for tornadoes. Even the weaker tornadoes tend to completely wipe out those homes. So let's go ahead. Yeah, we're just going to stick to the Birmingham radar because right now there's no other real storms of interest. So we're just going to stick to this Birmingham cell and wait for some updates. It does look like the storm is becoming a little more outflow dominant, I will admit, but this thing does have a history of reproducing, so I'm not going to discount that. Go ahead and remove that marker. All right, let's take a look at this. So it does still have a hooking feature to it. It looks like maybe... I think this thing is recycling, so you can see it is coming out back here, and that is where your tornado would be, or your developing tornado would be. We'll have to wait and see if that thing wraps around once more, but that is where I would expect it to be. And that's similar to where that velocity signature meets up, is right there. And that is your hooking echo. So I do believe this thing will probably touch down again before it enters Pell City. We'll just have to wait. Yeah, we are getting plenty of photos of that. It looks like Brandon Kopik was the main. We had him live on stream whenever he intercepted that wedge, and it looks like he was the main person who intercepted that. So yeah, we definitely got a good view of that on stream. So let's go ahead and see when we get this update. So it is still listed as a confirmed tornado via the warning. So again, Ragland, I'm not quite sure that this thing is on the ground, but you got to take every warning like it is on the ground. So Pell City, Wattsville, Ragland, Riverside, Lincoln, even Asheville, go ahead and take your precautions. This thing is not looking as potent as it did earlier. But still, go ahead and take those precautions. Let's go ahead and check on those storms. Let's go and check in the Jackson radar. So this cell near Taylorsville might actually get warned soon. It does look like a developing supercell. And you can see there's that rotation, those greens meeting the reds near Taylorsville. These are just going to be more. This is kind of just a bunch of convection. You may get some straight line winds with those right out there. I do wonder if there's going to be some development up here. As of right now, it's not looking too likely. Do believe I'm going to take it. Let's take it back over to just monitor 1 for now. As Brandon, I think, is just in some heavy rain. We'll wait until he gets on something substantial, and then we'll go ahead and put that back on the stream. Again, I don't think this event is anywhere near its peak or over with, so we will just have to continue to monitor these storms. The Birmingham radar, let's go ahead and check on that. Still a bunch of convergence. Now, I don't believe there is a tornado down right now, but it still has a classic supercell look to it. Still definitely a classic supercell look. That is our loop. We'll just keep this thing looping until we get a new scan, but you can see that debris ball is very, very evident as it chugs along. Right now, I do believe it is in the process of recycling. Neil said, "Hey man, just followed your stream. Very cool stuff and just subscribed. Appreciate it, Neil. Thank you." How many cycles has it gone through so far? Asked Austin. Right now, I believe it has gone through 3 or 4 cycles since the beginning. It has put down quite a few tornadoes as well during its lifespan. So we're actually getting news just in that James Spann's house received major damage from this tornado. So James Spann, the weatherman, actually, his home got hit by this tornado. And that's absolutely horrible news to hear. No one deserves that. It's just, unfortunately, on days like today, damage is pretty much inevitable. And it's just a matter of when and where. And so that's why we're here to kind of help cover this. So let's go ahead and stop that loop. And again, I think this thing is cycling near Pell City. Yeah, so James Spann right now, his home was just hit, and he's still covering the tornado on stream. And that's just absolutely horrible news to hear. Good news is we are hearing that his wife was at home and she is okay. And apparently it's major damage. We'll see. But that's just horrible news to hear. I mean, you hate to hear things like that. Let's see. Yeah, prayers for James Spann. He's one of the best meteorologists out there. He has the best. I personally think he has the best weather coverage out of anyone ever. I mean, he's just a legend. That's just terrible news to hear. All right. check on that storm near Taylorsville that I was talking about earlier. It does not look as bad as it did, which is good. Although these storms may start to become supercellular as they move off east. Let's go ahead and check that Columbus radar. I do think these storms further north may become supercellular as we go off into the afternoon. Austin said, best of blessings for everyone affected as well. Yes, I mean, you can just, all you can hope for is just that no fatalities have occurred today. That's all we can hope for. And hopefully we get through the entire day without any fatalities. That would be a great meteorological success and a great success from, warning managers and everyone. And just an overall success. That's all we can hope for right now. So this thing may be touching down once more right over Pell City. We can see a strong area of greens and reds meeting, and that is indicative of rotation. So we'll see. We'll see how this plays out in the next scan. But Riverside, Lincoln, Ragland, Ohatchee, you also are in the path of this. State Route 77 looks like it is located along this corridor as well. And again, you can see that hook echo as it moves into Pell City. Now, I don't know if this thing is on the ground or not. Here's a live look at our satellite real quick. And there's that high risk area. You can see storms have definitely blown up all the way out here. Now, I am a little bit concerned about what could happen out in this open warm sector. You can see over Tennessee cloud cover is not that extensive. And out behind this, you have a pretty wide open warm sector. Now, I don't know if we will get storms to form back in here, but if they do form, I would expect some sort of a supercellular mode. We do have to remember that it is only 2 p.m. It's only 2 p.m. And there's no guarantee that this is the only event that will happen out here in central Alabama. They were expected to develop somewhat in central Mississippi. Now with this cloud cover getting out of the way, you can also see temperatures of up to 82 out here in central Mississippi. Destabilization will continue to occur, especially as this warm front moves north. Now, surface winds may be backed a little bit later than originally thought, but I still do think that there is some supercellular potential out there. All right, and as we see with this new scan, as this thing goes into Pell City, relatively strong rotation. Now, I don't know if this is a radar glitch or not. We do have to take this very, very seriously. Now, that hook echo looks like it did fall apart, so I am skeptical of whether or not that was actually a glitch or if that is actual rotation. But I would expect the rotation to be right in here near Wattsville. If it were to be anywhere, I would expect it to be there. And we will see with the next scan whether or not there is rotation there. These storms out here in West Alabama definitely could take on some sort of a supercellular characteristic as well. And as these storms move into central Alabama, I do think we will start to see some supercellular action now as a low-level jet cranks up as we go off into the afternoon. It would favor a more supercellular mode. And I don't think this event is over at all. We are seeing some damage photos coming in. Real quick, I will just make sure that nothing's going on right now. We may have a tornado down near Pell City. Not quite sure. But I'm going to really quick come in and show this. This is some damage near Eagle Point, Alabama. You can see some pretty major damage sustained to those homes. I do think we have some other tornado damage. Not certain right now. All right, let's see. I don't know what happened there. All right, so here's the deal. Wattsville, Raglan, Ohatchee, Lincoln. You guys need to be in a safe place because this storm is continuing to cycle as it moves off east towards your area. Neptune says he has nerves of steel for continuing to cover the outbreak rather than rushing home to check up on the home. Major respect for him. Absolutely. He's very serious about his job. He truly is a legend. I really admire James Spann. I do wonder if this thing will cycle. I'm not sure what the environment looks like in this area. I'm gonna check the mesoscale analysis right now and see what we're dealing with off to the side. Now, one thing to note is this low is not as deep as it was initially forecasted. So that means, the impact of this event, or what it could have been. Now, this is nowhere near over, but the weaker the surface low, the better for the people in these areas. So it's a good thing that is trending downwards. Now we still have a very, very favorable environment at play with these storms. So we will have to continue to monitor this throughout the evening. I do wonder what those storms up near... go ahead and take a look at this. I do want to see what these storms up here that are still tornado warned moving into South Carolina are doing, because that is a little further east than anticipated. So I'll have to wait for those. Take a look at these things. So really I'm not seeing too much rotation with these storms. Now, I don't even know the environment that they're in, but I'm not seeing too much rotation with these things out here. So I do think the main threat is still west, and of course it is further west. The main storm of focus right now, this is more of a convective mess. So you're not seeing discrete cells, at least as of right now, we're not seeing discrete cells. So with today's environment, these things can still put down tornadoes, but that does hinder the significant tornado potential. That does hinder it quite a bit. Now we will see, I believe we'll see an extension of this tornado warning east towards Ohatchee, Sax, Blue Mountain, Anniston, and Bynum. This is going to move over State Route 77 here in a couple minutes. Just have to wait for this next scan. Now, this thing could be a high precipitation tornado in the makings. I'm going to check Twitter and see if we have any photos of this thing I can possibly put up here. Alright, so far, nothing, but we are getting some damage photos in that I am going to show. So here's a picture of a home near Eagle Point, and that's some pretty substantial damage. That's a very well-built home, and you can see this whole home is pretty much collapsed. Hopefully there was no one inside, but this home is completely fallen just right on top of its foundation, and may have been blown slightly off its foundation. Hard to tell from this photo, but definitely some eerie damage photos pouring in right now. Definitely not what we wanted to see. All right, so they have extended this tornado warning out towards Ohatchee, Wellington, Alexandria, Jacksonville, Sacs, and Raglan. This is coming up towards you. This thing is starting to develop what we call a donut hole, and that is typically indicative of a very strong rotating updraft. And those things are pretty well known for putting down tornadoes. Now, they may be rain wrapped, but you can see this area of convergence right here. That is your rotation, and you can see your green TDS right there, where your tornado debris signature, or tornado vortex signature, I'm sorry, TVS. All right, I do want to check on Brandon's stream and see if he is on any storms. Let me go ahead and actually, I'm going to put you on our dual pane screen just so we can see what's going on. There we go. You should be able to now see both the live storm chasing footage and on the storm. This is from Brandon Kopik. He's the one who bagged the tornado earlier today, just a couple hours ago. And yeah, there we go. We got everything up and running. So Riverside, this is just northeast of you. Raglan, this is south of you. Lincoln, this is coming in your general direction. State Route 77, Alabama Highway 77. No confirm of a tornado on the ground, but definitely some strong rotation associated with this storm. This thing has had a history of putting down tornadoes, so you got to take this very, very seriously. Yeah, I'll continue to monitor. I'm going to continue to monitor our Twitter right now and see if we keep getting damage photos, because I do want to show. I do want to show as many damage photos as I can, and try and help with the relay of information, and kind of just show people how bad these storms can be. Because I think if we do show damage and how bad these storms can be, I think it'll kind of kick a sense of reality of, how strong these storms can get. So that's what we're going to continue to do. All right, and we can see up in the top right-hand corner from Brandon, it looks like that storm is off to his probably east at this point. It looks like he's trying to catch up to this storm. I believe he is on this storm near Ohatchee. I'm not certain, though. This thing is definitely rotating pretty strongly as it moves up towards Ohatchee. Again, there is that donut hole on this storm. So I would not be surprised if this thing has a tornado on the ground relatively soon. But the further east it moves, I do think tornado potential will be limited further east compared to if it was still in central Alabama. But again, this entire warm sector is being almost demolished by this precipitation and this just over convection in that warm sector. So that will hinder the potential for tornadoes in the near term. Now, the environment still has a lot of time to recover. And if you do want to look up towards Brandon's stream in the right-hand corner, it does look like you can I think, lightly see some rotation back in there right ahead, and you can see how fast that low-level jet is screaming by that cloud motion. Again, there is strong rotation moving up towards Ohatchee and Alexandria. Alabama right now. That is your rotation. You have a TVS, a tornado vortex signature right there. So we're also hearing some reports of there's multiple people on Twitter that are there's multiple people reporting that their houses have been hit on Twitter, which is never a good sight. I'm sorry. There's a lot of people I know that houses have actually been hit by this storm, so just really not a good situation right now. Austin says, have to go. We'll be back. Prayers for those affected. Yeah. A lot of prayers for those affected. Now, this thing really, really is intensifying as it moves towards Ohatchee. I'm getting a little worried about this storm. I do think it has the potential to put down a tornado, and possibly a stronger one at that, as it moves off towards the east. This thing has a history of putting down damaging tornadoes, so we do have to take this very, very seriously. Yeah, just incredible velocities on this thing. We will have to wait for that update, though. If we look up towards Brandon Kopic's stream up in the right-hand corner, it does look like the storm is off to his, at least on our screen, off to his west, off to his left. And I do think he is chasing this storm that we are looking at right now on radar. We have to wait for this new scan coming up. See if we have a tornado on the ground. And no, it looks like it has intensified quite a bit as it is in Raglan. You can see those greens against those tans right here. Ohatchee, this is coming up in your general direction. Let's go ahead and get a storm track on this thing. Yeah, so this thing looks like it is going to move right up into Ohatchee and just north of Wellington. See, now we have a yellow TVS. A yellow TVS. And, yeah, there's a look at that storm up there on Brandon's stream. Pretty mean-looking storm, if I do say so myself. And he is traveling, headed towards that again, so we will get a better idea of probably what's going on there here in a couple minutes. Wait for this new velocity signature. And this thing is rather broadened out. It does not look like there's anything on the ground, which is great news for the folks in Ohatchee, but still you have to hunker down, make sure you are in your safe place if you're in Ohatchee. I might tornado warn this out near Jasper and Oakman. There is a little bit of rotation right there. So I would expect them to warn that. So if you are near Jasper, Oakman, or Carbon Hill, make sure you go ahead and get in shelter. Now, they have not officially warned this, but I do expect them to put a tornado warning on that pretty soon because there is some rotation in there. All right, the storms out in southeast Mississippi have now gone tornado warned. Let's go ahead and check on those. Oh, wow, yeah. Definitely some strong rotation out near Chunky, Mississippi. This is moving up towards the Meridian area. No signs of a debris ball as of right now, but still, it looks like 2 supercells are 2 developing cells. These things will probably become a little more discrete as they push off to the east. But again, chunky, there is definitely some rotation on that. I see why they warned that. As of right now, I'm not too worried about that. Let's go check up further north in Mississippi. Still some development out west. But nothing too concerning right now. I do think the atmosphere is a little limited out here. It is still very early on, so no saying whether or not we will have development out that far west. But yeah, so the SPC has just they just have released a mesoscale discussion saying the atmosphere will become primed for supercellular development up north near central Mississippi. So that's never good. Or central Tennessee, my bad. But again, the storm near, let's go ahead and check on the one out near Ohatchee. And still it is strengthening. Now we have a yellow TVS, or a tornado vortex signature, and I think this thing may be on the ground now. I have pretty good confidence that this thing is probably on the ground. I'll bring that south so you can see Brandon Stream and what's going on right here. See if that becomes a little less grainy. We might be able to see possibly a tornado near Ohatchee and Wellington. This is coming up on State Route 77 right now. And this will eventually pass right on over State Route 62 and eventually State Route 1 up through Alexandria and Wellington. You can see that thing has definitely become a little tighter right there. I'd almost say that there is a tornado on the ground with this. I'm going to take it as there is a tornado on the ground. Wait to see if there's a debris signature here in a second, but definitely an ominous look to this storm. Let's go ahead and pull that further south. But yeah, definitely an ominous look to this storm. I would say that there is a tornado on the ground of this thing. I'm going to go check on that storm near Meridian while we wait for the update. Meridian, Mississippi. Yeah, there we go. We can see there is our area of rotation right there. That is just east of Chunky, moving up towards Meridian and Nellyburg. Again, that storm to the south is also getting its act together as well. Has more of a supercellular characteristic to it than that storm to its north near Meridian. But we'll just have to see what happens with that. Let's go back on over to the storm near Ohatchee. And no updates yet. You can see on Brandon's stream, I believe he is on that storm right now. He is panning west. I think he may be on a tornado. Looks like he's pulling over. I believe he may be on a tornado near Ohatchee. And there we go. There's our debris ball. So you can see Ohatchee, this is coming towards you. That is a tornado on the ground. This is confirmed via radar. And it looks like we may have it live on Brandon's stream right now, crossing the road just off to his left. And there's our debris ball. I mean, it's clear as day where that is. And we'll go ahead and look at the velocities, and it matches up perfectly. This is a tornado. And it looks like it could be a pretty strong one at that as well. Now the feed is a little grainy on the live cam, but looks like that tornado might be crossing right in front of him. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, there we go. With our latest scan, you can see near Ohatchee, that debris ball has definitely continued off to the east, and it has strengthened. And this thing is 100%, I'm going to say this is probably 100% rain wrapped. And you will not see this thing coming over any trees. Wellington and Alexandria, you need to be wary. And if you look on Brandon's stream, you can see right in front of him incredible amounts of rotation. And that you can see that wrapping rain. That thing is just spinning rapidly right on in front of him. I do believe he is on this storm. Yeah, it looks like a tornado is going through that area right now. You can see debris littering the road. So I am going to say this looks like a relatively large tornado. Look at that area of rotation. That is some pretty violent rotation going on right there near Ohatchee. If you're watching the stream, definitely not what we wanted to see. So Wellington, please be in a safe place right now. How do you get to Brandon's stream? To get to Brandon's stream, you go on chaserweather.net and you can find a stream there, or live storm chasers. To answer your question, Neil. All right, do we have an update on this Ohatchee storm? And yes, look at that debris ball. That thing has gotten pretty substantial as it moves right towards Ohatchee. And there's definitely some houses in the way of this thing, even up towards Wellington. So all we can hope is that this thing, and you can see Brandon's storm just went out. I believe that is due to the tornado. So let's go ahead and bring that just back on over to monitor 1. And see if we have any footage. Yeah, Brandon Kopik says, large tornado crossing the road in front of me on US 77 north of Lincoln. So he is on this storm, and that was what he just captured. Yeah, so a large rain-wrapped tornado. And there's debris littering the road on that. He kept saying how large it was, and the stream went down as it was crossing the road. Yeah, definitely appears as if it is a large tornado on the ground on Brandon's stream. And we're continuing to get these damage reports from Alabama, or from Birmingham, just south of the Birmingham area. And this is just heartbreaking to see all these damage reports. Today is, it was pretty much one of those days where we knew damage was almost inevitable, but it's always just heartbreaking to see. Yeah, so this tornado is continuing off towards Ohatchee. You can see that debris ball is still very evident on radar. There it is, and it is tracking off towards Wellington. This is about to cross, I believe it is State Route 144. Alabama Highway 144, and it is about to pass over US 431 near Wellington. Again, this thing is rain-wrapped. It's a rain-wrapped tornado. We just saw it, on Brandon's stream. And we're just gonna have to wait for this update. Andrew asks, I know you probably don't know the answer, but do you think storms will fire back in Mississippi and push northwest? I don't necessarily know that they'll push northwest, but I do think there is a possibility of storms firing back out in Mississippi and pushing off to the northeast. So we'll see how that unfolds But this event is far from over. It's only 2:40 in the afternoon. So I really don't see this event ending for quite a bit. Supercells are still possible, all in that warm sector. So, and even up into central Tennessee. Now, surprisingly, there are still some tornado warnings out in South Carolina, accompanied by these storms. And it does look like in southeastern Missouri or Mississippi, there is still some possibility of supercells tracking off to the northeast. Now, still, this storm is on the ground near Ohatchee. You can see that debris ball really deepened, unfortunately. This is probably a very strong tornado. Let's go ahead and see if we can get a slice on this. And you can see that debris is lofted up to about 4,000 to 5,000 feet. So, still probably a strong tornado. This is very far from the radar, so we're not getting the most accurate depiction of what's actually happening right there. But this thing is very rain wrapped, and according to Brandon, this is a very large and dangerous tornado. Wellington, you are next. So if you are located along U.S. Highway 431 and points north and east, go ahead and get your shelter. This thing is continuing to what looks like strengthen. See, the rotation is continuing to develop as it tracks off towards Wellington. This thing is pretty long track. Piedmont, this will eventually be affecting areas near you. And this cell has a history of producing tornadoes, and this could produce tornadoes even into Georgia. So, again, this is just the beginning of the event. It's only 2:30 in the afternoon. I expect cells to probably be ongoing for the next couple of hours at least. Let's see if we got any more damage. We are getting reports that this may be a violent tornado, and a wedge tornado as well. So, and that tornado also tracked through very populated areas in Birmingham as well. And this is a little hard to soak in right now, but this is definitely doing major damage to any homes that are in its path. It does look like maybe the debris ball has shrunk a bit as it moves off towards Wellington, so hopefully this thing is weakening. We don't want it to affect any more areas. We just want it to lift off the ground, really. But still, it looks like definitely some strong rotation on that. Doesn't look like it has weakened at all, actually. And it looks like around 130 miles an hour delta velocity. And again, this is so far from the radar, we're not really getting the most accurate depiction of what's actually going on. You know, this may actually be better if we go... we could try KHTX and see if we get a good idea of what that's showing here in a second. Let's look at the Birmingham radar, and you can see a tornado warning has been issued just west of the Birmingham metro for this cell as well, for that rotation that is ongoing. No debris fallout on that one. We will continue to monitor that one. But again, I think this cell near Ohatchee and moving up towards Wellington is definitely the main concern. Let's see if that other radar site loaded and what that's showing. So this radar site is also showing what looks like a strong tornado near Ohatchee. You see, there it is. I believe the Birmingham radar is a bit closer, so we're going to go with that one. Brandon Stream is back up. Okay, let's go ahead and get that back up and running. All right, so Brandon Stream's back up and running. Let's go ahead and put that. It looks like he just came upon some pretty intense damage. Let's get that back on, though. So here is Brandon Stream up in the top corner. You should be able to see that. This velocity signature is still going strong, and you can see there's still some debris being lofted with this storm. And it does have a classic high precipitation look to it. This storm west of the Birmingham metro does not look as bad as it did, which is great news. I wonder if the SPC has anything to say about the threat that's currently ongoing. So far, we haven't heard of any... So far, we haven't heard of any fatalities, which is always great. We're hearing reports that Ohatchee got hit by a violent tornado, which would indicate that it's an EF4 to EF5 range, but we can't say that just yet until we see the damage. So we'll have to wait about that, but typically, a violent tornado means this thing is very, very strong, so we have to take the warnings very seriously. Now, I almost wonder if there is 2 tornadoes on the ground. It looks like maybe a second tornado out behind this. There's 2 debris fallouts. And here on Brandon Stream, you are seeing him come upon some damage. It looks like some pretty major damage. Off to his right. It looks like he's going to help with some search and rescue. All right, so now Wellington. This tornado is going to be affecting you probably right now. This thing is still long track and moving quick. This is about to head over State Route 1 and US 431. Out west of Birmingham, there's still that tornado warning. No signs of debris on the ground out there near Barry or Oakman. Still a debris fallout near Wellington. You see Brandon up there is still out there chasing. It looks like with that recent scan, we got an increase in the velocities. We'll go ahead and check that out. So this thing may be continuing to strengthen. All right, like it looks like Brandon's still on the chase. We'll go ahead and check those storms out there in the Jackson area, or the Meridian area. And as of right now, there's not much rotation on these things, but I do think as these things track north, they could pose a risk for some pretty substantial tornadoes. We will just have to see. Out here in eastern Mississippi, right now it looks like just a bunch of convection, nothing too much to worry about, I don't think. as of right now. Now, these things could always get going and go tornadic as we go into the afternoon. But right now, the threat is a little tame. That's how I'd word it right now. All right, this is directly impacting Wellington right now. Now, I don't know if there's 2 tornadoes on the ground, but there has been consistently a second area of a debris ball, it looks like. And you can see it just went over Wellington, and it looked like that debris ball got quite a bit wider. So hopefully no structures were impacted, but this thing is headed off towards Piedmont. I do think it is taking a little more of an eastern track. And it does look like they have tornado warned that storm up in northwest Alabama. We'll take a look at that. So it looks like a little area of rotation, but not something at least I'm too concerned about right now. But again, every tornado warning issued today you need to take serious. We do have some pretty incredible parameters at play. So Brandon Stream just went down. We'll go ahead and go back to just our one monitor. And I'm going to continue to monitor, satellite imagery and everything going on out further west, because that atmosphere will be able to destabilize. Now, I don't know if the threat is further east right now. Here is a photo, actually, of that tornado near Memphis earlier. Memphis, Alabama. And this is from Stas. Stas is chasing. And you can see that is the large wedge that was on the ground and that did damage in those Alabama neighborhoods. Let's go back to Birmingham and let's go ahead and check on that Wellington storm once again. I do believe we just got an updated velocity. It looks like that tornado may still be on the ground near Wellington. This is going to head off towards Piedmont. Yep, the debris ball is still there. Still there as it moves off towards Piedmont. We do have a couple tornado warnings. Those storms down near east of Jackson are tornado warned. The one near Birmingham area is still tornado warned. But a lot of these storms right now are very, very messy. And a lot of these won't have too bad of a tornado threat in the near future. Now, as we get off into the afternoon, I do think we could have an enhanced threat of tornadoes. But as of right now, things are looking pretty messy further west. And wow, that rotation has significantly increased as it heads off to the east towards Piedmont. And yeah, that thing is still chugging along just east of Wellington. This thing is a pretty long track at this point. And still, this is not good. I am watching Brandon over here on the right. He is still headed in that direction. Once his stream gets back up, I will put that back up on the screen. Looks like a new tornado warning was issued out ahead of this thing. And that's going to include Pleasant Gap, Forney, and Cave Spring areas. Now this thing is eventually going to head off to the northeast. We are waiting for a new scan. I believe we're getting that right now. All right, and this thing looks like it's just continuing to intensify. Still a very strong rotational signature as this moves off towards Piedmont, and it looks like it may be affecting some housing areas, and we are starting to get some more footage. I actually want to check out KHTX and see if that has a better look at this storm. And it does have a pretty good look at this storm. So there's our rotation. This is east of Wellington, now nearing Jacksonville in the Piedmont area. We do have some pretty insane footage coming out of these areas. So let me go ahead and put that out. This is earlier. I do want to show this. This is that storm earlier that we saw on Brandon's stream. Just incredible. You can see all the debris falling out of the air, and that is a very, very intense tornado. Yeah, so a pretty incredible video we just saw, and that rotation was absolutely insane. And then we also have another video coming out of that. We'll save that for after and continue to monitor the storm near Wellington. Wonder if the Birmingham, let's see if the Birmingham one is still updating. Yeah, so this thing still appears as if there's strong rotation on it as it heads towards Piedmont. But the correlation coefficient isn't as evident, so it may still be rotating. I don't know if it's necessarily on the ground right now, but it is definitely rotating. About to see damage on Brandon's stream. Okay, so it looks like Brandon is still on this storm, so I do want to pull you over to... let's do that and that. So this is the storm Brandon's on. This is west of Piedmont. This thing is still got a nasty, nasty rotational velocity on it. And there's your velocity signature. And this is eventually going to head off towards U.S. Highway 278 and State Route 74 in Alabama. This might go near Hoax Bluff. I don't know necessarily the exact direction, so it looks like it's going to maybe track just north of Piedmont is what it looks like this current path it's on. It just as Austin said in the chat, it appears that the tornado is still in progress. So it needs to be taken seriously. Let's go ahead and check on that one in northwest Alabama near Tuscumbia. And this thing is definitely picking up in rotation. Would not be surprised if this thing had a tornado on the ground eventually. The ones near Jackson are still tornado warned. It definitely looks like there is some rotation near Tamola up there. And that is going into somewhat of a radar hole. Some development is still happening out west. Let's go on back to the Birmingham radar. And there is your velocity still. Now, it doesn't look like there's a tornado on the ground via a correlation coefficient, but the rotation is still there. So I do believe this thing could still be on the ground, if not recycling once more. Alright, so for now, I am going to go grab something to eat real quick because I haven't eaten in a long time. It's been a while. I've been really focused on this event, so I'm going to go grab something to eat. But I'm going to continue to have the live footage playing while I have this radar going. And so we should be able to loop this. And we will have the warnings up there. But I will be just a couple of minutes, and we're going to have that live stream playing. Before I leave, Comic Blast Time asked, what is a pink box in East Alabama for? That means there is a confirmed tornado on the ground over there. Okay, we are back, and you should be able to hear me now and see me. Um, so we actually do have what looks like a potentially strong tornado developing west of Piedmont. You can see very, very strong and rapid rotation in this area. And you can see Brandon's live stream is up there on the top right. But yeah, this thing has definitely intensified as it moves towards Pleasant Gap, and this is just north of Piedmont. This is a relatively populated area as well. I would be surprised if there isn't a somewhat of a strong tornado developing with this thing. We also do have some development to the west out here. Tornado warnings on these cells beginning to show up, and these storms are also becoming discrete as well as they move into Alabama as well. These are going to move into central Alabama, and these surface winds are going to become more backed, and we do still have the potential for strong, long-lived tornadoes. I do think this storm right here is supercellular will begin to get developed near Russellville, and we also will start to see some development up into central Tennessee, I do believe. Right now, this Piedmont cell is the main concern, although yeah, it's the main concern. All right, I'm going to go ahead and do something real quick on Twitter. Make sure people are getting out to the live stream as we speak. And this cell is just doesn't want to give up as it moves north of Piedmont. Now we do have, I'm going to go back to the cell near just north of the Solgen area and the Hamilton area. And this thing is relatively semi-discrete. And these cells will also pose a risk. And there is some development out here. Now there's definitely some sort of development out in this area. Now these things could become supercells and track off east and produce some very, very strong tornadoes as well as we move into the afternoon, or the evening, I'm sorry, because it's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And we are seeing some very, very strong cells tracking into Alabama. This event is far from over, very far from over. And you can see this rotation is continuing to strengthen as it moves towards Red Bay. I would not be surprised if this thing puts down a tornado as well. There's your rotation. And again, yeah, it still continues off there to the east, and definitely getting a supercell characteristic to it. This cell down here near Emil also looks like it is developing a broad mesocyclone. So this thing could become tornadic as well. You can see just to its south, there's also tornado warning issued on that cell, and that is going to move up towards these cells, I believe, are headed up into the Birmingham area, actually, probably just points south of Birmingham. And we're going to go back to that cell out there near Piedmont once again. Apparently I'm hearing reports that there's a tornado on the ground out there near the Charlotte area, or just west of the Charlotte area. I'm not too sure about that one, though. We're going to focus on the storms out here in Alabama for now. All right, let's go ahead, and I'm going to actually head off to the KBMX site. And we do have a cell out here near West Jefferson beginning to develop. You can see that rotation has significantly increased and starting to get somewhat of a hooking echo to it. Now this thing, although it does look pretty messy right now, this is an embedded supercell, it looks like, and this thing could drop a strong tornado in this area, and it looks like it will do just that. It's continuing to tighten up there. I would not be surprised if that does it. And these cells are also tracking into the Birmingham area as well. Now that Piedmont cell is still on the Birmingham radar. You can see just north of Piedmont there's some very, very strong rotation. West Jefferson, that cell is probably going to move north of you towards Dora and Summerton. KGWX, the cell out there near Red Bay, right now is not looking all that bad. It has sort of weakened out a little bit. One thing I do want to notice is there's some development definitely going up out here. These cells are developing. Now, if we get some development out there, it could be pretty bad because those would be very, very discreet and behind this main line. Now, their instability may be a little bit limited due to these other storms, but still, again, also, if you are in Emile or Gainesville, this thing is coming up towards you as well. You can see there's that area of rotation right in there, and this is going northeast. Gainesville, I'd say, even Geiger, you want to be in your shelter. Clinton, you are next. Utah, you are also going to be in the path of this very shortly. Back up to the Huntsville radar, and you can see this storm is still refusing to give up. Looks like it's even tightening again near Pleasant Gap. That's probably a very broad mesocyclone. May even have a tornado on the ground with this. I would not be surprised. But if you are in Forney, Pleasant Gap, and Cave Spring, you guys are next in line with this storm system. This event's really, this event is really starting to kick up as this low-level jet sets in. Really trying to just bounce all over the place and cover everything right now as we have plenty of warnings going off. West Jefferson cell, this thing still looks relatively bad. We still have that hooking look to it and somewhat of a donut shape to it, and right there, that's where you would expect your tornado to be. And you can still see Brandon's live stream in the top right-hand corner. These cells out to the southwest will eventually become visible on the Birmingham radar, but they aren't right now. And one thing to note is still, you can see things are becoming a little more discreet in here. See, this is breaking off from here. That'll become its own cell, I believe, and track off to the northeast. I think this could also become its own cell and start to rotate as well. So these things are becoming more and more discreet as we go off. Here is that storm near Pleasant Gap, and you just have a super strong mesocyclone on this. I fail to see how this thing wouldn't produce a tornado at this rate. Again, if you are just joining us, make sure you are sharing the stream and make sure the word is getting out, because a dangerous outbreak is underway. We also have warnings up in South Carolina and North Carolina. I did check those on my phone, and the rotation didn't look too bad. But I will continue to monitor those storms as well, because I want to make sure all areas are covered. But just looking at it now, it does look rather limited up there, and the conditions aren't really right for tornadoes in that area. Again, tornadoes could still touch down, but they're not really that ripe. We do have this long track supercell continuing to still chug off towards Forney, and I believe this is the storm that Brandon is on up there in the right-hand corner, but I'm not 100% sure, because this was the storm he has been tracking for a while now. Going back to the Columbus Air Force Base radar, these storms are still relatively discreet out here, and it looks like we are getting some cellular development out west, I do believe. And I think these things will eventually mature into supercells and go off into Tennessee, and those will have some tornado potential accompanied with them as well. Probably some strong tornado potential. Again, these cells are coming up towards the Birmingham metro, both of which have tornado warnings on it. We'll take a look from the Jackson radar and see what got these things warned. And yeah, definitely some rotation on them. Definitely some rotation on these cells, and they do look like they will probably stay rather discreet. You also have some development out to the southwest of them, and as to how discreet these will stay, I'm not sure. But these are some pretty isolated storms, so these will be supercells as well, I believe. Let's go on up back to that Birmingham radar, and that storm near West Jefferson has died down a bit, but I would not be surprised if they go back and if it goes back and starts to recycle. You see Brandon up there is helping out with what looks like efforts to clean up the damage and pack up the damage. Let's go back to that Huntsville radar and check on that rotation, and just nasty rotation on that storm. Now it is moving out of the more favorable environments, but it still has plenty of tornado potential on that. According to the SPC, the tornado potential is increasing on the northern side of this risk. They did issue a new outlook, and most of the high risk is focused over northern Alabama. So that is new as well. You see some snap trees on Brandon's stream right there. Looks like the tornado went through that area. And some major damage is also coming out of that Ohatchee storm. We will have a friend join us here in 1 second. I'm actually going to call him up in 1 second. I will be back on in 1 second. Just all right, we are now joined by Andrew. Andrew, you can say what's up.
Hello.
Yep. I think, yeah, they can hear you on the stream.
Okay.
It looks like some cells are actually forming out in northern Mississippi, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think they are. We also have a tornado warning in that area too, but the rotation is broad.
Yeah. That storm that's just coming into those two tornado warning storms that are just coming into Alabama are going to stay relatively discreet, and I think those will have a window of strong tornado potential as they go into the Birmingham area. I do think I do think that
Go ahead.
cell near Tuscaloosa is also getting its act together as well.
Yeah, I think that is too. Something to know. I think the Atlanta radar is the best radar for that storm heading toward Rome, Georgia. And on that radar, you can see it has a very vigorous velocity couplet, and it might have a CC drop, but it's kind of hard to tell.
Okay, let me go ahead and check that out. There's also some tornado warnings coming up into the Charlotte area.
Oh, there are? Oh, yeah, there is. There's a tornado warning in Charlotte area.
Yeah, so due west of Charlotte. We're gonna look at that velocity couplet that Andrew was talking about, moving up into Rome, Georgia. So this is just northwest of the Atlanta metro, and wow, yeah, look at that velocity signature. It's rather right now it's rather broad, but still, I'm actually going to transition into a new scene real quick. Let's just go to monitor 1. We'll have it because Brandon's stream is now down, but definitely a strong velocity couplet on this. And one thing I think that's important to know, Andrew, is that it's very rain-wrapped. This is a really rain-wrapped storm, so you won't be able to see a tornado if there is a tornado on this thing. And I think on the Birmingham... Can you check on the...
Just FYI.
Yeah.
What? Just an FYI, a supercell has fired in Bassfield, Mississippi, and it's got a hook echo with weak rotation.
Oh, wow. Look at that new hook echo near Forney. So I'm going to go ahead and say if you are in Forney, it looks like an extremely violent velocity couplet is developing near your area. I'd say that's likely a tornado. That is a very broad rotation, but it's become more focused over the last couple of scans, and I'd say that's probably getting ready to put a tornado on the ground as we speak.
That's probably already on the ground.
Yeah, it's pretty far away from most of the radars, but I'd say that's probably on the ground right now. Can you check the Birmingham radar and see if we have anything going on over there?
I got 3 windows open, so I can do that for you. Off the Birmingham radar, we have a circulation that's increasing near West Jefferson. We don't really have anything else to worry about right now.
Okay. So we're gonna keep that open real quick. We're gonna go check on the storms moving into Alabama. It looks like those cells are actually really beginning to develop out there in northern Mississippi, and those are gonna be relatively discreet. Those will track into southern Tennessee.
By the way, the observed sounding in Tennessee and off the Columbus thing, off the Columbus like OBS, it's very significant.
Really? Are you looking at that on Twitter? By the way, guys, I apologize for the dog barking.
Your dog, it wants to say hi.
Yeah, it's saying hi to the stream. I do think those tornado warnings will be allowed to expire out there in northwestern Alabama near Red Bay. But again, I'm going to go back to the Forney cell, and that is extremely significant rotation happening right there. I don't know about you, Andrew, but that reminds me a lot of the Jonesboro rotation.
Yeah. By the way, the rotation is significantly increasing northwest of Birmingham, so there's going to be a tornado warning on that soon.
Okay. Is that the one near West Jefferson?
Yep, that one.
All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at that. And yeah,
Oh my gosh,
definitely.
scan.
Definitely. And I think that storm near Tuscaloosa is getting its act together. It looks like it's becoming more supercellular. So if you are near Warrior, Kimberly, Morris, Smoke Rise, Trafford, this thing is getting developed and it will probably come towards you here in the next couple of minutes. Possibly a tornado on the ground. This is going to go over I-65. Definitely get underground if you are in Warrior or Kimberly. I would not be surprised if this thing is on the ground. Also, if you are in Tuscaloosa, be aware there are some cells coming up towards your area, and they do have some pretty strong rotation on them. And they will continue to rotate as we go off into the near future. That storm...
By the way, James Span's house got damaged.
Yeah, I know. I heard. I was on stream whenever that happened. That's just terrible news.
Heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking.
I know a lot of people's houses have already gotten destroyed, so if I hear anybody trying to call this a bust, it's not. How can this be bust? It hasn't even finished yet either. Oh my god!
Look at the fort. Look.
Span retweeted a photo, and it's just pure destruction.
Of his house.
No, not his house. Houses around with that significant tornado earlier. He also retweeted a photo of a multi-vortex tornado near Ohatchee, Alabama.
Oh, I see this. Wow, look at the KH. Look at KHTX instead of the Atlanta radar. It's showing a very significant velocity. If you are in Cave Spring, I'm going to go ahead and say this is probably a really, really strong tornado on the ground moving across into Georgia right now. Extremely strong velocity couplet on this thing. That is
We're about to get a tornado northwest of Birmingham.
About to get a tornado warning or an actual tornado?
Like actual tornado. It's starting to really ramp up.
All right. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Keep us posted on that. Right now I'm showing the James Span retweet. So this is the photo of the tornado taken near Ohatchee. It almost looks like two separate tornadoes. Maybe a really wide multiple vortex tornado, but absolutely incredible look at a tornado there. I'm going to go over to where Andrew's talking in Birmingham. Andrew, if you can go ahead and retweet the stream on Twitter, let's try and get a bunch of people to focus on what's going on right now, see if we can get the word out.
Okay, let me...
Yeah, so this is...
Go retweet it.
All right, so this is the cell near Birmingham. This is moving up towards Warrior, and you can see it has some supercellular characteristics. And definitely some strong rotation as this moves towards the I-65 corridor. Again, that is your rotation that you're looking for, those greens on the reds. Again, that Tuscaloosa cell, Andrew, is really, really starting to look like a supercell.
Yeah, that one. Oh, wow.
Also, if you look on the...
New tornado warning for Gainesville and Utah and Clinton and Union and Knoxville and Alabama.
Oh, yeah, that's cell...
New tornado for Livingston, Alabama, York, Cuba, Ward, and Lilta, and Bellamy. So we have two new tornado warnings. These are tracking up into the Tuscaloosa area, especially the one that's near Union in Utah. So please be careful. We're going to be probably seeing tornadoes that maybe go closer, if not over the same tracks, because these things are training over the same areas.
Yeah, and that storm near Gainesville actually has a pretty strong velocity couplet from the KBMX radar, the Birmingham radar. So that's definitely something to watch for as it comes more into range. It is in kind of a radar hole right now. But if you are in that area, I would say there could be a tornado on the ground out there. Definitely in a nice environment. Warrior, Trafford, Lehigh, and Kimberly, this is coming up towards you. So far it's not warned, but I would say they're going to smack a warning on that cell north of Birmingham. And that Tuscaloosa cell definitely looks like it's having a bunch of inflow ramp into it, and it looks like it is becoming more discreet. So I would not be surprised if that goes tornado warned soon. we're going to hop on over to that cell near Cave Spring, and it does look like it is a little more broad now than it was before, but that doesn't mean there isn't a tornado on the ground, or it could be a tornado on the ground. Very, very strong rotation still accompanied with that, and that is going to move up towards Rome. I would say right now that probably has the strongest short-term, are the most short-term strong tornado potential out of any cell right now.
Which one?
The one out near Forney and Cave Spring. That's
probably already a strong tornado on the ground.
Yeah, no, there's no correlation coefficient on it, but with velocities that strong, I would expect there to be some sort of a tornado on the ground.
There is a new severe thunderstorm warning if you live in Tylertown, Pentwood, and Mississippi.
I actually want to check on those cells down near Jackson. How are they looking like?
They're nothing really significant right now. I'm monitoring them. There's weak rotation, mainly hailers. I'll keep you updated if they get stronger, though.
Okay.
I'd really focus on the one near Cave Spring and those storms near Birmingham. That's my main focus right now.
Yeah.
Those ones getting into the Birmingham area. And I don't know why Birmingham hasn't issued a tornado warning yet. A very intense circulation heading toward Warrior.
Yeah. Right now, they just have a flash flood warning on that, but I do think there's a tornado warning accompanied with that. And like I was saying earlier, especially in an environment like today, pretty much any storm that exists has a potential of rotating. Rain.
Talking a violent tornado as well.
Yeah, just rain showers, literally anything has a potential to produce a tornado. So right now, again, if you are in Warrior, that velocity couplet has really, really intensified since that last scan. There you are. This is about to pass right on over I-65. Let me go ahead and see if Brandon's stream is back up and running. I'm not sure where he is. I think he's out near Ohatchee helping people, helping clean up the damage, because there's some pretty significant damage photos coming in from that storm. There's the Cave Spring storm. Let's actually go to Atlanta. And again, right now, the Cave Spring storm does look relatively broad. The rotation's extremely broad. But again, it could always tighten up as it goes towards Rome. This thing has put down at least 5 or 6 tornadoes since it has developed a couple hours ago. So definitely a storm to continue to watch as we go into the evening hours. Andrew, you got anything to say?
Yeah, that's looking off the Atlanta radar. It's looking more significant now.
Why is this not warned north of Birmingham?
Holy cow, look at that new scan.
Yeah, why is this thing not warned?
They might be waiting for a CT drop, but that's still not a great thing. NROT is nearing 3 or 2. Yeah, it is at 2. Yeah, that's about to drop an intense tornado.
Oh yeah, look at the new scan. Wow. New scan just came in, and if you are on I-65, I'd say go ahead and take shelter. This thing is really intensified. That is a really intense mesocyclone right there. Yeah, definitely.
Oh my gosh, look at that new scan. That's not good. That's very intense.
Also, if you are in Gainesville, you do have what we call a donut hole over you and some strong rotation. So moving up into Clinton and Utah, this is headed over pretty much the same areas as before that got impacted. Moundville is, again, in the path of another tornadic supercell for who knows how many times in the past 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But if you are in Warrior, this thing is looking really, really potent as it moves off towards Lehigh. And state routes. Let's see, State Route 79, it looks like.
Issued a tornado warning for that storm.
Okay, so tornado warning now issued for Lehigh, Trafford, Locust Fork, Nectar, and Cleveland. And Oneota, pretty much all of those. If you are in the Polygon, go ahead and get in your shelter. It now looks like we have multiple cells tracking across Alabama. I would say that Tuscaloosa storm is probably going to go supercellular here in a little bit. But I'd say we have about 4 supercells tracking over this area. And it looks like there are some cells developing out to the west, I would say, about to track into central Tennessee. Do you think it's safe to say we could have another round of cells?
There's another round forming up.
Yeah.
New mesoscale discussion just issued in Tornado Watch 50. Air mass continues to be unstable in front of a broken line of supercell thunderstorms with a air mass with 300 to 400 SRH. This will increase the tornado threat and be potential for strong tornadoes. Okay, thank you.
If you look at KGWX, that storm near Gainesville, it does look like that Gainesville cell has really ramped up in the last couple of scans. It has a nice mesocyclone on it as it moves up towards Utah and Clinton. It also looks like that storm near Cuba and York down south is really starting to get its act together as well as it heads towards the Birmingham radar. Those will come into range here in a little bit. Let's go check on that storm near Forney. And still definitely some broad rotation on it as it moves up towards Rome in Georgia. But right now I would say it needs a little bit more tightening up before it puts down a tornado. Just a very broad mesocyclone right now, but it is starting to get that look if you look at the if you look at that Atlanta radar.
By the way, the new tornado watch includes East Illinois and Central Kentucky, Western and Central Tennessee, Southwestern Indiana.
Let's see. I'm going to try and pull up that new tornado watch if I can. What are the probabilities on it?
I have not seen them yet.
One thing is this low is not as deep as they previously forecasted.
Okay. This low is not as deep. There's still very significant tornadoes with this.
Yeah.
So the primary hazards with this new watch and the cities in it include Seymour, Indiana, Evansville, Indiana, Louisville, Kentucky, Elizabethtown, Kentucky, Bowling Green, Kentucky, Madisonville, Kentucky, Paducah, Kentucky, Clarksville, Tennessee, Nashville, Cookeville, Jackson, Murfreesboro, Shelby, and Carbondale, Illinois. A few tornadoes are likely, scattered hail to lime size likely, and scattered gust up to 75 likely.
There's major clearing and room for cells to develop still out in Mississippi and central Tennessee.
That's what's scaring me. Maybe that area will do worse than what people are expecting it to do.
Because there's still, if you look at satellite, there is, and I'll put that over for stream. If we look at satellite, there's our high risk, and you can see there's definitely some clearing out behind this line of storm. So this is what we're looking at right now, all these supercells. But there is still some clearing out behind and some development where this tornado watch is issued up into central Tennessee, and there's definitely a clearing. And this is where some cellular development could happen, even in central Mississippi, and push off to the east. We could have another round of supercells possible, but we'll just have to see.
Models have been hinting at another round of supercells, or a round of supercells up there, so I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest.
What'd you say?
Models were hinting at another round of supercells up there, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. That storm near Clinton.
I have IE mod up, by the way, too.
That storm near Clinton has really got a mesocyclone going now.
Clinton.
Union.
Alabama?
Yeah, near Union.
Oh. By the way, that Atlanta storm is going nuts.
All right, we'll go check on that. That storm near just northeast of Tuscaloosa looks like it's getting some supercellular characteristics.
Oh yeah, that is for sure becoming super cellular.
Now, it looks like that storm near Union has sort of diminished in its rotation. It had a quick go around, but it does look like that rotation is somewhat diminishing. That doesn't mean the threat is over, though.
New circulation forming on Cleveland, Alabama.
Let's check that storm in Georgia. Yeah, that storm near Rome is really, really going right now. It's really trying to put one down. It doesn't have one down quite yet, I don't think. But it could be down any minute now. I would not be surprised. So 6 Mile, Rome, Mount Berry, and Lindale, you need to be aware that there is a possible tornado coming up towards you. That's located along U.S. Highway 27.
Somebody on Twitter had family get hit by that tornado in what was that? That tornado by Ohachi, I think.
Yeah, I saw someone on Twitter's.
The probs in the new watch are 70-60 tornado, 70-60 wind, and 60-30 hail. So that means you're expecting a few intense to violent tornadoes, numerous damaging wind gusts up to 75 as well.
All right. I think we already had we've already had, I think, 2 EF3 plus tornadoes.
Probably.
All right, let's see. The new tornado watch was just issued for here's that new tornado watch stream. This is for central Tennessee all the way up into southern Indiana and western Kentucky. Let's see. A few tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes likely. So that's what they're expecting.
By the way, rapidly developing supercell in south central Tennessee.
All right, let's go check that out. Yeah, so again, this storm near 6 Mile is continuing to tighten up quite a bit as it goes into Lindale and 6 Mile, and Rome, the Rome area. Let's see what Andrew's talking about.
They're right along the warm front right now. It's not rotating yet, but it's got a lot of hail.
Is that the storm in Mount Pleasant, Columbia, or?
Mount Pleasant.
Now that storm in northern Alabama, northwestern Alabama, just west of Athens, that could become supercellular as well. And those storms out, one in western, are just near the KGWX radar. It looks like there might be some cells going up, as well as just east of the Memphis area. It looks like there's some cells going up as well.
Yeah, not good. Yeah, there are cells going up. And we actually have a tri-line today, which is rare for this part of the United States to get on.
Also, one thing to note is that storm near Clinton, that rotation has significantly picked up. We've got a really broad mesocyclone now. And it's just coming into a range of the Birmingham radar.
Yeah, that's very strong.
And that storm down near Livingston as well looks like it is pretty strong as well. So we got multiple cells marching up towards the Birmingham area. There is still some rotation east of Hayden and up near Locust Fork, so that's something to watch for as well.
Fatality apparently no actually, so we
What'd you say, Andrew?
a death that occurred in Ohachi.
Okay, so there has been a confirmed fate. Is it confirmed?
I Twitter. I'm not sure if it's confirmed yet. But I need to go check that out if it's confirmed yet or not, just to make sure. I'm gonna check that out right now.
What are surface
And
observations
more
look?
people. What are surface observations?
Oh, sorry. What I cut you off. What were you saying?
I'm gonna see if more people start tweeting about it, and then I'll know if it's official. You wanted to know about surface obs, you said?
Yeah.
So currently the instability, the second wave of the supercells is developing. It has anywhere between 1,000 and 2,000 cape. It's got SRH of 200 to 300 to 400, and then there's also dew points in the upper 60s. With the second wave, and
It almost looks like
somebody's on a tornado near Gainesville, Mississippi on Twitter.
oh, that's in Alabama. That's in Alabama.
Yeah, Gainesville, Alabama. They're on that storm. So we should be able to see what happens with it.
Yeah, these are the storms to watch as a low level jet increases. Now Reed Timmer is out there on this storm near Utah, or Otah, or whatever, Clinton.
It's called Utah, and yeah, that's where that person on Twitter, he's on that storm as well. So that's interesting, to say the least.
So these things are really entering a favorable environment for strong to violent tornadoes as they go off into the Birmingham area. And this low level...
Somebody else is reporting a fatality too, so yep, there has been one.
So unfortunately, there's been a reported fatality on that storm near Ohatchee, and that was a large rain-wrapped wedge. And it looks like it was probably a strong to violent tornado as well, based on the damage I've seen.
Oh my god! Look at the new scan with the Clinton storm off the Columbus AFB radar.
Is that KGWX?
Yeah, I think that's the best radar to look at right now. It's only 1,700 feet off the ground, so...
Oh, wow, yeah, very intense rotation near Clinton. And this is going to go towards Moundville, and I think this thing is right on track for Birmingham. I think it might actually be moving into the Tuscaloosa area. I think it's moving right into Tuscaloosa.
That's not good.
Yeah, so this thing is moving right into Tuscaloosa. It might go just east, and then it's going to head up into the Birmingham metro. I think this thing is headed directly for Birmingham. So those folks in Birmingham, you need to be aware of what's coming at you. And if you look at that new scan on the Columbus radar as well, that southern storm moving up into Forkland and Greensboro as well has really, really intensified. So we got two mesocyclones, and these storms are going to be the one to do it. These are our intense afternoon supercells, and these things are going to really interact with that low-level jet.
Okay, nothing yet on IEMBot to notify you about. Looking at that storm near 6 Mile, Georgia, it's looking a lot more strong now. And there's a new tornado warning in South Carolina. This is going to include Chester and some areas over there. I am not going to look at that storm to see if it has anything big rotation-wise right now, but new tornado warning for Greene and Hale County as well in Alabama.
Let's go check on that storm. I'm going to check on that storm out there in South Carolina real quick for you guys and just see if we can cover that. I'm going to let that load in. We're going to go back to that Birmingham cell. So this storm near Clinton really has a mesocyclone going. It also has that donut hole. I think this thing definitely has the best short-term chance of producing, as well as that storm to its south near Forkland. And these will really come into range of the radar. But that new tornado warning is extended for Forkland and Greensboro, and that includes Sawyerville as well. Also, that rotation up north of Birmingham is increasing a little bit near Nectar and Cleveland.
Yeah, that's not good. For the people asking what the tornado count is, I don't know a number right now. I'll say probably something nearing 20 at least.
I'd probably actually put it at like 10.
Oh.
Yeah, convection is really starting to develop east of Memphis.
Oh, I see that. Wow.
Yeah, that Clinton storm really is starting to get a lot of rotation on it. So is that southern storm near Forkland. And those are going to be tracking up towards the Birmingham metro. I'm going to check on those.
Good.
I'm going to check on those storms back in Mississippi, and it looks like those are relatively weak down there in southern Mississippi.
Yeah, mainly a large hail threat with those, but you can't rule out an isolated tornado.
So looking at the storms in South Carolina, I can definitely see why there was a tornado warning issued. Definitely some strong rotation near Whitmire, South Carolina. Definitely want to be on the lookout for a tornado if you are out there. I'm not too sure if there's one on the ground right now, but definitely a strong supercell on that.
Okay. Looks like there's two different circulations in that tornado warning in Georgia, and there's a new tornado warning up there for Adairsville, Kingston, and some areas like that, as that storm is heading into a populated area.
Which one?
That one in Georgia. And you're going to be able to use... Wait, no, you're not able. Never mind. I thought you were going to be able to use the airport radar. Oh, wow, that's a nasty supercell in South Carolina, too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's got a lot of rotation. I'm looking on radar scope right now on my computer because I don't want to switch over to the GR2. Yeah, I see why they warned that. Lots of rotation with that. Something to watch if you live in the areas that have been tornado warned, to make sure you take shelter.
I think if any cell was going to do it, I think it'd be the southern cell. The one near moving up into Tuscaloosa doesn't look as strong in terms of rotation as it did a couple scans ago. That could always obviously change, but it is moving into some pretty rain-cooled air from those storms out ahead of it. So that southern cell will most likely be the one to produce.
Yeah, let's look on that way. Is that the southern one? Well, actually, both of them would probably produce in this environment. With an environment like today, I mean, any storm that goes into the warm sector, like you said earlier, has a chance of a tornado. No confirmed tornadoes on the ground right now, so that's at least a good thing.
Yeah. Definitely.
Now, there are many storm chasers that are on the Falkland, and Union tornado warnings, so we're going to be getting information out of there soon. From anybody who's in that area, unless it's just rain wrapped and you can't even see the darn thing, so...
It does look like that storm moving up into Tuscaloosa has a little less rotation than before. But it could also be just ingesting some inflow and getting going here in a second. But that is moving directly into Tuscaloosa. Which
one's moving directly into Tuscaloosa? Oh, shoot. The northern one? Yeah.
Yeah, so that one is moving directly into Tuscaloosa. Let's take a look at the new scan out there in South Carolina. And yeah, I would say that's mainly broad rotation, probably an more elevated storm out there in South Carolina, but still capable of producing a tornado, I'd say.
New severe warning for the Nashville metro area.
I'm gonna check that
It's
on.
mainly a hail threat over there. Yeah, I'd check it on radar scope because I wouldn't want to move it over to GR2 for just that one cell.
All right, so just coming out of Utah, a heavily rain-wrapped wedge tornado has been reported in Utah, Alabama.
So we got a wedge down there? Okay, so that's a particularly dangerous situation then. Oh, yep, Staz just tweeted that. That's not good. Oh, no.
Yeah, so you can definitely see a tight rotation, and there is your debris ball on correlation coefficient out there in Clinton. This is moving up towards Knoxville, and looks like eventually it will be moving up into the south side of Tuscaloosa and Cottondale. But again, that radar, yeah, it's really intensified over the last couple of scans, and it looks like definitely a debris ball on the ground, or a debris ball on correlation coefficient. And that Forkland cell really, really is looking menacing as well.
Very significant damage earlier in Shelby County near Eagle Point. I'm just looking at some of these pictures on Twitter. It's just not good.
Not at all.
But yeah, Staz did report that 3 fatalities have been reported now and multiple injuries. 3.
From where? Ohatchee?
From Ohatchee, from Calhoun County.
Oh, jeez. That's not good.
God. At least 3. So, well, okay. So we have had a significantly deadly tornado. Let's hope we don't get any more deaths, but I hate to say it, but I think we probably will. I mean, these tornadoes are moving fast. They're very rain-wrapped. And not good.
I think this Forkland cell could easily put down a significant tornado here in the next couple of minutes, honestly. And yeah, there's the debris ball near Clinton. It's really deepened. This is moving up towards Knoxville and Moundville. And you can really see a deepening in that correlation coefficient. I do want to see what it looks like on the KBMX radar.
That Atlanta storm is also starting to tighten with dual rotations. No correlation coefficient drop, thankfully, though.
What's interesting is the KGWX is showing a deep debris ball and correlation coefficient with strong rotation, but the Birmingham radar barely shows anything for that Clinton storm. I
think the Comas radar is the more trusted one because we have a chaser who reported a large wedge tornado.
Yeah, and that Forkland cell is definitely that rotation on that cell is looking very, very ominous right now.
It's got a donut hole and possibly a debris signature, so something to watch there.
Let me check on that KBMX, see what the rotation is looking like north of the city. Not too bad. Again, those cells near Birmingham could always come together. Those ones just west of Birmingham could always come together and create a supercell. Yeah, there's the confirmed tornado near Clinton. Let's check on the cell near Kingston now in Georgia. Definitely some really, really broad rotation and no correlation coefficient on that right now. But again, if you are in those warnings, heed those warnings. Let's see.
Okay, Birmingham has an observed tornado warning now for Greene County. By the way, Jeff Petrowski is saying these are going to be producing catastrophic damage as they come into the Birmingham metro area, and he's not wrong.
Let's just hope these cells don't.
He's getting really worried, and he's out chasing as well, so...
Let's just hope these cells hold off. I'm really interested to see what the northern mode does. Because it looks...
I'm not interested. I'm scared.
I didn't really mean interested, but I'm really wondering what the northern mode's going to do, especially with the tornado watch probabilities that high.
I think the northern mode's gonna drop a few strong, intense, maybe violent, long-lived tornadoes.
In the Birmingham metro?
No, the northern watch.
Ah.
Also, there are severe threats tomorrow, Wednesday, or tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. Saturday and Sunday are looking like the more severe days. But we're not really going to be talking that much about it. I just wanted to briefly touch on it, and the rotation is getting very intense now. Birmingham's okay. Tornado warning observed for hail in Tuscaloosa counties. So there's a new tornado warning for hail in Tuscaloosa counties. Let me get the polygon box up here.
There we go. Look how deep that debris.
This includes Tuscaloosa. So Tuscaloosa, Moundville, Brooklyn, Coling, Buchanan. This would include you guys as a strong to intense tornado is ongoing. I won't be surprised if they up this to a Tor E if this thing keeps on intensifying.
Yeah, that cell near Forkland, I think, will really, really. I think that thing, it's moving right into the areas that were affected earlier today, and that thing is looking absolutely menacing. And you can see a really, really intense mesocyclone on that as well as it comes into range of KBMX. Now the KBMX radar shows that debris signature near Knoxville, but it doesn't show much of a velocity signature. It'll be interesting to see what it shows as that storm comes into the Tuscaloosa area, because right now it is not depicting a very strong velocity signature. I do think those storms west of the metro, that one that is in like North Johns and literally almost on top of the Birmingham area, I think that thing may become discrete eventually and form some sort of a supercell. It is looking like it may become a supercell pretty soon.
By the way, you know somebody in that Twitter group chat, he's in that tornado warning, by the way. That includes Tuscaloosa, so not good.
Reed Timmer just reported a wedge in Utah. That's that Knoxville storm that has been confirmed. And there's that debris signature right there.
So we got a wedge?
Yeah, and it looks like it's crossing over I-59 right now. I'm going to check those storms up in... Oh, wow. Look at that South Carolina cell.
I'm going to look at that on radar scope. Let me just check her out. Is that doing stuff, you said?
It looks like it.
Oh my god. Yeah, that is very intense. If you live within the South Carolina storm, you need to be taking shelter. Very intense supercells riding the warm front over there, and there might even be a tornado on the ground.
I would not be surprised. That is a pretty intense cell, actually. More worried about the storms going into the Birmingham metro, though. The cell tracking up towards Tuscaloosa. There's no rotation really depicted on radar, which is interesting. But that storm down near Forkland right now has a really, really intense circulation depicted on it.
There might even be a CC with that. I wouldn't be surprised to see that soon popping out of that thing. Might be time to start using the Birmingham radar for the cell near for the storm near Knoxville, and it still has a CC drop. I think it's time to switch over to Birmingham, Jake.
Yeah.
1,500, and then this one is 1,000. Yep, it's time to switch over to Birmingham.
Okay.
So we're switching over to the Birmingham radar now. Looks like this thing is weakening just a tad bit, so that's actually no, it's strengthening. Never mind that.
I'm gonna check this. I'm gonna check surface obs. So still 2,500 Cape out in central Mississippi. Definite deeping of the surface low right now. This low-level jet, let's take a look at that. It's really increasing. The low-level jet is now up to over 60 knots in the Birmingham metro area right now. Let's check the helicity. And, oh, wow, there's 750 surface to 3 kilometer storm relative helicity in the Birmingham metro area. Let's check the significant tornado parameter. So it's at a 4. It's at a 4. Tornado on the ground in South Carolina is what someone in the chat is saying.
Let me put my counter over the rotation and then put it. Oh, wow. Ask them what radar that is on. Or I should say what. Oh, yeah, that might actually be a tornado on the ground. Yeah, that's a very vigorous tornado. Or supercell, excuse me.
Yeah, this Falkland cell is really going to do it to Andrew. Look at that. Look at that donut on it. I also think that Knoxville cell is starting to get a little more rotation as it enters the Tuscaloosa area.
Oh, wow, that Falkland cell is going to do it.
That Falkland cell is really, really going to do it.
So somebody's home in Eagles Point is completely gone.
Where in Eagles Point?
Yeah.
Oh, geez. I think those storms literally sitting over Birmingham right now, I think that's going to become supercellular. They're all merging together into.
Yeah, they're all starting to push together.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely becoming supercellular. That storm near Falkland's really starting to dominate. It looks like it could merge with that northern cell, I think.
Oh, the Knoxville rotation is increasing again.
Oh, yeah, it definitely is. I think this Falkland tornado, if any tornado is going to drop a long track, violent, intense tornado, I think it would be this one near Falkland right now.
We've already had it in this long track.
I know, but I think this has the best chance of being the strongest tornado of the day, or the strongest cell of the day. This one near Greensboro, moving up towards Sawyersville. So if you are in this warning near Sawyersville or Greensboro, I would go ahead and get in shelter right now. Centerville, you need to be aware as well. This is coming up towards you. If you are north of the Birmingham metro, it looks like this thing is really starting to get going as well. It looks like this thing is becoming somewhat of a supercell just west of Birmingham. Tuscaloosa.
H-R is now showing its second round of supercells forming over the same area.
What is?
H-R.
Are you serious?
It's literally showing several rounds of supercells just slamming into the Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi region.
I'm going to look at that.
I know you shouldn't look at models the day of events, but a lot of people are talking about it. Oh, no. Birmingham just put a report on IMBot. Broadcast media reports a tornado at 1:42 p.m. Substantial damage to property and homes in the city of Ohatchee. Media reports multiple fatalities, so we could be talking about more than 3.
Oh, jeez.
So, that's not good.
No. Also, one thing to note is I am looking at satellite. Andrew, go on my stream real quick and I'll show you. For those of you...
I'm on your stream right now.
Okay. So, this is a live look at our satellite. And it looks like we may have another round of storms developing out behind this. You can see this line out here. And there's 2,500 cape out there, and plenty of stuff to get storms fired. Plus, there's a huge region where destabilization is being allowed to occur, considering the complete lack of storm coverage out here and cloud cover. So the sun's been beating down
Oh
on
my
that area for a
gosh.
while.
Mississippi is so clear in west central Alabama.
Yeah. So that
Whoa.
area is right over the high risk. The high risk is really now starting to get warmed up, I think. And I think we could see some cellular development out there. And that storm near
Oh.
Sawyerville is now getting really, really nasty. They dropped the tornado warning for that storm moving into Tuscaloosa, as I think they should. But that storm near Birmingham right now is really starting to look super cellular, and it's starting to really get an inflow notch near Hueytown, just west of Birmingham. Very linear right now, but that thing is definitely starting
Tornado
to.
by Tuscaloosa is no longer on the ground or has a tornado warning.
Yeah, so I think that storm near Forkland is really. Also, Andrew, look at that storm, or look at the storm, or what now looks like a supercell west of Birmingham. That's in an
Oh god.
environment with stream. If I pull you over,
Oh gosh, yeah, definitely looks like a large supercell brewing up.
yeah, if I pull you on over to the SPC mesoscale analysis, the surface 3 kilometer helicity, that's a spin in the atmosphere. It's up to 700 right over Birmingham, just a complete bullseye over Birmingham. So as these cells track into this area, we're gonna have some real issues, and we have the potential for some violent tornadoes in the next few probably next few hours, I would say. I don't think this threat is even close to being over right now.
Oh my gosh, look at the new scan. There is outbound, there is inflow with the tornado warning. Your force wind of 127 miles per hour or higher.
Oh my. We will probably see some footage of that tornado near Utah come in. And look at the, oh my gosh, look at the donut on that. Someone said they can barely hear Andrew. Andrew, talk?
Hello?
Okay, I'll turn him up a little more. There we go. You
By
should
the
be.
way, there's supercells forming in northwestern and Mississippi. Somebody's on those storms.
Okay. Northwestern Mississippi?
Yeah, but I wouldn't worry about that right now. I'd really worry about the storms now, man.
Okay. Yeah, it does look like another round of cells could be developing out there. That's a little worrying. But we'll focus on the cells in Birmingham. It looks like the yeah, that cell. I think that thing. First of all, this convection in Birmingham is starting to become very supercellular like, and I think if you look at it, Andrew, there's insane inflow shooting into Hueytown. So if you are
There's a
in
debris signature now. I think it's on the ground.
yeah, if you are in Fultondale, Birmingham, Sylvan Springs, Fairfield, Hueytown, beware. I think there could be a tornado touching down just west of the Birmingham metro. Now, if you are in Sawyersville, this is also headed towards you. It looks like there might be a debris signature on that. Andrew, go.
Yeah, strong tornado likely ongoing.
Here, Andrew, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Make sure our just talk and give them updates.
Okay. Okay, so currently, there is a very significant velocity signature that is near Sawyersville, Alabama, with a donut hole and a correlation coefficient drop, so we likely have a strong tornado ongoing there. We have a weak rotation near Moundsville, Alabama, as there was a strong tornado with that storm. We have an organizing supercell near Hueytown, Alabama, north of Birmingham. We also have a tornado warning. This is in effect for Cartersville, Oakland Heights, and Kingston, Georgia. We also have a tornado warning that is in effect for Chester, Eureka Mill, um, Harsla, and Whitmire, South Carolina. Um, the most significant storm out of all of them is in Alabama. There are severe thunderstorm warnings as well in effect in near Nashville for a supercell thunderstorm that is not got any rotation on it, thank goodness, but it's got very large hail with it. We also have significant supercell thunderstorms starting to develop in northwest and northern Mississippi as a second round is happening. We have many shrimp supercell, near Selmer with some weak rotation. And we also have a couple of tornado watches that are ongoing, so yeah.
That may be one of the most pronounced viewers I've ever seen. So if you are in Sawyersville, I apologize.
Yeah.
This thing is probably
It's
putting down
on the ground too. It's got a CC.
Yeah, this thing is probably putting down a really intense tornado right now. This is probably the most intense tornado of the day. This is going to move up towards Centerville as well. I would not be surprised if this thing is strong to violent. Also, if you live near Hueytown, Andrew, look at the cell near west of Birmingham. That thing is really getting an inflow
Yeah, I was
notch.
talking about that while you were gone. It's wrapping up and really starting to go.
This is heading right into the center of Birmingham, and this has supercellular characteristics. I would not be surprised if this thing drops a tornado as well.
By the way, Staz is on that tornado in Greensboro, and he says there's a very strong tornado on the ground.
Oh, jeez. The one thing to note is there's 700 storm 0 to 3 kilometer. This one is a monster northwest of Greensboro. Oh no. There's 700 M2S2 0 to 3 kilometer storm relative helicity, which is extreme. That means these storms are going to be spinning. I have to take some radar screenshots of this. This is incredible. This is truly one of the most intense viewers I've ever seen.
Yeah, this is not good. That inflow is at maximum capacity.
And that storm near in the Birmingham metro, I can't ignore that. That is really tightening up. I really think this thing could drop a Sig Tor in Birmingham as well. And wow, look at that newest couplet. Holy cow. This thing's a monster.
By the way, this is heading right toward Greensboro in Sawyersville. Actually, no, it's heading right toward Greensboro. Yep.
Holy crap. Yeah, so if you're in Centersville or anywhere in the path of this supercell, you need to be underground or in the centermost part of your house with a helmet, anything. Also, I need to turn the camera on. But this is a very, very, very serious situation. I can't stress it enough. And I wish I could have a live stream, or like a live stream of a storm chaser on this one. But he's out in Ohatchee where there's been 3 fatalities. And reports of a violent tornado approaching Greensboro right now. And this is about as strong as it gets when it comes to velocity signatures. Let's just go ahead and take some velocities. And I got about 160 knots delta velocity right now, Andrew.
Oh, cow.
And that is a deep, deep correlation coefficient right there.
Oh, yep. Violent tornado ongoing. This is going to go Tor E or PDS soon. This is going to have to.
This is...
This
wow,
is
they're so strong they
structures,
can't even
impacting
register
light.
right now. And One thing I need to mention is this thing is completely discreet. There's nothing ahead of it. This thing will be long track. This thing could be on the ground for miles. Also, if you are in the Birmingham metro, that thing has surging inflow. I think a significant tornado could be about to be underway, moving right into Birmingham. I would not be surprised.
Oh my gosh, look at that new scan. Yeah, they're so strong it's not registering. The last time I saw something like this was Bassfield. Literally.
I mean, this is probably one of the strongest tornado. This is probably the strongest tornado of the year so far, and I'm not exaggerating. This thing could this is definitely a potentially devastating tornado. So this is going to be long track. I don't want to say it, but
Okay, PDS tornado warning. PDS tornado warning.
PDS now.
Yep, PDS tornado warning has been issued, and oh my god, look at the CC drop. Oh no. Debris ball on reflectivity. Debris ball on reflectivity.
Oh geez. So this is a very, very serious situation. This thing probably has a nasty, nasty mesocyclone with a damaging tornado in the middle. This thing is also going to be rain wrapped. You can see this is not a low precipitation supercell. This is also traveling through wooded areas. You will not see this storm unless it's right on top of you. And you can see on reflectivity, there is your debris ball. This is a monster, absolute monster. And right now, I'm getting 160 knots delta velocity. It's probably a little stronger considering it can't even register.
Yellow TVS.
And that storm in the Birmingham metro, I would not be surprised if it drops a tornado as well. I really wouldn't. The inflow is surging in that storm as well. And this is just live tornado count by state. Right now, I'm not too sure.
I'd probably say there's something like 20 tornadoes or so right now that we've had happen, but we're trying to focus on this very violent tornado heading toward Greensboro, Alabama.
And this is also going to eventually move up towards Centerville, and this will be impacting the southern half. This is moving up towards the areas that were affected earlier. So Alabaster, Pelham, this is moving directly towards you. Areas that were affected earlier today are in the direct path again for these storms. So again, this is a very, very serious situation. And it's very concerning as well. I mean, this is about as violent as it gets, guys. And this is the debris ball right here.
My God, this is a debris ball off the Columbus AFB radar on reflectivity too. Yep, very violent tornado ongoing.
And I'm taking a slice of this right now, see if we can get an accurate depiction of how the debris ball right now.
Oh my God, look at the new scan. Look at how deep the TDS is.
Let's go ahead. Let's just go.
169 knots. 169 knot gate-to-gate velocity.
Now a yellow TVS also on the Birmingham cell as well. Holy cow. I mean, this thing is barely even able to register, but 168 knot delta velocity. This is well into the violent range, guys, in terms of delta velocity. And this thing is, this is not a good situation. And according to as exactly worded by James Spann, that's bad. That's what he just said on his live stream. So you know this is a serious situation when that's the wording coming out of James Spann's mouth. And this is going just north of Greensboro. Thank God it didn't hit the city, but it is still probably affecting populated areas right now. And this is one of the deepest debris balls I've ever seen on radar in terms of looking at radar scope. And also, you can't keep your eyes off of the cell that's moving just inside of the Birmingham metro over towards Irondale. This thing could touch down right in the Birmingham metro area. We could have two potentially significant tornadoes about to be ongoing. This tornado, I'd say, is very Bassfield-esque right now.
Oh my God, this is got to be one of the New tornado warning for Centerville, Alabama. This is a PDS tornado warning. Particularly dangerous situation if you live in Centerville, Greensboro, Sayreville, West Blockton, Marvel, Ashley, and Elon. You need to be taking your tornado precautions now.
Let me get a storm track on this, actually, for those of you who may be in the path. And if you are in the path of this thing, there's only one thing I can say, and that's going to be either get the heck out of the way of this or just try and find somewhere you can go underground, because other than that, this thing could be unsurvivable if you are above ground. And this, on its current track, is headed directly into the center of Centerville. This thing is going to be long track. This thing is showing no signs of stopping. And this thing could make it all the way into what looks like Alabaster. And this is, Andrew, another thing to note is this is on its current track. It is going right over the KBMX radar.
Oh no! So that means like James Spann and them are all going to be getting affected because James Spann has his house near that area, and he also has his radar, and his office. His news office is literally sitting in Alabaster.
Yeah, so this is going to go just south of Alabaster. And that storm near the Birmingham Metro, it is also starting to really, really wrap up right now. But this cell is something else right now. And wow, look at that newest scan. This thing is incredible. This is an incredible, incredible tornado right now.
I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
Yeah, this is crazy. Let's get some velocities on this real quick. And this thing is a monster. This reminds me of when I was a boy and I was witness to May 3rd, 1999, the strongest tornado on record, which redefined the scale. Yeah. We could be seeing an end to the hiatus. Yeah. So right now, 165 mile an hour delta velocity, I believe that is. And this thing is just, that is a deep debris ball. This is probably a wedge. It's probably really, really violent. I would expect this thing to be very, very violent. And this thing is gonna be long track, ladies and gentlemen. This is literally gonna be on the ground for probably miles. And this thing is moving at around 45 miles an hour as well. And even if you are in Birmingham, this cell up near Center Point now, this is just near Fultondale, just north of the Birmingham Metro. This storm is looking quite significant as well. This thing's really wrapping up, and that thing is becoming a supercell as well. And these supercells will be long track. Oh my gosh, newest velocity come in.
Look at the new scan. Very violent.
Very, very violent.
Also, a tornado is likely going to be occurring on Birmingham soon. So
Yeah.
velocity is really, really tightening up.
Right in the Birmingham metro area. Yeah, the velocities are really tightening up in Birmingham. The inflow is surging. Yeah, I would be surprised if we didn't have a tornado near. And one thing is this
Damage, by the way, major damage in Greensboro.
Oh no. This storm near Fultondale right now. This is about to cross over the path of the tornado from earlier this year in January. This is not good. This thing, again, is on current path directly for the radar. This is headed directly at the radar and directly into Centerville. And I don't see this tornado lifting for another at least 25 miles, in my personal opinion. This thing will be on the ground for a while. Just in 200 mile per hour plus gate to gate shear on this thing. And the newest velocity couplet is just absolutely unreal. It's just absolutely unreal. You don't see velocities this violent unless it's, again, a violent tornado. I think they should probably go tornado emergency on this, considering it is moving up towards the Birmingham Metro. This is going to move right through Centerville. Centerville was impacted by the April 27th tornado. This is moving right at them. And this newest gate-to-gate velocity, let's see.
Tori.
Did they just go
This is
tornado?
my first tornado emergency I've ever tracked on GR2.
All right, and that Birmingham cell also is really, really tightening up. I can't stress enough. We probably have 2 very significant tornadoes ongoing at once here in a second.
Okay, this is a very violent situation. If you live in any of these towns I'm calling out now, take shelter. Greensboro. Actually, if you're in Greensboro and you haven't taken shelter yet, you're done. But if you live in the Greensboro area, south of Moundville, Centerville.
Oh, Andrew,
West Blumpton-
I have a photo of the Greensboro tornado. It's a wedge.
Can I see it?
I'm pulling it up on stream. So this is a photo of the Greensboro tornado ongoing right now. You can see that is over a mile wide. That is likely a violent, intense tornado. That is your tornado right there. That's the outline. And I don't know how to put this in any other words, but this is a violent situation. This is probably a very violent tornado. I've tracked a couple violent tornadoes on this channel, and this definitely rivals Bassfield of last year.
This is the most violent tornado I've tracked on GR2.
And this thing is now a tornado emergency. This is nothing to mess around with. And even the new scan, the velocities are just absolutely unreal. And this thing is showing no signs of lifting. This is headed right towards KBMX. And if this thing doesn't lift, we could have that radar wiped out and be out of luck. We would have no other way of tracking this storm as it moves off towards the east.
I think they're gonna extend the Tori, by the way.
Oh yeah, I think it just hit something.
It did? Oh no. Somebody's got a massive, by the way, Max Olson got a massive wedge tornado.
Where's that?
Greensboro.
I think the Birmingham cell's doing it right now. Or about to do it. So one good thing is it looks like this storm, the velocity scans are weakening a little bit, but this thing is still very much on the ground.
The CC is extremely deep. Oh my god. There's a debris ball on reflectivity again, too.
Yeah, this thing is headed right towards KBMX and Centerville. And if this
what, Jake? You know why the velocities are weakening? It's getting closer to the radar.
Yeah, you can see it's definitely getting more, it's getting more defined. You can really see where the velocities are. You can really see where exactly the tornado is.
It's not weakening, it's just that it's getting closer to the radar, so we're getting a better look at it. That Birmingham storm is weakening a little bit, thank the Lord.
Oh my gosh, did you see the Max Olson picture?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. And by the way, it strengthened with the new scan, 150 knots, gate to gate.
So this is a live look at the Greensboro tornado. That is a massive wedge tornado right there. That thing is large, and I'm going to say it, this is probably a violent tornado. I would be absolutely surprised if this thing wasn't violent. It's a large wedge tornado on the ground, and this is what they were talking about with this environment. It's very rare to have an environment like we have in place today. Now, we didn't get as many supercells as we initially thought we would. But again, this is incredibly violent. And again, if you are near Irondale, Trussville, Moody, up just north of Birmingham, it looks like a tornado could be touching down in that area right now as we speak.
Apparently, houses have been flattened in Greensboro.
Oh, geez. Okay, so this tornado emergency has been extended. And this is just, I mean, this thing has been long track, and it's following the exact track of my storm track, and on this track it is headed right for Centerville and the KBMX radar. And if this wipes out the radar, I mean, we'll be out of luck for the rest of the night. You won't really, this thing has the potential to cycle and cycle. This thing could have tornadoes on the ground all the way throughout Alabama tonight. So, I mean, we really are counting on this radar to stay up, and we really need it. It does look like the CC is weakening a bit, but the velocities are still very much present on this storm. And the
velocities are strengthening.
Look at the velocities near Irondale. So the new tornado warning issued for Trussville and points south of Center Point.
Oh my God, that's about to go violent.
And this thing's about to become a really, really intense tornado. Inflow is really surging on this thing. And this thing has become really discreet as well. Now, one thing to note is that that cell north of Birmingham is actually in a stronger sheared environment right now. So we'll see how everything plays out. But right now we have a very intense situation.
SPC just issued a mesoscale discussion just for these two storms. Intense tornado corridor ongoing / expected over the next 1 to 2 hours.
We really can't have this take out KBMX.
This is aimed right toward the radar. Crap. Birmingham, not good. Oh, this is the type of stuff that we were expecting today.
And I think this cell over Birmingham right now is going to do it. I really think it's going to do it.
That's probably going to go toward E if it drops. By the way, the debris is ejecting very far. And the Sayreville the Sayreville tornado, by the way, it has a EF4 plus signature on radar. So,
are you looking at that? Oh Jesus, EF4 plus.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God, the new scan, the velocities are so strong they're not even registering.
The center point velocities are increasing as well. And this thing is directly on track for KBMX and might miss it by a couple miles.
Birmingham storm is going nuts. That's about to drop a tornado.
Yeah, the Birmingham cell is about to drop a significant tornado as well. Oh my gosh, look at the newest scan. Look at the convergence on that. That thing's about to go crazy. Yeah, so if you are in Trussville, this is in a very populated area as well. If you are in Trussville and Irondale and even Center Point, this is similar to the track it took on January 23rd, I believe, of this year.
It was the 25th, I believe.
The 25th?
I think something like that, yeah.
All right, and here is the newest mesoscale discussion as well. Let me pull this on over for you guys. An intense tornadic supercell located over Hale County is expected to move northeast 0 to 1 kilometer SRH at 600. So given the very moist and strongly sheared environment, expecting a long track, intense EF3 plus and potentially violent tornado continue northeast and reach the I-65 corridor over the next hour or so. And oh my God, look at the new Birmingham. Look at the new Birmingham. Look at the new Birmingham scan. If you are in Irondale,
oh, that's on the ground. That's about to drop. That's about to drop. Oh no 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 no.
If you are in Trussville or Irondale, go ahead and get in your shelter now. They're going to go tornado emergency on that as well. The storm down near Centerville as well has also, looks like it's intensified further, and it's hitting things as well. But again, if you are in Trussville, this is a serious situation. This thing is about to drop an intense tornado, and this velocity looks pretty similar to the one we're dealing with down south. So please get in your shelter if you are in that area. We now have a
Tornado
yellow.
observed for Jefferson County, not PDS yet. They're not PDSing it or tor'ing it yet.
If this thing takes out the radar, Andrew, this area is screwed. It is right on track for the radar as well. Actually, it is moving south of its original track.
Oh my god, look at the new velocity scan. The inbounds are so strong they can't register. Oh my god.
This is pretty historic what we're witnessing right now. And this is in the suburbs that it's forming. And Trussville, new velocity came in, and there's our correlation coefficient. So there is now a tornado observed, and this is moving over the interstate right now, I-59, and this is about to track into some neighborhoods near Trussville. This is south of Center Point right now, and this thing also is
oh
not
my
showing
god, that's a violent tornado.
Yeah, this thing is not showing any signs of stopping anytime soon. So now we have two intense tornadoes on the ground right now, both of which are hitting structures and could be potentially strong to violent tornadoes as well. So this is about as bad as it gets, and I think at this point all we can say is we're just glad that this was all that happened. I mean, this was, if supercells were really widespread right now, we'd be dealing with an even more intense tornado.
Speaking of supercells, we have some in Mississippi that are about to get into Alabama, and we have more that are forming in Tennessee and Mississippi. So we're not over yet.
We are not over yet.
Areas that have been hit earlier, you have a very high shot of getting hit again.
Brent, you are in the immediate path of this as well.
Yeah, not good. I'm genuinely scared about what could happen.
There's also some cells forming out behind in Mississippi as well that are going to track into these areas if you look on radar, Andrew. And back in Mississippi as well, it looks like a round of cells are developing and tracking into central Tennessee right now, and those things look very intense, and they're already...
Red TVS in Birmingham, violent tornado.
Oh, wow. Okay, the tornado, this is moving into Trussville. This is probably, this is almost guaranteed to be a wedge at this point, I believe. I mean, this is intense. That's about as strong as it gets, and wow.
Very rare to see a red TVS. It doesn't happen often, so take this very seriously.
Andrew,
it's even rare to see.
I called that, dude. Oh my gosh. Someone said Span is rolling up his sleeves. There is two ongoing, potentially intense to violent tornadoes in Alabama right now. And that southern cell is still on the ground, and this is moving into Southernville. Dude, this still has a extremely strong velocity couplet, and this thing is not showing any signs of stopping anytime soon.
Debris ball with the new scan. Debris ball with the new scan on reflectivity.
Good thing, Andrew, is this is moving. This is coming towards a more southern track, so it looks like it may miss Centerville. It looks like it may miss the center of Centerville, and it looks like it might not hit KBMX.
By the way, the tornado is about to hit Trussville. The violent tornado, yeah, it's heading right toward Trussville. About to hit it. Waiting for that new velocity scan coming in 2 seconds. Tor E has been kind of shifted around a little bit. Tornado possible for the K for the.
I think they're gonna issue they might issue a tornado emergency for that cell east of Birmingham. We do have to watch for that northern mode because there are some cells going up in west or just in eastern Mississippi and in central Tennessee. There's some cells going up as well, and that cell near Trussville, dude. That inflow is surging. I mean, really surging. But I still think this storm near Centerville is the storm of the day. This thing is still violent. And we just gotta hope this hits no structures because
it's already hit structures.
I mean, as it continues, because as it's coming into view, that is that is about the most intense hook echo that's one of the most intense hook echoes I've ever seen besides Bassfield.
Oh.
And one thing to note is this
new tornado warning has been issued for Asheville going up toward Gadsden.
they're really extending this. And one thing to note about this tornado in Centerville is that thing is so focused. This is probably a really intense tornado. And we're not really getting any photos right now of this thing because of how fast it's moving. But this debris ball is really... It may have actually... This may be another tornado, Andrew. I don't know if it's still the same tornado, but this thing is violent. And wow. I mean, this is just incredible. I'm honestly lost for words right now. This is very, very similar to what happened on Easter. Now, that storm near Trussville, it actually has that really intense rotation weakened that really intense couplet where it was really, really focused has weakened, but it has become more broad, and it's now starting to get another surge of inflow, and I think this thing really, really is about to get going right over Trussville. That thing has broadened out quite a bit, and I think it may drop a wedge as it heads towards Ragland and Asheville.
Reach strengthened?
Yeah, they're starting.
Oh, wait.
It's starting to become a donut.
Yeah, there's
oh my gosh, dude! Look at the storm moving into Centerville right now. That thing has absolutely strengthened. It has strengthened again. If you are in Centerville, or Brent, you need to be underground as this storm comes towards you. There's no other way. There's no other way to put it. You need to have a helmet, a way to get warnings, and even have something that can make noise, because if these storms hit you, it will collapse your house. And when that house is, you need some way to have people recognize that you're in the home. Avoid windows, and if you are in a mobile home, I know there's quite a bit of mobile homes out in this area, get out of the way. This is moving.
Oh my god.
Luckily, this is moving south of the Birmingham radar, so it looks like we'll be spared. But again, it looks like there's two potentially, what could potentially drop violent tornadoes ongoing, and that storm moving into Centerville right now has re-strengthened.
157 knot gate to gate.
It's re-strengthened, and it is moving directly into Centerville, and this could be a very, very violent tornado. I'm gonna say it's probably our first violent tornado of the year. And
we might have had a violent one earlier too.
That is true. We may have had a violent tornado.
A couple of them.
Ohatchee.
And those other ones that hit Birmingham too, they could have been violent. So we really don't know until more damage and damage surveys come out to see what real damage is. But right now we are mainly focused on this ongoing catastrophic tornado. Possible tornado damage in Jefferson County. Trees uprooted.
I mean, this thing has very similar structure to Bassfield.
Yeah, people on Twitter were comparing it to Bassfield. New scan, velocities are so strong they cannot be registered. Just look at that, man.
All right, the cell near Birmingham is looking a little less threatening, but the one near Centerville, this thing is it is continuing to... It almost looks like it's getting another surge of inflow. This thing may be on the ground for a while. And this is tracking...
It's been on the ground since...
This is tracking directly...
It's been on the ground since, like, Livingston, right?
This has been on the ground since Greensboro, or Sayersville, I believe.
No, it was on the ground by Livingston, I believe. In north of Demopolis. So it's tracked already a good 50 miles or so.
So at this point, it is looking like it is headed right towards Centerville and Brent. We're
Picking up
hoping,
more debris.
huh?
Picking up more debris.
I'm really nervous to see the damage this thing has caused. Brandon Kopik is less than 15 minutes away from gaining visual, so we're going to go back to Brandon's stream.
James Spann just yelled, by the way.
What did he say?
He yelled, "Take cover" or something like that.
And this is the storm north of Birmingham is also moving off.
Oh
And this thing,
my God! Somebody on Twitter is at the damage in Greensboro. Trees are knocked down, snapped, and this house is completely gone.
let me go to Brandon Kopik has a stream up. And I am going to. Oh my gosh, dude! The scan on the tornado moving towards Centerville has literally increased. It is getting stronger.
Oh, that's the most violent signature I've ever seen. That has to be. And it's getting a surge of inflow too. Oh my God.
Oh my gosh, this thing is. Wow, I don't know what to say. Yeah, this is a violent. If I've ever seen a violent tornado, this is it. And let me pull up Brandon's stream. I'm gonna have this on stream. Brandon is on his way. Let's go to this chaser scene. There we go. We're gonna one panel this because you're now gonna see my face as well. And Brandon up in the right hand corner. This is definitely one of the most violent signatures I've ever seen on radar. And the debris ball is deepening. It's headed right. It looks like it may pass just south of Centerville or right. It looks like
hit Centerville.
It's going right into Centerville right now. It just took a turn left. This thing is headed right into Centerville, and I'd argue this is probably
4 deaths in Ohatchee now.
They're reporting more deaths in Ohatchee.
Yeah.
So Brandon's stream is really lagging out, but this thing is really. Oh my gosh! Look at the new velocity scan as it heads into Brent.
I haven't seen it yet.
160-mile delta velocity. It increased. This debris ball is getting wider, and this thing is headed right into Brent and Centerville. This thing is taking a turn to the left, and it is going right into Brent and Centerville. And we're about to have a Andrew, if you want to watch my stream, Brandon Kopik's about to get a visual.
Yeah, I know everybody's so focused on that southern tornado warning, but we have a rotation that's increasing with inflow surging near Springville, Alabama with the northern one. And oh my God, that new velocity scan.
I am getting very oh my gosh, this Brent tornado this thing is still getting inflow into it. That northern cell has some inflow ramping into it. I think the northern cell is in more of a rain-cooled environment. So this southern cell I really think is a cell this thing's gonna be long track. I think I'm gonna go ahead and say this thing could probably track over 100 miles on the ground easily.
It's probably already been over 60. This might miss Centerville. Let's see, though. Actually, no, it's not. It's taking more of a left turn this time.
Is this thing still on the ground? It doesn't... The latest scan, I can't tell.
It's still on the ground.
Okay, the latest scan, I can't tell if it's strengthening or weakening.
Yeah, the velocities are so strong, they're not even rendering.
That means you have to go to radar scope. I really wish Brandon's stream is really bugging out right now.
Oh my God, look at radar scope. It's nuts. 128 on 105, 240 mile per hour delta velocity.
245-mile gate to gate.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're probably. Oh, Andrew, look at my stream. Brandon's about to get a visual. So those of you who are on the stream, you guys might see a violent tornado come into visual pretty soon here.
Birmingham cancels tornado warning for Jefferson. Let me check your stream. Oh, shoot. Yeah, he's about to get a visual.
Oh, that storm northeast of Birmingham is really starting to rotate again.
Yeah,
it's getting a surge of inflow. I think we did have a tornado near Trussville though.
No, I think the National Weather Service even thought that was
they've extended the warning all the way out to Talladega Springs and Wilsonville. They've extended it out a long way. Oh my gosh, look at the newest scan. Look at the newest scan on GR2. That is violent. That is violent, moving right into Centerville. Let's get this gate to gate real quick. 164 knot delta velocity. So this is the tornado we're dealing with. And this thing is really showing no signs of stopping as it enters the Centerville area. And oh my gosh, the northern storm near Odenville and Wattsville, that thing is really intensifying, getting pretty nasty itself as well. So Asheville, Ragland, Odenville, Branchville, you need to be in your shelters. You can see Brandon up in the right-hand corner is headed right towards this storm. And this thing's really about to affect some extremely populated areas. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Radar scope.
This is... Oh my god, look at radar scope.
138 on 48, so this is around 200 miles an hour. This is around 200 miles an hour.
Looks like it might be trying to recycle.
I think this thing will be recycling. This thing will cycle for a while. This thing could put down multiple violent tornadoes, Andrew. I have no... And the latest scan just came in, and it is still on the ground. It's moving south of... It looks like it's moving south of Centerville right now. But I think it is re-intensifying. I think this thing's about to put... I think it might put down a stronger tornado. It might put down another stronger tornado. This thing's really re-intensifying. I'm going to check on the convection out west. Alright, so cells are starting to get going and firing up in the other tornado watch. And we do have some rotating storms headed towards central Tennessee right now. And we also do have some storms, some other cells developing southwest of the Birmingham metro as well.
Yeah, I can see that.
I mean, this is about as bad as it gets.
This might be starting to lift, thank the Lord.
This thing will recycle, though, I have no doubt. Oh, the cell up north is it's really starting to. Oh no, Andrew, it strengthened. It strengthened. It strengthened.
No, yep, it's recycling as we speak, and it still has a strong tornado on the ground. Oh my god, it's going right over Brent too. Oh my god. Centerville's about to get destroyed.
Oh my gosh.
And Brent. Oh my god.
This thing could be on the ground for easily over an hour.
It's already been on the ground for probably nearly 30, 40, maybe an hour.
Brandon's coming into I think Brandon's about to get a good view of this thing. Major positive lightning strike on his stream. And this is incredible, guys. And I think this thing literally just strengthened once more.
Oh no, no question it didn't. No question it strengthened. By the way, somebody's near the tornado. By the way, I have his stream.
Oh, this thing's really strengthening, dude. There's getting a surge of inflow right over top of Brent.
They had a tornado cross in front of them.
We're barely getting any pictures of this thing, but
it's hitting downtown Brent. Downtown Brent is getting hit now.
Oh no. Oh no. I don't want to see the damage. I don't want to see the damage. I actually don't want to see the damage. Oh my god. Oh, it intensified again. This debris ball has gotten... Oh my gosh. It got worse. It got worse. It intensified. Andrew, it got worse. There's no question this is a violent tornado going on. And this is about to cross right into Centerville, guys. It's about to cross right into Centerville.
150 knot gate to gate.
I think at the surface, this thing is probably violent.
A 150-mile-per-hour gate to gate on radar, or 260-mile-per-hour gate to gate on radar scope.
260?
Yeah.
Oh,
You heard me.
It moved over Andrew, it went over a prison.
It went over what?
It went over a prison.
Oh no.
I think it may have taken a northern turn into Centerville. Oh, yeah, I think it took a northern turn into Centerville.
Oh my god, yeah, it did. Look at how deep the debris ball is. Oh my god.
Oh, this hit something. This hit something big. Oh, Brandon Kopik has it on his stream, I think. I think it's coming into view. It needs to clear up. It's really, really grainy right now, but I think he has a massive wedge on the ground right now. Oh, the debris ball deepened. This is going over homes. Oh my gosh, look at the velocity couplet. Andrew, look at the velocity couplet on that.
By the way, somebody's got a very sculpted updraft in northern Mississippi, and oh my god, look at that velocity. It's recycling as we speak on the town.
It's deepening. It is deepening.
Oh my god, look at how large that wall cloud is on Brandon's stream.
I think that thing might be the whole tornado.
That whole thing might be the tornado?
I think that might be the I think he's looking right at the tornado. Wow, this is incredible, guys.
This is historic.
I mean, this is historic. Oh, it just went over town. It just went over town. Look at that debris ball now. Oh, this thing's getting bigger, Andrew. This thing is getting bigger. That is not good. That is probably the most defined hook echo I've ever seen on radar. Oh, I think this thing's taking a northern turn and heading up towards the Birmingham radar.
Oh my god.
Wow.
This hit center directly on.
Yeah, this is about as bad as it gets, guys. 150 knot inbound velocities. That 150 knots of inflow. Brandon's stream is not updating, but oh my gosh, has this just moved over the town of Centerville? I
Radar
want to.
scope, you want to know the velocities on there? 100 and
Oh my gosh,
40,
look at the new scan. Look at the new scan on radar
142
scope.
on 40. Oh my god, look at the new scan. That's a deep, deep, deep debris ball. That's the deepest debris ball you can get. They're gonna extend that, Tori, no question.
I think it missed Centerville. It missed town.
It probably hit some places in town still.
Oh my gosh, dude, this velocity signature is violent. This is violent.
We already know it's violent. It's been violent for like the past hour now, Jake.
I know.
Look at that new CC. This is a very wide wedge tornado now with the new scan. Holy cow! Widened out a ton.
I would not be surprised if this is over a mile wide. This is probably over a mile wide. And Brandon's thing went offline. My guess is it probably took out town. Is my guess. And this thing has strengthened again.
Sun is out in southern Indiana and southern Illinois and northern Kentucky. Not good for that area.
Okay, this thing is headed towards Ashby and quick. Calera, this is also headed towards you.
New scan. Oh my god.
This thing is Andrew, this is becoming like a major wedge right now.
Very, very wide tornado headed toward the radar.
Oh, this thing is really intensified. Holy crap.
New Tori just got issued.
I'm getting really, really nervous right now.
This is the worst tornado I've ever tracked.
Dude, I hate to say it, but this might be more intense than Bassfield. This might be more intense than Bassfield.
This might actually be more intense than Bassfield.
Wow. With the new velocities, dude. I'm on radar scope. Let me take an inbound outbound.
50 inbound or 50 outbound, 150 out. Oh my god.
141 in, 50 out. So we're dealing with almost 200 miles an hour gate to gate on this thing. Has this thing lifted or has it been on the ground this entire time, do you think?
It's been on the ground the entire time.
I just hope this isn't taking a northern turn. Oh my gosh, I think it just intensified once more. Dude, this has a striking this looks exactly like Bassfield on radar.
I was not expecting
on this
Outbreak
track,
to do
it is headed
something
up
like
towards
this.
Columbiana, Calera, Ashby. You are directly in the path of this. And the amount of inflow surging into this thing is unreal. It almost looks like a mesocyclone handoff is happening if you look at it.
Yeah, no, it does.
That debris ball is so deep. I wonder what Span's saying right now. Bad news.
What?
A live Storm Chaser media stream of chasers in Brent Centerville. They tried to pass a vehicle on a double yellow, and they appeared to have collided with the vehicle. Last words, oh my god.
Oh my god.
Um,
So somebody might have died?
maybe. The radar looks like more 2013 and Bassfield. Yes, it does, Lucas. I'm gonna check real quick on the other storms in Tennessee on radar scope, but hold on. Is this thing weakening or no? I can't tell.
It's getting closer to the radar, like I told you earlier. Remember?
There's also tornado warnings east of Charlotte now, near Locust and Oakboro.
Oh, okay. It weakened a little bit with the last scan, just a tiny bit. Now, who knows? This is probably gonna re-strengthen. So, you said east of Charlotte?
Strong cells are now tracking towards Nashville. Some of them are already rotating as well. Also,
let me check that out right now.
Also, cells going up in central Mississippi as well. Ashby might get spared from this. We'll have to see. It has definitely weakened over the past couple of scans, but that does not mean this thing cannot re-strengthen.
It's still on the ground, too.
It may be interacting with those storms to the south.
Torrey for Chilton and Shelby counties now. So there is now a tornado emergency for Chilton and Shelby counties.
I'm going to just measure. I'm going to measure from where this tornado touched down and just see how many miles it's been on the ground. So it's been on the ground for 45 miles now.
Maybe a little bit longer, I'm not going to lie.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's been a little bit longer. This thing still is very intense. I wonder if it's undergoing...
Actually, I'd say this has been on the ground for around 65 or so.
I wonder if it's recycling or if it's going through intensification. One interesting thing is it's about to interact with those little showers to its south.
Very strong rotation off the airport radar for Charlotte, by the way.
Yeah, I know. See, those storms...
And another couplet, too.
The storms to its south may actually help...
It's re-strengthening.
Yeah, it may actually help in its re-strengthening, and it may go into the inflow. This is about to hit Ashby head-on, and it's going to move up towards Calera, and Calera has quite a few... there's quite a few homes in the path of this thing, I think, right now. Let me check the background. Oh, yeah, Andrew, this is about to go through some areas with homes. If this thing reaches Calera, there is plenty of homes in that area. It still has a lot of inflow to feed off of if you're looking at radar. I think this thing is making a southern turn a little bit. Also, the storms to its south, the little showers, that could actually aid in inflow. It could feed off of that inflow and intensify. Would you say this? Oh my gosh, newest scan.
Oh no, is it something bad?
It intensified.
I'm looking at past radar data.
Me too.
Okay, that's not good. I'm looking at past radar and taking screenshots, and then I'm also replacing my background that I have currently.
Oh, I think it re-intensified. Still a very deep debris ball as this thing moves into Ashby. And this thing may be going over homes pretty soon. There's still a lot of inflow to work. This tornado has a lot of inflow to work with, so this is a very, very dangerous situation. If you are in Ashby, please be underground. There's no other way to put it. You need to be underground. There's a lot of mobile homes in this area. That is a death trap. A mobile home, if you are in a mobile home during this tornado, That will probably be the end of your life. Being blunt and straightforward, you need to get out of the mobile home if at all possible. And this thing looks like it's going to hit Ashby head on.
Alabama is just full of mobile homes, by the way. So
Massive debris fallout, too. There's debris going all the way to Birmingham right now with this.
oh, this is about to hit the radar.
No, it's going to go south.
Okay, it's gonna go south good. That new scan is terrifying.
Have we heard
The
any...
scan before that was even worse.
Have we heard any... oh, my God. Trees completely uprooted in Greensboro. Oh, my gosh. Look at the new scan. Look at the new scan going into Ashby. It's feeding off inflow. This thing is intensifying once more as it heads right into Ashby.
I haven't seen it yet, but I will check it out in a second.
It's feeding off inflow again.
By the way, there was 1,600. There's 1,600 people in that prison.
Oh, God. I wonder what it did to the prison.
By the way, somebody is in the tornado damage path.
Oh, look at the storm up
All
near
the
Raglan.
trees have been sheared. All of the trees have been sheared. Completely sheared off.
Oh my gosh, look at the storm up north near Asheville. That thing is really intensified too. That thing now has really, really strong rotation on it. Gage Shaw is sitting in the path of this, and it's about to come right towards him.
Oh my god, look at the new scan.
Oh my gosh, right as this heads into Ashby. Oh, this may be as intense as it's ever been right now. This is the most textbook hook echo I've ever seen. Okay,
Yeah,
newest scan, it looks like it weakened a little bit, but I'm not sure. It could be just going through a stage where it's gaining inflow again.
So, I got a ton of IEM.
Storm Prediction Center just issued a new outlook. I think they probably stayed high.
Wait, why are they issuing one right now? Wait, did they upgrade to a 45? Wait. This isn't the time they're supposed to do an outlook.
Let me know. Update me on that. I'm going to stay on this. Ashby, this is coming right into the town. This is going right over the middle of Ashby right now. This is going right over State Route 139. This is headed off towards what looks like Calera.
Oh, there's an expansion with the marginal risk into the Carolinas.
Andrew, this is taking a northern turn now, and it is headed right towards KBMX.
Jake, the outlook just has a marginal expansion.
Okay, it looks like this thing is weakening a bit, but I'm not sure. You can't count on this thing to weaken and not re-strengthen at this point.
Oh my god, this is heading toward the radar.
Up, I believe it just strengthened again. Dude, you can't even see where the debris ball is because of how much debris fallout there is. Also, the debris fallout is occurring on areas that were already hit by the tornado earlier. Death toll is up to 5 now in Ohatchee County.
Oh my god, 5?
Yep, 5 now.
By the way, this will not die anytime soon. This environment is just very conductive. Yeah, this is still a violent to extremely violent tornado ongoing.
Also, one thing I want to note is there's definitely some showers uh, to the south of this, and this could interact. If this storm could interact with those showers, it could also aid inflow and cause significant inflow to surge in, and actually help the tornado increase in strength. So, this is moving right towards Calera right now. And it
Uh,
definitely did intensify as it just moved over Ashby. Now looking at the radar, and inflow is continuing to surge as this moves up towards Calera.
New tornado watch is possible for South Carolina, North Carolina, and Tennessee. That was a mesoscale discussion issued earlier today, around an hour ago. I wasn't sorry I didn't say that, but
Dude,
I think
it's
there were
okay.
more.
We're focused mainly on this storm, and I understand why.
Yeah.
That storm to the north still. I'm surprised it hasn't. I believe it's probably put down a tornado. Actually, I can check on
Oh my god, look at the new
KHTX.
scan, look at the new scan. Oh my god, that's right next to the radar too. Red TVS, red TVS.
All right,
Hey, this might be the most violent we've had it yet.
the most violent scan we've had yet.
Yeah, check the new scan.
Okay, I'm loading into KHTX. Oh my gosh, the northern storm over Rainbow City. That's a very, very strong mesocyclone. It's really strengthening. If you go to KHTX, you can see the northern cell better than on the Birmingham
Yeah,
radar.
I probably will be shifting over. New severe thunderstorm warning for Holly Springs, Mississippi for a discrete supercell developing.
Oh, red TVS, you're right. It looks like this thing might be weakening as it goes towards Calera. Hopefully.
Somebody has a DFW got a picture of it. It's a really wide wedge. DFW got a picture from a live stream. It's like an extremely wide wedge.
Oh my gosh, as it's entering Ash. Oh, yep. It re-intensified. It re-intensified as it's entering Calera.
God, oh my God.
It's going. I think it's going right into downtown Calera, dude. And this is a very, very populated area, or not a very populated area, but a relatively populated area.
This is heading right towards some houses.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's going to interact with those showers to the south and intensify further. The storm up north too is definitely has a strong mesocyclone on it. It's intensifying up to the north.
By the way, trees video violent tornado damage. I have retweeted that. Everything is gone.
North of Greensboro. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, look at the damage north of Greensboro.
New scan still extremely violent.
The debris ball's still very much there as it moves into Calera.
Also, yeah, that northern storm, that's probably got the northern storm's probably got a very wide wedge tornado if you're looking off the Huntsville radar. Look at that.
Yeah, the KHTX.
Yeah, that's a wedge. Very large wedge heading into Gadsden, Alabama.
It's moving right over Glencoe south side. All those areas right now. And that's probably really rain wrapped if there is anything on the ground with that. Oh my gosh. Here's a video of the tornado damage in Greensboro stream. There's literally, that's probably some of the most violent tree damage I've ever seen. Trees are completely debarked and uprooted, and there's nothing left in sight.
Check the new scan. Very violent. It just went over houses too.
just went over houses.
Yeah.
Being in a mobile home is just asking to be killed. This reminds me of the one you covered last year in Bassfield. It reminds me way too much of the Bassfield tornado last year as well. I'd even argue that this one might be a little more intense than Bassfield.
This is definitely the worst tornado I've ever tracked. No questions asked.
Yeah, those cells are still going up over there, and
Okay, the new scan, it's kind of hard to tell because it's so close to the radar. But it might have weakened a little bit. Not gonna say it's dead because it's not. Still has a CC, but it's getting really close to the radar.
I think
Actually,
it might be
sitting right-
recycling. Actually, looking at it. It also is being impeded by those storms to the south, so that can either diminish or help it re-intensify. But this thing has definitely significantly weakened. Oh my god, look at the storm. Oh my god, look at Centerville.
Centerville?
Centerville needs help. I just sent to your direct messages.
Oh my god, everything's gone. Everything is gone.
So we have new damage from Centerville stream, and I don't even know what to say. There's literally nothing left at the beginning. It almost looks like it looks like it completely pulled that tree out of the ground. Like it literally took the ground up right there. That's that home is
5 damage.
That home's pretty much gone. There's barely anything left there. Yeah, I really don't know what to say. I think this thing is recycling.
It's still down too. It's actually strengthened a little bit with the last scan.
The thing is, with the environment we have, that cell to the north could, those showers to the south could merge and then become one cell.
Okay, I think it's cycling.
I think it's cycling too. It's been on the ground for over an hour now. This thing may be lifting. There's still isolated convection to the west, though.
There's isolated stuff forming on the dry line, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's cells coming in from the west. I think those could easily become tornadic as well as they head east. Dude, this thing might be cycling. I don't know. I think we can just be glad that this did not go through the Birmingham metro. Here's what the SPC. Here's what the SPC just said, Andrew.
Oh, it's still on the ground.
Here's what the SPC just said. A long-track, strong to potentially violent tornado is ongoing across central Alabama and will likely persist towards the Georgia border given a favorable environment. We have expanded the categorical risk southeast to account for this extremely intense supercell. I think all those showers could merge right into this and become its own supercell. And again, this thing is still on the ground, so if you are south of Calera, beware. This dangerous cell is going to continue to the northeast, and there's still isolated convection to the west. Do you see that cell out near Livingston?
We might have a tornado on the ground south of Gadsden.
Let me check that one. This was probably one of the most intense tornadoes I've ever seen. That was violent. Watching the coverage on the news, it's unreal seeing homes that were splintered and yet the people survived. I know this is crazy. But that tornado that we just saw. For those of you that missed it, this tornado touched down near Greensboro about an hour and 6 minutes ago, and it continued along this path all the way through Centerville.
Oh my god.
All the way out here to
It's still
Ashby.
on the ground, Jake. Look at the new scan. It's heading right into a populated area.
Oh no.
It's heading right into the town of Calera.
I don't think this thing is done. I think it'll recycle.
It's not even recycling, Jake. It's still on the ground. Actually, no, it did recycle, and it's still on the ground. Excuse me.
Oh my. This is about as worst case scenario as it gets. The tornado emergency has been extended. Yeah, Elizabeth Leitman's just said, we do not do this often. Day 1 convective outlook was issued at 22 OZ to expand enhanced moderate and high risks eastward. They did that just for that cell.
Our wind's getting sucked in. We gotta move. That's it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, look at the new scan.
It might be feeding off inflow. Okay, those storm chasers didn't die. It was just, okay, yeah, they're good. They're okay.
Thank you. Or thank God, at least. Thank you.
Oh my gosh,
By
it
the
intensified. It intensified.
Yeah, I know. Very, very strong rotation east of Charlotte as well.
Really? So this thing
Yeah,
is going to
the
continue on the
QLCS
ground towards Columbiana. And keep in mind, it's only 5 o'clock in the afternoon. This event is far from over. There's also cells still coming up from the west, headed towards the Birmingham area. And these things will pose a tornado threat over the next couple of hours. There's individual cells still going up into northern Alabama as well.
Hey, Jake. I would like to turn your attention. Livingston has a supercell again in the same path as the last one, forming up.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, that thing is about to go nuts.
That thing is about to tap into the environment. That thing's headed towards Birmingham as well, and that thing is completely discrete. So I think this cell that Andrew's talking about is the one right over here. And this cell is about to come up northeast, and this thing could go absolutely bonkers as well. Oh, visible debris ball near Calera. Visible debris ball near Calera.
Debris ball? Oh my god. Oh, yep. Debris ball. Oh, yep. It hit structures. It hit structures. Bad.
This is not good. Okay, so here's our debris ball in Calera right there. And it is continuing to move east. So this thing has been on the ground for, I'd say, well over 50 miles. Oh, it's intensifying. It is intensifying still. It's gaining inflow from that shower. That's what I was talking about. It is taking the inflow from that shower and running with it. Look at the newest scan as it moves up towards Columbiana. This thing, it's feeding. The inflow is feeding from that shower down south. So it is literally taking air from the shower and sucking it into its inflow here, and that is causing it to re-strengthen. This thing is not done as it moves through Calera and off towards Columbiana. Now, Columbiana, I believe, is a pretty populated area, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, quite a few homes in Columbiana. I believe it just hit structures in Calera. It looks like
it hit the county seat.
It looks like it went just through a subdivision. Oh, it's going right through a subdivision, Andrew. Andrew, it is going right through that neighborhood right now. Look on my stream. Oh, no. This is going right over that neighborhood in Calera. Pray for the people in Calera, please. That's not good. That debris ball is about to deepen. It just went through a neighborhood.
Oh, hatchy.
It just went through a neighborhood.
Oh my god, look at the new scan.
Please don't tell me it's intensifying again.
It's intensifying.
It's really feeding off the inflow from those other storms. If this thing makes it to Columbiana, that would be incredible. And those storms southwest those are going to become supercellular as well. They already are supercellular out west. There's also cells going up near KGWX, the Air Force Base, and those are relatively discrete as well.
Well, here's the second round. Second round of supercells. Carrollton, Air Force Base, down to Livingston, down to Waynesboro.
And there's really cells.
New mesoscale discussion. Oh, new mesoscale discussion for the supercell. Rare stuff, guys. Rare stuff. Yep.
This is going right into Columbiana. What did the mesoscale discussion say?
Strong to violent to strong to violent.
Oh my god! It was on Brandon Kopic's stream and I missed it. He has a wedge.
Can you see his stream right now?
It was a wedge. I missed it. His stream's not actually reloading. It was a wedge on Brandon Kopic's stream. Look. Multiple vortex tornado just crossed I-65. This thing is continuing to move off towards Columbiana. This thing will stay on the ground, I think. I think cells may be developing in the south end of the state, too.
Yeah, I think so. And the problem about these storms is that these are going to be happening overnight.
So, guys, this was a tornado that just crossed. Let me show it to you on stream. This was a tornado that just crossed near Calera. Violent wedge you can see up there. And this thing is going to continue off. I mean, this is going to go on for a while.
New supercell organizing on top of Livingston.
Yeah, new supercell organizing out west. Towards Livingston. This is the one he's talking about.
New Tor E.
This is going up towards Birmingham. Let's go look at that storm near Columbia. And what I think it's actually doing is, and rather than being weakened, I think it's ingesting this other storm into its inflow, and it is producing more and more damage as it goes off towards Columbiana, and it's just going to continue to intensify.
Emergency issued for Talladega and Shelby counties.
And this thing has been on the ground. I mean, just to give you an idea, this is where it touched down and it has ended up all the way over here. I mean, this is really, this is just a dangerous situation. Lady B says this is scary. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is very concerning for everyone. Let me see if Brandon is back up. I really want to get his live storm chasing feed.
This has been on the ground for nearly 2 hours now.
That's incredible.
And by the way, this tornado has tracked nearly 100 miles as well. Just an FYI.
Oh, geez. This is not good. All right. We need this new scan that's about to come in. Hopefully this thing does not reach Columbiana. Please don't reach Columbiana.
It's strengthened with the scan before this one. We get the new scan in a little bit here.
I'm gonna see if radar scope is showing it.
Oh my god. Wait, is this the new scan? It might be.
It's continuing. No, it's still on the ground. So this is our tornado right now. This is headed into Columbiana. Still a debris ball. Now, although it does look like it is weakening, which is a great sign. We don't want.
It's not weakening.
It is. It is weakening a little bit.
It is.
But this thing is still probably a pretty large tornado. Keep in mind. And I believe the SPC just issued a mesoscale discussion strictly for this cell. I have to see what they said. And again, be in mind, I don't think this is the end, guys. I think we do have... There's more cells developing out to the southwest here. There's another dominant cell right out here. And there's some more cells going up here. I don't think this is the end. I honestly, I don't think this is the end of the event. And here is what the SPC just issued. Strong to intense tornado potential will rapidly increase, coincident with the central Alabama supercell moving into eastern. So, let's see. Forecast soundings both indicate a slight increase in moisture will occur over the next hour. As a result, it seems that moisture quality will remain relatively similar across eastern Alabama.
Discussion for Tornado Watch 51.
Interference from the south near term may briefly limit tornado potential, but once storm interference from the south ceases/relaxes, additional tornadoes, strong to intense tornadoes, are possible through 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So, strong wording from the SPC. Now, as this enters Columbiana, it is still on the ground. We still have strong rotation entering Columbiana. And these things could all merge. Like the SPC was saying, these things could all merge and create one pretty decent supercell. We saw that happen with this northern cell over here that put down a brief tornado in what it seemed to be like Trussville. And that happened. So once this storm ingests the others, it'll recycle. I mean, this storm is in an environment where this thing will just keep going and going and going.
By the way, those other storms that are organizing further to the west are starting to get rotation on them, especially that one near Livingston that literally is tracking over the same areas this other one has. I'm not getting new scans on GR2 for some reason. Oh, finally, I am.
I am. No, I think those cells out to the west could actually pose a tornado risk as well throughout the afternoon hours. And this is kind of what we were worried about this morning and this afternoon when we said today is a loaded gun scenario. This is it. I mean, this is what we get. And we're gonna have to wait for this next update. But I'd still say this is probably a large tornado entering Columbiana as we speak.
By the way, James Spann's house has been hit by this tornado, apparently.
This tornado
Yeah,
or the one earlier?
I think this one, apparently.
No, it was hit by the one earlier. Okay, so I have
Oh.
Brandon Kopic's streams back up. So I'm gonna take you over to Brandon Kopic's stream. There we go. So here's Brandon's stream. He just intercepted a tornado in Calera. He's intercepted quite a few tornadoes today. It's been a very...
Debris ball Columbiana.
Oh, yep. This just entered Columbiana. It is still on the ground. You can see that debris ball pretty deep as it enters Columbiana. This thing is still on the ground and doing
It's
major
strengthening
damage.
with that inflow. It's regaining strength again.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. See?
Tell me you're kidding. Tell me you're kidding.
You see, it's got Oh wait, no, it is. Is it? Do you see? It got like the outflow got closer to the inflow again.
I think no, it's weakening. It's definitely weakening.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. There's still cells out west though that probably will start to rotate very soon.
We won't be able to get the full extent of the damage for a while.
How far had... Okay, so my mom lives in Columbus, Georgia. How's it looking? Not quite sure where Columbus, Georgia is, but right now...
I know where that is. They're probably going to get only isolated severe thunderstorms.
Oh, wait, it's strengthening again, Andrew, I think. I think it's strengthening. Oh, my God, look at the debris fallout.
Look at the debris ball with the new scan. Look at the debris
Oh,
ball.
my Lord. Okay, so those of you in Columbiana, the debris ball, there's very much a debris ball on radar. I'm going to actually save this image. That's so textbook. This is incredible. So it's actually strengthening again. You can see the reds and the greens coming together. This is strengthened once more. And that's where it is. You can see Brandon up in the top corner. I believe he's closing in on this tornado. And there's that debris ball in Columbiana. Now, if I take the radar off, it just went through a neighborhood, and that's what you're seeing. All those houses have just been hit by that tornado. You can see it just went over these houses, and that is that debris ball. So please pray for the people in this area. This is a very, very bad situation. But that is that debris ball. And, yeah, it looks like this thing is once more strengthening. So Wilsonville, you are up next, and then Childersburg. This thing refuses to give up. This thing won't give up, and there's still storms out. There's still supercell thunderstorms out behind this thing. So we're going to continue to track this. And you can see Brandon Kopic, I believe, is headed towards this tornado right now. Maybe we'll get a visual here in a second. He's been on everything today. He's been on top of it. So, again, if you have any questions in the comments, please let me know.
We have new supercells forming by Aberdeen, Mississippi, but that's not really the major thing. I have tabs on that right now, so I can keep you updated. Jake has really no reason to turn away from the violent tornado ongoing near Columbiana. The new scan shows a very large debris ball. Very
I think
large.
Brandon Kopit has it on stream. I think he might have it on stream. Up in the top, it looks in the left, like... Oh my gosh, dude, look at the new debris ball on that. That thing is really deepened on the Columbiana cell.
Look at the new scan. Holy cow.
That debris ball is really, really... So that's our debris. Here's our rotation, and this just hit homes, unfortunately. And I mean, this tornado has really done major damage to this area. It's this is just incredible, and it looks like there's cells to the south. And if you look at the cells to the south near Deatsville. Look at the Mountain Creek cell down to the south. It's already starting to rotate down to the south. So it looks like
Yeah, there's a couple of them by Mountain Creek starting to rotate, so those really need to watch those. And then we also have that rotating storm that's nearing Utah.
these are beginning to rotate as well. So it looks like Brandon Cope Extreme went down. We're gonna switch back on over just to the.
Oh yeah, he definitely had the tornado there, I think.
I think he had a tornado right there. So, yep, we have multiple rotating storms right now. This is a very, very bad situation. And Columbiana just took a direct hit. We're gonna have to see if this thing continues on. This thing's been on the ground for far too long. But Wilsonville, you are in the path. If you're in Wilsonville, you need to be in your shelter, underground, or get out of there. If you're in a mobile home, you may not have time anymore because these storms are moving at 45 miles an hour. But this is just a very bad situation, and again, by the looks of it, this tornado may not be survivable unless you're underground or have some sort of head protection. Make sure you bring snacks or some sort of horn, something so you can if things go wrong, someone can find you. And this is not good. You can see that debris ball is continuing to deepen as it heads off towards Wilsonville. It does look like this thing may be lifting pretty soon, hopefully. But inflow is also still surging in, so I don't know. But still, northeast of Columbiana, this thing is still on the ground, and it is still probably a very, very intense tornado. Next scan also reveals some more rotation south. So there are some developing cells to the south, and these will interact with the low-level jet very soon. That cell near Utah is actually starting to rotate as well out here. There's more developing cells out to the west. I don't know what's going on in the northern end of this event, but this in Alabama, Alabama's really gotten the brunt of this outbreak today. I don't even think...
Yeah, this is tracked over nearly 100 miles now.
Yeah, I don't think we've had a tornado in Mississippi today. Oh, wow. Ow, wow. Just northeast of Columbiana, by the way. Andrew, I'll send this to you. We're going to pull up on stream right now. This is a wedge tornado. This is a very intense tornado. This just tracked through Columbiana. This is not good. This is the storm. This is the tornado near Columbiana, and look at that. That is a wedge tornado. That's about as bad as it gets right there. That is, you can almost guarantee that's an intense tornado, especially with the look that it has. So this is not good. Any tornadoes in Indiana? There was a tornado watch earlier in Indiana. Right now, there's no tornadoes in Indiana, but there could be later on. There could be. There is a tornado watch. So this thing is probably...
You scan it weakened. It weakened.
Okay, good. This thing might be lifting. Still a debris ball, but it might be lifting. But I think this thing might recycle, Andrew.
Yeah, it probably will.
Yeah, but Wilsonville, you still need to be in cover because this thing might not lift by the time it gets to you. This thing could still very well be on the ground if you are in Wilsonville.
Gotta have dinner.
Now on my radar scope...
I gotta have dinner. I'll be back when I'm done.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so Andrew will be back in a little bit, but Wilsonville, this cell is still tracking in your direction. It is still on the ground. I'm going to check west and see what's going on out there, especially in the Tennessee area where that other tornado watch is issued, because central Tennessee is about to get hit by some intense storms. But right now, it looks like the extent of this outbreak is further south. It doesn't look like the northern mode is getting much as of right now, which is a good thing. That's limiting the widespreadness of this outbreak. So that's a great thing. Wilsonville, this thing is still on the ground, so you can still see a big debris ball. This thing might still track through Wilsonville. So if you're in Wilsonville, please be underground. Childersburg, it doesn't look like it'll make it all the way out there, but please, this tornado's had a history of tracking miles and miles, so please take this very, very seriously. This cell is also developing to the south near Rockford and Alexander City, so we could have a strong tornado with these developing cells down south as well. Don't discount these. The cell out east or west, the air will be a little more stable out there, but still some signs of rotation on that back end of it. And this thing is pretty discrete as of right now. All these cells are relatively discrete out west, so these could interact with the environment and put down an intense tornado. You can see the surface winds here are a little more backed. And I actually want to check on that cell near KHTX and see how that thing's doing out here. Yeah, not much rotation on that thing. Although it does look like we do have some rotation near Reeves and west of Plainville in Georgia, so that might be warned relatively soon. I wouldn't be surprised. Again, you can see some cells out here going. These are mainly semi-discrete. They don't look like they have too much tornado potential right now, so we're gonna stick with these cells near Birmingham right now. And again, it looks like this may have lifted as it enters Wilsonville. May still be on the ground, though. There's our debris ball. But I do think this thing may have lifted, fortunately. But again, Rockford, it does look like this cell is really starting to get going to the south, actually. And I would not be surprised if this thing went supercellular right here and dropped an intense tornado itself. So we're going to have to continue to watch that one very closely, as well as these cells too. Also, it's been a while. Still remember me? I recognize the name a little bit. I do recognize the name a little bit. All right. I just hope the people of Columbiana and Centersville and everyone is just okay. Because we really just saw a really, really violent tornado, especially as it tracked through Centerville. That's a really intense signature right there. That's about as bad as it gets, guys. So I don't know, just pray for the people in that area, please. We just want to hope everyone made it out okay. That's it. Unfortunately, we've already had 5 fatalities today. We just got to hope and pray that that's about it. And here's a look at the trees from Centerville. And so he said it looks like EF4 damage similar to Bassfield here in Centerville. And you see those trees are completely debarked. I mean, they were just completely taken off. Bad tree damage. And again, there is the tornado in Columbiana that just touched down a couple minutes ago. Again, another wedge tornado. Thank you.
It's warm.
Okay. And yep. All right, so it looks like, thankfully, I mean, there's still a little bit of debris signature in Wilsonville, but it looks like this tornado has finally lifted after that long track. That was just incredible. That was a pretty historic tornado for those of you who were here and tracking it with me. Very, very historic. And we'll take a look at these cells. It looks like a pretty dominant supercell developing about to track into central Tennessee. And there's some cells developing out ahead of that line. Maybe some cells developing out here. Definitely a cell developing right here. But right now, that thing will probably stay a little more elevated as it is in some stabler air after those cells just move through. But these cells could always re-intensify, so I would watch those. But again, I think our main focus is going to shift over here for the next couple of hours as these cells really get going. I would watch this cell near Mountain Creek and Rockford. This thing is going to ingest right here, probably ingest these little cells. These little cells are going to be ingested right into this storm, and I think that'll become its own supercell and track off to the east. The Ugly Barnacle said, yikes. Yeah, no kidding. Again, if you know your family members are in this area, or you know friends and family that are in this area, please go ahead and share this stream and let them know that we are streaming this event, so they have a way to get warnings. And it's always better to share and make sure that people are aware of what's going on, because some people just don't pay attention to this sort of thing. So. And we'll eventually start to get some more damage photos as they come in. To be honest, I personally don't even want to see them. I'm a little nervous about what it's going to show. But I will go ahead and show that for you on stream whenever those do come in. And I am looking on Twitter right now. You're wondering what I'm doing. I'm looking on Twitter and seeing... Wow. We're getting new pictures. So I'm going to actually pull this up. This was near Brent. And that was Centerville. That was when it was pretty much at peak strength, I believe. It may have been at peak strength near Greensville, but this was near Centersville when this thing really intensified. And it looks like this whole thing is just a tornado right here. And that's probably about a mile wide. I wouldn't be surprised if it was probably near a mile wide and just really intense, unfortunately. So apparently Aaron J. Jack got it all on drone, and he's going to upload the video soon. But he's saying there's major damage to homes in Brent, and major damage in that area where it crossed near Centersville. So just absolutely heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. Yeah, you can really see this cell near Rockford developing. What's the tornado count? Right now I'd say it's probably at around 20. Maybe less. It might be around like 15. We've had a lot of intense tornadoes. It seems like tornado season is starting much earlier this year. Anyone know why? The strong La Nina conditions out in the Pacific, and we've had a favorable pattern for severe weather, and that's pretty much why. It looks like we could have a pretty long quiet period after this, though. I am continuing to monitor this storm, though, and that's moving into the Birmingham area, because this could still pose somewhat of a tornado threat later on, I do think. We do still have to watch for that, especially the discrete action that is. We may have another round of storms out west, so we still have to be aware of that. And yeah, this is bad. It looks like multiple supercells now beginning to develop. And this southern one actually could go tornadic. Now looking at it, there is a little bit of rotation right here. Nothing on the ground right now, obviously, but definitely some rotation beginning to develop. That northern storm may begin to cycle and do it, but I'd actually count on these southern storms to get the job done. Let's actually look at this radar and see what it is depicting. All right, this is KMXX. So again, it is depicting the development of cells right here. Rotation on the southern one. The northern one does look like it is getting a bit of rotation as well. We'll have to watch for this. They did just cancel the tornado warning for that cell that produced that long track tornado. So that is over now. Near Childersburg. So that northern cell actually looks like it may just become it looks like it's becoming outflow dominant and rain cooled, which is a great thing. This thing will hopefully not harm anyone else. But this southern mode again is now very concerning. Can you add the tornado count back in your streams? I can. I've had it back for the other ones, but for me it was kind of like I never really updated them whenever tornadoes were going on, so, and a lot of the time they were pretty inaccurate, so I just kind of took them out. I'd just rather answer questions in the chat about how many there have been. I mean, I can always integrate it if ever, if it's widely requested, but I'm trying to stray away from that. Plus, it opens up a little more space on the room for the stream, so. Yeah, countless trees down along with numerous roofs of buildings damaged or destroyed in Columbiana. So that's the reports we're getting right now. Yeah, right now we are getting a lot of damage reports from that tornado, that long track tornado that we just had. And it really, yeah, that was now that it is over, I do have to say that was probably one of the most intense tornadoes in the past 10 years. Probably one of them up there. Bassfield was very violent last year, and we saw that storm, and I would argue that tornado and that long track tornado may have rivaled its intensity. How long did the big one that hit Brent and Calera travel? Let me do a quick measurement on radar scope, and I'll tell you. So it looks like that traveled about 70 miles, Andrew. So that was about a 70-mile tornado path, it looks like. Now, I hope this thing is not recycling, because if it does, that's going to be a real problem. But I think these cells near Goodwater, this cell near Goodwater has a good chance of recycling, as well as the cell near Rockford could also put down a tornado as well. This is in a very, very sheared and favorable environment. Now, the cell out west looks like it is diminishing, though, the cell near Moundsville, and let's hope it stays that way. On radar scope, I'm going to check on the storms all the way out south, or all the way out west, but right now they don't look too promising for tornado potential. They could just be spring up thunderstorms, but we'll have to see. Actually, it does look like some supercells are going up out there. Yeah, most of the northern extent of this system does not look as bad, so it doesn't look like in Tennessee and everything. It doesn't look that bad. But I would the main threat is focused over the southern mode, I'd say. Definitely focus over the southern mode. Wow, hearing reports of trees completely debarked and uprooted, and that's very indicative of a strong to violent tornado. That doesn't happen with regular tornadoes. So this was probably one of those situations where yeah, it was just a really violent situation, and unfortunately lots of homes were probably lost in that tornado, and we just gotta hope that there was no deaths. And unfortunately, this storm season is just starting. We're in March, and we've already had plenty of losses of homes and life in this area of the United States. So this is setting up to be a year like 2013. God help us all. Yeah. Well, actually, 2013 didn't really have an early start to the tornado season. We barely saw any tornadoes in March and April. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's like 2013, but it is definitely setting up to be a pretty bad tornado season so far. So five deaths are now reported with the earlier tornadoes near Ohatchee. And I am hearing that we actually have to I do want to mention that we should probably watch these cells coming into Alabama right now, moving up towards Demopolis, because if I do show you something, here's the mesoscale analysis. We'll take a look at that, and basically what this shows is this environment that those cells are sitting in right now out here, 2000 Cape, and we'll take a look at storm relative helicity. Really nice shear, and these are going to track off into even better shear. We'll take a look at the 850 millibars, and shear is really high in this region. It's about 45 knots out of the south, so here's some more damage photos near Greensboro. Now this does not look like too well built of a home, but it's completely taken off its foundation. There's a look at the tree damage, and that is just violent tree damage. You can see trees ripped out of the ground, and really intense damage there. You can just see it just looks like a war zone. It looks like the end of the world there. So, yeah, Greensboro is also recovering from those storms. Andrew will be back in a second. Yeah. Definitely still have to watch this storm, though, forming out there. Let's take that back to the KBMX.
Hey, I'm back.
What's up, Andrew?
I saw the storm die. We also have a rotating storm near Waynesboro.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say that I feel like those are gonna be the next cells to watch. They're in a 2000 Cape environment and 45 knot low level jet.
We also have a storm ramping up near Rockford, Alabama.
Yeah, I know. I'm watching that one. I think that one might be the next tornado producer. If those cells can merge together and create one cell, I think we're in for another tornado out there. That cell west of Birmingham did die a little bit. Also, if you look at KGWX, it looks like those cells are also getting going out.
There's a new circulation with that supercell that produced the violent tornado earlier north of Childersburg.
All right, let's go ahead and check on that. Oh yeah. Definitely a tight pocket of rotation. I see what he's talking about. Oh, it just went away.
Didn't really go away. It's still there.
Yeah, this I'd expect the cells right here to do something pretty short term. And also
Yeah, that was on the ground, by the way, for over 100 miles.
really.
Yeah.
I measured 70 on radar scope, but one thing to note, the surface winds are coming out of the south, the due south in that area, so that'll help the backing of the winds and possibly help put down a tornado near Rockford, probably points northeast near Kellyton or Alexander City.
Heavily damaged houses in Columbiana, Alabama.
Yeah, I was hearing reports of that. That was a wedge.
Houses destroyed. Too. This is just my heart.
Over 100 miles. Oh, I guess it did track over 100 miles.
That's the longest track tornado we've had in years. By the way, just an FYI, very strong rotation in northwestern Georgia, near Cedartown.
What radar set are you looking on?
Huntsville.
Huh? I hope not.
Oh, wow, yeah. Definitely near 6 Mile. So I'd say if you're in Kingston, 6 Mile, Lindale, go ahead and get in shelter. Did the big one kill anyone? As of right now, we haven't had any reports of fatalities, but I would expect after 100 miles.
Sadly, I think it will end up killing people.
I think it probably caused a couple fatalities, unfortunately.
Another tornado caused 5 at least, and probably more. There's still more missing, I think.
In Ohatchee?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This has been really heartbreaking. And something where it's just not good.
And one thing to mention is every tornado that we've had today has been a big tornado. We haven't had a pretty minor.
Well, most of them.
We haven't had really any tornado that wasn't a wedge shape today. Every tornado we've had today has been a major tornado. Why is there still cells popping out in central Mississippi?
Very, very strong rotation off the Atlanta radar. That's actually the radar you want to watch. Very strong. This needs to go tornado warned as soon as possible.
Let's check it out.
With that same storm, by the way. It's better off the Atlanta radar.
Oh,
'cause it's
wow,
closer.
yeah. Definitely some strong rotation near Oregon. Yeah, that thing's a supercell, too. That was the one that went through Birmingham. Yeah, so... I still think these cells near south of the Birmingham radar, the greatest short-term tornado potential.
TVS signature now. If you do hear background noise, Jake, I am sorry. My dad is running his Mustang right now. So.
I just want to know why there's cells still forming out in central Mississippi.
There are? Oh.
Yeah, look at it. Hey, Andrew, do you think you could take over the stream for a little bit and give some commentary?
Yeah, I could definitely do that. Yep. What do you have to do?
I am going to eat real quick because I haven't eaten since like 9 o'clock this morning. So I'm gonna go.
Yeah, takes.
I'm gonna go take a break and eat. But I have my thing.
Mississippi storm starting to go nuts as well. It's getting an inflow punch.
Yeah, I'm watching the storms on the Birmingham radar. So if you just wanna cover on that one, I'll be back in a second. Andrew will take you guys over.
Oh. Yeah, can I cover on the other ones too?
Yeah.
Okay, so currently we do have pretty strong rotation here in northwestern Georgia, west of Taylorville. This is north of the Atlanta metro area. I do expect a tornado warning to be issued soon, as this rotation has been gaining strength. There might even be a CC drop that starts to come out of this soon if this hits any populated area. Jake is on currently the Birmingham radar, and currently over there we have a mess of thunderstorms right now. There's one north of Talladega starting to gain strength a little bit. These storms are all going to be battling for air as they are like right next to each other, so that's a good thing. But something else you're going to want to watch is the storm near Butler, Alabama. I know further south there. Let me get a better look at that there. Yeah, there's a storm that's north of Waynesboro, Mississippi. That's going to be another storm you're going to want to watch for tornado potential over the short term. It's got an environment with 1,500 ml cape and 200 storm relative velocity. Now, of course, the SRH is not as high down there, so that's a good thing. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This includes, we have a couple new severe thunderstorm warnings here in south central Tennessee. We also do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This includes Evansville. It is for 60 mile per hour wind and 1-inch sized hail. So that is something to watch there. But let's shift. I'm shifting over to see what these Memphis storms are doing right now. So I now have my Memphis, Tennessee radar loaded, and we actually have a storm with a donut hole in south central Tennessee, so that is very concerning there. It's got some large hail with it, and a severe thunderstorm warning has been extended along with it. The severe thunderstorm warning is for 1-inch sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds. It includes Savannah, Tennessee, Nixon, Tennessee, Mitchell, Tennessee, and Eastview, Tennessee. If you guys have any questions, please put them in the chat. Thank you. Jake would probably be happy to see that too. Let's see here. We have. Yep. I have IEM bot open for when these severe warnings pop off, so I will be able to show them guys. Just an update. Very, very, very strong rotational couplet. Near Taylorsville, Georgia. I don't know why this is not tornado warned. You have a circulation with a delta velocity of 94 knots. That is 100. That's like 110 mile per hour or so. So that's closing in on EF2 range. So that is something very significant to really keep an eye on. I just got a new warning. Let's see what this is for. Okay, not a new warning. It was just an aerial forecast discussion from Louisville. Memphis updates their severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 6:45, and now we have a yellow TVS. Very rare to see a storm with a yellow TVS be unwarned. This needs a tornado warning now. If you live in Oregon, Taylorville, Arai, Lockmar, Baswell, Braswell in north central Georgia, you need to be taking shelter now, as this is very significant. Huntsville, I just had a heavy rain report there. Currently, we do have some isolated thunderstorms across the Birmingham metro area, with one north of Tower, not metro area, but area, one north of Talladega, weekly rotating. But this storm in north central Georgia is really catching my eye, and they're probably waiting for a correlation coefficient drop to issue anything. Mobile continues severe thunderstorm warning for ping pong ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour wind. That would be in Kiltraw and Wayne counties, Wayne County, Mississippi, Choctaw County, Alabama. Currently, we've probably had a lot of tornadoes today. There's some major damage apparently. Let's check this out. I should not check this out. Oh wow. Why isn't this tornado warned? We might be starting to get a correlation coefficient drop north of Taylorville, or north of Oregon, Georgia. If you do live in that area, you need to be taking your tornado precautions now. If you're in a mobile home, get out of there. If you are in a house with, if you're in a single story house, you need to be getting to the middle of the house with no windows, as that is very significant. As that is what you need to do during this significant situation. Sorry, I kind of butchered my words there. Let's see here. The storms that are in Tennessee, they're still looking menacing. These are going to need to be watched because these are going into a favorable environment for some strong tornadoes. The environment over there, in that area, if I do end up looking at it here on my mesoscale analysis here, the environment they're in has 1,000 to 2,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE, which is your energy. It has wind shear in the lower levels of, let's see here, I believe that's 30 to 40 knots. And then it has storm relative velocity, or like the vorticity in the atmosphere, 200 to 400. So, very significant here. Still a very strong rotation signature in the north of Atlanta. Let's see here. There's the new scan with the reflectivity off the Atlanta radar and the velocity. I would say it's safe to say that if there probably is a tornado on the ground north of Taylorville, it just doesn't have a correlation coefficient drop yet. Still very surprised that the National Weather Service of Peachtree City has yet to warn that storm. Um, it's got it's got a delta velocity of 116 knots, so that's like 135, 140 miles per hour. So if that was on the ground, that would be a significant tornado. So not a good thing that's not getting warned. Update back on the storms in southern Tennessee. They are still broadly rotating with large hail as well. We are also going to really need to watch kind of south central Alabama, as that area has been untapped for today. There hasn't been really much that's happened down there. If I do end up looking at the Birmingham radar, let's see here. We do end up seeing messy thunderstorms still north of Talladega. A lot of thunderstorms and strong thunderstorms near the Talladega area in Alabama, producing some gusty winds. Ashland, Alexander City. Nothing that's really rotating right now. Tuscaloosa has a hailer to their south. Jasper has a strong thunderstorm near them. Quarter-sized hail was reported in Kentucky, in Nelson County. Oh my. The new scan, very significant rotation near Taylorville in Georgia. The velocity couplet, gate to gate is 112 knots. Delta velocity is 120. Paducah cancels tornado watch for some counties there. Let's see here. We do have a report of half-inch sized hail in the city of Evansville, Illinois. Actually, that is 0.7 inch hail, so that's nearing dime size there. Currently, the storm in north central Georgia, it's working in an environment with 1,000 CAPE and 400 storm relative velocity, and it may have hit some houses with the new scans. We might actually have a correlation coefficient drop. I will wait to see, though, for the new scan. Peachtree City update issues a tornado watch. So a tornado watch has been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. This includes north central Georgia, the Atlanta area, as that supercell is starting to go into that area and doing some pretty significant stuff there. And it's still the gate to gate with the new scan got even worse, guys. 100, or actually got a little bit less. 111 knots though is still very significant, and I don't know how this cannot be tornado warned. Um, Lots of IM bot notifications going off. Um, so the new tornado watch. This goes until 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Friday, March 26th. The primary threats with it, a couple strong tornadoes are possible. Isolated hail up to quarter size possible. Isolated gusts up to 70 mile per hour possible. 6.5 million people are in this tornado watch. 1,394 schools and 77 hospitals. This tornado watch includes the cities of... So this new tornado watch, this includes the cities of Atlanta, Carrollton, LaGrange, Cedarton, Carterstown, Athens, Gainesville, Cleveland, Jasper, and LJ. And they just severe warned this storm? What? So they did not tornado warn this storm. Peachtree City did not tornado warn this. They severe warned it. Very bold call on them. Very interesting call, as this has some very strong rotation. Off the Birmingham radar, like I said, not much is happening right now. Let's go tune back into Tennessee. We do have those severe thunderstorms tracking towards Savannah with broad rotation. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is north of the Nashville metro area. Includes a severe warning for 60 mile per hour wind and some large hail. We've had 1 inch hail reported in Evansville, Indiana. We also have another storm in north central Indiana with 1 inch hail reported, so that is interesting. The new scan brings with it a very strong velocity couplet. 130 knot gate to gate. Wow. Not good. If you live anywhere in this severe thunderstorm warning, you need to be taking your tornado precautions because this is a very strong couplet. How is Memphis looking? Memphis, you guys are looking like you are in the clear, I would say. The dry line has passed you. The thunderstorms have passed you. So you guys are good for the night. But you guys do have severe thunderstorm chances tomorrow night, mainly large hail tomorrow night, and then you also have a slight risk for severe thunderstorms on Saturday. Primary threats include an isolated tornado or two, damaging wind gusts up to 70 mile per hour, and a large hail up to 1.75 inches golf ball sized. Peachtree City, okay, so Peachtree City has a tornado watch now. They also issue a hazardous weather outlook. Looks like the rotation still is tight, but it's more or less in a lot it's more in a lot more area. It's in a lot more areas now, if you know what I mean. No correlation coefficient drop, but I wouldn't be surprised to see if tornado on the ground. Um. See here. Tornado warning has been issued by the National Weather Service of Memphis. This includes the towns of Savannah, Nixon, and Crump. If you live in any of these areas, make sure you're taking your tornado precautions. The primary hazards with this include a radar-indicated tornado and 1-inch sized hail. This storm does have a good bit of rotation on it. Probably will strengthen as it's in a very enriched environment. So it looks like the rotation has become a bit more disorganized with that Atlanta storm now. Still, it has rotation, so make sure you are in a safe place. If you live in Cartersville, Old Ground, Free Home, Holly Springs, Woodstock, Oak Grove, Arnold Mill, Milton, Oakland Heights, Cartersville, Armiston, and White. Let me go see what the best radar is for this storm. So the best radar for this storm in Tennessee right now is the Columbus radar. I will be taking a look at radar scope to see what it's looking like off the airport radar, though. I do want to see what it's doing. By the way, this rotation has increased over Savannah. If you live in Savannah, make sure you're taking your tornado precautions. Pretty significant situation ongoing.
Andrew,
Yeah, what's up, Jake?
I'm back, and how have they not warned this?
I don't know. I was talking about that, how they didn't warn it. It is looking a lot weaker now, though, so they have been covered. I do think this did touch the ground at some point, and I do think there is damage. There's also been a new tornado watch that is in place across north-central Georgia that includes Athens, Atlanta Metro. Goes until 2 a.m.
Well, if you look at the Birmingham, radar, which actually, let me go ahead and look at it. It looks like that cell that put down the long tracker may be recycling a little bit.
Oh, shoot, I haven't gotten a radar update in forever with that radar.
Also,
yeah, I might be recycling.
Also, yeah, near Anniston and
Oh,
Bynum.
shoot. There's a new supercell firing off near Hamilton, Alabama, and Hackleburg and Phil Campbell.
Go to the go to the KGWX and take a look at that new tornado warning in Savannah, Tennessee.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I was looking at KGWX, and it's looking pretty interesting there.
Definitely some rotation for those of you in the stream.
I was telling them about that. They should be taking their tornado precautions.
Yeah, if you are in Savannah or Nixon, definitely some rotation there in Tennessee. So that is the first tornado warning in Tennessee. And one thing to note is as these storms move off towards the Nashville area, later on into tonight, this low-level jet's supposed to ramp up to around 80 knots, and that will really, really support tornado potential.
Hey, Jake, we have rotating supercells entering Indiana, in central Kentucky, moving northward. We need to watch those.
All right. I will keep tabs on that. And yeah, there is some supercells out there. Those storms entering Alabama right now near Quitman and Pennington and the Demopolis area down in southwest
Those
Alabama.
could be very dangerous.
Those are going to be entering a very, very good environment. And it already has some good rotation on it. If you look at the KDGX, that thing already has a viewer and already has some rotation on it right there. Especially if you look at my stream, you'll see it. But Butler and Pennington, this is going to be moving up towards you. This is in a very, very favorable environment. This is our next cell to track. This thing is very, very isolated right now.
Jake?
Yeah?
What's a Buer?
BWER.
Yeah, what's that?
That's the donut hole.
Oh, that's the donut hole. Oh, okay. I was like, what?
Gary says, by the way, Jake, you were spot on last week in North Carolina. Appreciate it, man. I do my best. I do my best.
What radar should I look at for that storm? Mobile?
I was looking at KDGX, and there's definitely a donut hole and some rotation in that. Especially if you look on my stream,
Okay.
you'll see it. But I do think this is our next big time storm. This will be our next probably significant tornado producer, in my opinion, as it moves up towards Demopolis.
Oh, yeah, that's got a Buer on it. It's heading right toward Butler. We really need to watch that.
Yeah, and it could end up heading towards areas just hit. This will probably go just south of Greensboro, actually. Greensboro, Alabama. And I believe it is on track right now to head right for Centersville, maybe just south of Centersville. So we really...
It's actually moving east, Jake.
Huh?
It's moving more east than north.
I think, yeah. It might track near Clanton. But
Yeah, I think this is going to go more near Clanton and Selma, like areas that got hit by last week's high risk.
Yeah. Gary said EF0 to EF1 dropped on Elon. Yeah, I heard. I actually saw some damage photos and some reports. Apparently, one of the tornadoes the last week in North Carolina was pretty big. It was a wedge, but it wasn't very strong.
Yeah, it was a wedge.
I think if you go to the Birmingham radar, I think
Okay, somebody is on a storm near Prairie, Mississippi with a very good base on it. I don't know where Prairie, Mississippi is, but they got a base and a half. Where is that? Oh, that's the storm near Aberdeen. They got a really good wall cloud on that storm near Aberdeen.
Really?
Looks to be gusting out apparently now. But
if you look at the Birmingham radar, that storm near Goldville, I think that might be a storm of interest that we need to watch right there.
Goldville, where's that?
That's what that developing convection about to enter Georgia.
Oh, Georgia?
Yeah, it's if you look on the Birmingham radar, it's near Alexander City.
Oh, isn't that the supercell? Oh no, it's not the supercell from earlier. Never mind.
But it's definitely gaining inflow.
Yeah, I need to look at that. New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. This includes the
storm near Aberdeen has a wall
new
cloud.
tornado possible warning in North Carolina as well.
So moving off into Waynesboro, Tennessee, the rotation continues.
Oh my god, video. I'm sending this to you now. Very significant video damage. Or no, I'm not sending this to you now, but I've retweeted it.
Okay. Let's see.
It's my newest retweet. Very significant. Oh, wow. Goldville, that needs to be watched. Oh, good God. That's going to go tornado warning soon.
Yeah.
That's a tail in Charlie, too.
Yeah, that's cell in southwestern Alabama. That thing's taking a similar and looks very similar to the tornado we had earlier.
Yeah, that does. Started off as a donut hole storm, and then it went nuts. Tornado warning, tornado warning, tornado warning. Just got issued.
Oh, Andrew,
Forward
look
that
at
cell.
look at this footage from Ohatchee, dude. That might have been an EF3, EF4 type tornado.
Can you send it to me?
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, send it to me now. I need to see this. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's easily EF3. That might even be EF4.
Oh, okay. We now have a tornado warning issued for Butler. This is in
Yep,
southwest.
that's what I just said.
Yep, this is in southwest Alabama. This thing already has some pretty strong rotation on it as it moves up towards Pennington and Myrtlewood.
New
Andrew,
PDS watch likely for southern Tennessee and Alabama.
really,
Yeah.
Andrew, I think we can both agree that this Butler cell looks very similar to the long track cell we had go through Centerville.
Let me get off the Atlanta radar because that storm is looking less impressive now, and let me just switch over to Mobile. Yeah, that's gonna do it. That's gonna do it. Holy cow. Yeah, I think they're gonna issue a new PDS watch, so we're gonna have to keep our hands down for that.
I'm gonna show my viewers the Ohatchee damage.
I'd do that right now, yeah. I think they're gonna have to extend that tornado warning as well, as these storms are moving 40 plus miles per hour.
Guys, this is a live look at the damage coming out of Ohatchee where we had the 5 fatalities earlier. And you can see
And probably more.
home literally just leveled. It looks like that was where the foundation was right there, and that thing is blown way off its foundation. Obviously, it's a mobile home, and that's probably where a fatality occurred. You can see people getting onto the stretcher right now. And again, there's another damaged home.
By the way, that supercell is headed right toward Montgomery and Clanton.
Again, here is that damage, and that's pretty significant right there. Yeah, look at the tree damage too. Those trees are, yeah, that's some pretty significant tree damage as well.
Rotation increasing your Savannah, Tennessee as well.
So that is that. Yeah, Andrew, I think it could do it. Hopefully it just doesn't head towards Montgomery.
Use tornado warning issued by Nashville. Don't know where exactly yet.
It's extended.
Tornado warning issued for Lewis, Perry, and Wayne counties. Extended. Yep.
I'm not gonna lie, it's in a big radar hole, but I wouldn't be surprised if this thing puts down a damaging tornado near Waynesboro.
Oh my God. Homes heavily damaged in Jefferson County from a tornado at 4:48. So that was probably with that tornado that we saw earlier.
I'm gonna see what you retweeted.
By the way, this line is really starting to rotate.
Which one?
In Tennessee, new torque possible severe warning just got issued, or 60-mile-per-hour wind warning just got issued.
I'm gonna actually. Oh yeah, definite rotation coming out of Goldville. If you look at the what's it called, Atlanta radar, you can definitely see some rotation coming into Georgia from that Goldville storm. We're going to take a look at these storms that are headed towards the Nashville area. Actually, you might be able to see that Waynesboro cell from KHTX pretty soon. Let's see.
Huntsville is saying a new tornado watch is likely until midnight.
Dude, I would not be surprised if there was a tornado on the ground with that Waynesboro storm.
There is.
I said I wouldn't be surprised. Are you looking at the Atlanta radar, Andrew?
You're cutting out a lot, Jake.
I am?
Yeah, you were.
Oh. I said, are you looking at the Atlanta radar?
No, I'll check over with it though.
Check it and look at the storm near Goldville. That thing is definitely
Tornado
rotating.
warning for Marengo County in Alabama.
I think that's the Goldville storm. So if you are in,
it's an extension. It's an extension for Linden and Sweetwater.
oh, I think that's the southwestern Alabama, I believe.
It's actually the better radar to use is the Birmingham radar for that storm, Jake.
Really?
Yeah, it's closer to the surface.
That Goldville storm is definitely getting some rotation though, and it's going into Malone, Alabama. So I would watch that. This thing might go warm pretty soon. Usually, National Weather Service Birmingham is on top of their game, so I'd expect them to issue that relatively soon, as that is becoming a pretty rapidly developing cell. The storms north of it don't look as dangerous as before.
Oh
right?
Yeah, that just got a ton of rotation.
Yeah, right now I'd say that storm in southwestern Alabama has the best strong tornado potential as we go into the overnight hours, as well as those storms in Tennessee. From the KGWX radar as it enters Waynesboro, there's very, very strong rotation depicted. And now
also, don't be surprised if we see a strong tornado in Kentucky, Indiana, Illinois tonight, or Ohio either.
I have to check that far north.
It's more of a sleeper area, to be honest. But, I mean, you can't rule out an isolated strong tornado up there. Because the environment does favor stuff still. So.
True.
I'm going to look with the storms in North Carolina, what they're doing. There's actually some decent rotation near Greensboro, North Carolina, with a individual supercell. And there's actually a little line of supercells there, heading into the Raleigh area.
Interesting. Oh, wow. Yeah, so I'd go ahead and say if you're in Waynesboro, you might have a... Now, there's a big radar hole here, so we can't really tell. But I'd say if you are in Waynesboro, you should probably go ahead and get in your shelter as this tracks off towards you. This could potentially be a strong tornado on the ground. This could potentially be a strong tornado on the ground, and we just don't know it because of the radar hole. But certainly kinematics favor...
that storm.
Yeah, you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, kinematics certainly favor some pretty strong and intense tornadoes up there. And that thing may actually become more discreet into the overnight hours. And it will eventually push off towards the Nashville area, and then we'll really get a view of what's actually going on inside that. But for now, I would take this seriously because it does look like there's a big donut hole on that storm. And that is that donut hole. That's indicative of a strong updraft, and in that donut hole, we can also see some strong rotation, even though the radar is so far away. So I would go ahead and take your precautions if I was in Waynesboro, and just basically anywhere inside the warning. Go, Andrew.
Somebody on my Twitter is getting really annoying because he or she, they keep on commenting on every single one of my posts. There might be a CC drop with the severe thunderstorm. Yeah, there might be a CC drop with the storm in eastern Alabama now. Let's check mobile out. Yeah.
Okay, so the rotation has actually strengthened on that Waynesboro cell. Andrew, look at the KGWX. What is that radar called again?
Which radar? Let me see here. The Columbus.
Yeah, look at the Columbus radar and check out that Waynesboro cell. Definitely some strong rotation on that thing.
I'm currently trying to use Nashville and see what I see.
Nashville's not showing much.
Is Nashville's radar not working?
It should be. Trying to find a good
Oh, it's
view.
working on radar.
Oh,
I can't.
That
What?
cell near Pennington looks like it's really ramping up. Southwestern Alabama.
Where's Pennington?
Southwestern Alabama.
Oh.
This thing's eventually going to track where we can see it on radar, but right now it is not in range of any radar because we have a huge radar hole out there.
I'm currently getting a lot of heavy rain.
I am as well.
I'm gonna have a flooding hazard threat later.
So Reed Timmer is intercepting that storm in southwest Alabama, moving towards Linden.
He's already seen a tornado today.
Yeah, I know a lot of people have actually seen quite a few tornadoes today.
One chaser who drove 13 hours out here didn't see anything, and he's pissed.
Okay. I'll let you out. Come on.
That's a nasty supersonic Malone off the Birmingham radar.
We're at, sorry?
Off the Birmingham radar near Malone, it's got some pretty strong rotation on it.
Oh, yeah.
I actually think Columbus is the best radar right now for that tornado warning in Tennessee.
I think it is as well. That one actually looks
Also,
like...
there's now a tornado possible severe warning south of Nashville.
Yeah, that one moving towards Waynesboro, dude. I think that probably has a tornado on the ground, or it might. At least it has strong rotation.
We have a line of embedded supercells. We have a few lines of embedded supercells in Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana right now, and Ohio as well.
I think that Waynesboro cell is the most concerning looking one right now out of any cell we have.
I'm watching a supercell that has been tightening with rotation in Kentucky right now, near Dawson Springs.
Let's go ahead and check up on the cell. Still looks like a strong cell moving towards Linden. Once it gets into that area, I think we'll be able to see it via KBMX, but...
Mm-hmm. I have radar scope open along with 3 tabs of GR2.
Oh my, if you look at the Atlanta radar, that storm near Malone is really, really getting going.
The best radar to look at is the one off Birmingham, because remember, it's closer.
Yeah. They're actually relatively the same distance right now.
Actually, yeah, they probably are same distance now. Both radars showed the same story, a rotating thunderstorm that will need to be watched for a potential tornado warning.
Oh yeah, it's definitely tightened
Oh,
over Malone.
wow.
Rotation is
that is a B word now.
Yeah, rotation is definitely tightened over Malone. And it now has a donut hole right there. This thing might be producing a tornado.
Warning issued for Green and Hale counties.
Huh?
Severe thunderstorm warning for Green and Hale counties, 1-inch hail, primary hazard. Oh yeah, that's a lot of strong rotation there.
Well, actually, that Waynesboro cell is about to move into range of the Nashville radar.
So apparently the Centerville, Alabama tornado was on the ground for 2 hours and nearly 100 miles.
That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. Do you think tonight is? Do you think tonight's far from over?
No, it's not far from over.
You think the threat is really diminishing right now?
Oh wait, no, I meant to say it is not. It is far from over.
Okay.
Oh.
I wonder if the SPC has released anything regarding mesoscale.
I think we're going to be hearing the words. I think we're going to be hearing a lot more people saying fatality overnight tonight.
Hopefully not.
From these tornadoes that have happened. I hope not, but it's the sad truth.
Yeah.
I mean, with tornadoes of this magnitude, it's very unusual to get away with no fatalities. So, and actually, I think the Atlanta radar is the closer radar now.
Yeah, and that cell's definitely maturing a little bit.
$1,700. Yeah, that's closer, I think.
That cell in southwest Alabama is now coming into view of the Birmingham radar.
Mm.
Doesn't look all too impressive right now, but... On the Jackson radar, it still looks pretty dang good.
Shelf cloud approaching the Evansville Metro. Actually, that looks like a wall cloud approaching the Evansville Metro area. Tornado came through Portland, Tennessee. I don't know where that is, but apparently a tornado came through there. I'm gonna send you that. I'm gonna check where that is. Tennessee. This into radar scope and see where it comes out as.
Oh my gosh, here's a video of it, of the Columbiana tornado. Or the tornado as it went through Columbiana. Oh, that cell nearing Waynesboro is now... You can now see it on the Nashville radar, and yeah, there's definitely some strong rotation as it heads towards Waynesboro.
Oh, wow. I'm trying to find where Portland, Tennessee is. Portland, Tennessee. Let me look at that.
We're really going to start getting some footage from that tornado today and the damage here in a little
So
while.
Portland, Tennessee is in north central Tennessee, so near Bowling Green, Tennessee. Apparently a tornado went through there. I mean, Bowling Green, Kentucky, I think it is. Yeah, Bowling Green, Kentucky, north of Nashville. Apparently a tornado came through there. Yeah, that's definitely starting to get a bit nuts there. We're gonna have to watch for a correlation code. Well, that should get tornado warned soon.
Oh, that Waynesboro cell is really... Oh, that thing's really picking up.
Oh, God. Let me check that out.
Yeah, it's heading right for Waynesboro.
Glory.
Cell in Alabama's headed more towards that. So it looks like it's going to go south of Centersville. Or Centerville. And Brent.
South of those areas. I think Birmingham's the better radar, actually. Look off of it now.
Yeah, I think so as well. I'm more worried right now because of the visibility about Waynesboro. So this is really going to be tracking over U.S. Highway 64 and eventually over State Route 13 here in a second. And this cell is relatively isolated. I mean, it's semi-discrete, but the low-level jet in that area is cranking. And there's also, if you look at the METARs, or MTARs, they're coming directly out of the southeast at the surface at the surface level, so that'll aid tornado genesis and the spin in the atmosphere. Right now, it's hard to tell if there's a correlation coefficient due to the fact that it's so far away from the radar, but I would not be surprised if we hear reports of a tornado in Waynesboro.
We got a tornado in north central Kentucky earlier, so that's interesting. 2-inch size tail now with that storm near Sawyerville, right over that tornado track earlier.
Oh yeah, rotation is still very much present in Waynesboro, on that Waynesboro storm. There are some severe thunderstorms going through the Nashville metro area right now. They're not tornadic, though. I do think that Waynesboro cell could become tornadic, though. If not already producing a tornado.
Yeah. I've had Respect the Wind on for like the last 4 hours.
Really?
Yeah, I need to turn it off now. Let's see what the chat's saying. Okay, yeah, the chat's not that active right now. Oh yeah. Why? Wait, Jake, how do you get your storm relative velocity to look like that? Because mine is so crappy.
What you
Like,
do is you place a marker and then set storm motion from marker, and then so if you go back a couple scans,
Okay.
place a marker on where the storm is, and then go all the way forward and set it where the rotation is again, hit storm motion from marker, and then go to storm relative velocity.
And then hit storm motion from marker?
Yeah.
How do you get that? How do you do that?
Right click. Just right click and then click storm motion from marker.
No, I did right click before. How do you get storm motion from marker though?
Yeah, so you place marker, and then
Yeah, I placed a marker.
Yeah, and then you go all the way forward, and then you right click again, and then click storm motion from marker.
And then switch over to... Oh. Well, that makes it a lot easier. Well, now I can actually see what this thing is doing.
And in Waynesboro...
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, no problem. Waynesboro, it looks like definitely some strong rotation in there. And there's a donut hole. And this cell is actually... It looks like it's breaking off from the line, and it has become a supercell. So... Waynesboro, you could have a tornado on the ground any minute now.
A lot of people are worried about northern Georgia tonight now.
Well, that cell coming out of southwest Alabama is starting to look a little menacing as it approaches the radar.
Let me get that up for the other radars too. Place here. Storm motion from marker. Okay.
Oh yeah, I think that storm near Linden is starting to rotate.
Yeah, it is. Let me go back a couple of scans and then do it for... That is very, very helpful. Now I don't have to look at the stupid frickin', you know... Apparently Birmingham is not working right now. Okay, that's
for you
fun.
or for everyone.
No, I can't get the regular storm motion, storm relative velocity right now off there for some reason.
Probably because it's so far out. Rotation in Waynesboro is still very much present. Again, it's so...
Oh no, I'm able to get it. Never mind. The rotation really isn't that impressive off that storm right now.
No, but once it gets further east, I think.
Oh, by the way, there is some rotation near Sawyerville. Weak rotation, though, mainly.
Yeah, I know. We're fixing to move. All right, we're gone. go. We're fixing to move. All right, we're gone.
Wow, dude, every tornado video of a tornado today is just a wedge.
Yeah, this is definitely verified. Sadly.
Yeah.
Not a good day for people in this area. Oh my god, that Waynesboro storm is nuts.
Yeah, it's becoming really discreet, and there's definitely a big donut hole.
We can't see if there's a CC drop, but rotation increasing in the QLCS as well.
Where's that? In the Atlanta area?
No, Theta.
Where?
Theta, Georgia. Or Theta, Tennessee, excuse me. Lol. Hopefully Peachtree City can actually issue warnings tonight as that QLCS comes.
So they did allow that tornado warning to expire for that Linden cell in southwest Alabama. We will see what that cell looks like as it moves into central Alabama here in a little bit. I mean, they might reissue
I
that
can definitely
warning.
see why they did that. I think it looks pretty weak right now.
I do as well.
It's in a favorable environment, though, so we are really going to watch it.
It does look like a pretty decent looking supercell, though. In terms of shape. Doesn't look all too strong, though. I think that storm in Waynesboro is the best bet for right now. In terms of short-term tornado potential. Let's go back a couple. Yeah, that Waynesboro storm is becoming more and more discreet. The likely
Memphis actually warned their storm today.
Huh?
The Waynesboro storm. Memphis actually warned the Waynesboro storm today. Rotation increasing by Tennant, Alabama.
Are you looking at the Atlanta radar?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And that's going to move over towards Franklin in Georgia and central Hatchie. But there's that rotation he's talking about. Greens on reds. That's it right there, east of Tennant. Yeah, definitely becoming a little more organized out there. There's also severe thunderstorm warnings up in, it looks like Indiana and Illinois, I believe, and then also North Carolina as well. Update is coming shortly. We'll check on this one.
Oh, whoa. Very strong rotation. Tornado warning could be needed here. There might even be a CC.
Where?
Eastern Georgia with the supercell.
Eastern Georgia?
I meant Eastern Alabama. I am so off right now.
Oh. I was like, what? It does look like the threat for severe weather will be rather tame for the next couple of weeks, though, after
this week, yeah. We'll have to see, though, as models can really change and stuff.
Yeah, oh, of course.
And we don't really know the current pattern, because these events got kind of snuck out of nowhere, to be honest.
That is very true. Very, very true.
GFS is hinting at a system in early April potentially impacting Dixie and the Midwest. And then it shows maybe some plains action as you get a little bit further in the April. After that, it really wasn't so much. But
Yeah,
remember, this is still
The CFS has been hinting at a potential system coming in around the 10th time frame for a while now.
Interesting. That is the CFS though.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's had some crazy consistence. That's all I was pointing out. Oh yeah, definitely. The Storm Your Tenant probably should be tornado warned. That rotation has
That's the southern end of the line.
Yeah, rotation has definitely tightened up a little bit. This is east of Tenant, actually. This is about to cross over the...
That actually might be on the ground. This is CC drop right under that rotation.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That might be on the ground. Well... I don't know. Questionable. We'll have to see for the next... Let's see the next
Yeah,
one.
we're going to have to wait for this. Oh, that Waynesboro cell's nasty.
Oh, yeah, that thing is still... still rotating. Although it looks like it might be becoming a little more outflow dominant.
There's also some rotation in Kentucky as well, but that's not the right way to run them right now. New severe thunderstorm warning. This includes Tuscaloosa and Bibb counties. This is mainly in effect for large hail and damaging wind gusts. Tornado threat with this storm is relatively low.
Yeah, that cell moving up into Alabama definitely does not look that impressive at all. That thing is definitely falling apart, it looks like. Oh, yeah.
Nashville issues a new tornado warning. This would go in effect for that Waynesboro supercell. It's got that very strong velocity coupled it. With a potential CC drop right over it now. This is a bit far away from the radar, so we can't tell, but...
Alright, we're getting a new update from the Atlanta radar, and that rotation has increased on the Tenet cell. No correlation coefficient
I don't
yet.
have a new update.
It also doesn't...
Okay, new missile scale discussion just got issued for Watch 51. Some severe threat... some increase in tornado threat and damaging wind gust threat is possible over Middle Tennessee this evening.
So that's regarding the Waynesboro.
Let me look at this for see if certain soundings.
All right, and with the new scan, it does look like the rotation in Waynesboro has increased again. Maybe a CC drop, but then again, it's very, very far from the radar, so it's hard to tell. Yeah, but this Waynesboro cell is a little ominous looking. It is relatively discreet. It's semi-discreet right now.
I don't think that CC drop is still pretty questionable. I don't think it is one. Probably just inflow.
I'm gonna check from KHTX. Let's see what it shows.
Apparently, there's a tornado on the ground now with this Waynesboro storm. Yeah, it looks like there's some CC right over it. It's kind of hard to tell from the radar, but I think we might have to. Yeah.
There's reports of a tornado on the ground?
No, I think we might have one. From
Oh, Andrew, look at KHTX. Look at the KHTX radar.
What? Which storm?
Waynesboro.
That's really far away. I don't think that's a good radar site to use.
That's true. Oh, but it does show the debris signature. It does show the debris signature. I think a tornado touched down in Waynesboro.
Oh, okay.
Actually,
let me check
yep,
that
it
out.
shows
I
the
just want to see if
correlation
it shows the debris signature.
So I'm gonna say that a tornado actually did just touch down in Waynesboro. You can see the debris signature line up. You can see a correlation coefficient come out right there where that velocity is, and looks like, yeah, we did have a tornado on the ground in Waynesboro.
Okay, there is tornado damage in Trussville, so we do have a confirmed tornado that went through Trussville earlier.
And that was with that Birmingham cell that... And there was a little debris fallout, so...
Confirmed tornado in Tennessee now, so this is on the ground.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. From the KHTX, we can see that was a debris
PDS tornado warning. PDS tornado warning.
PDS.
So PDS, very significant situation.
All right, so this is getting serious again. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located. This is a particularly dangerous situation. So they did label the damage threat as considerable. And this is only radar indicated. So I don't know why it went PDS.
They had radar indicated PDSs earlier today, Jake. And they had that Tor E was also radar indicated too for a little bit.
I guess. But it barely shows it for from the Nashville radar. You don't even see a debris ball. That's why
I have a debris signature on the national signature on the national radar.
I'm not seeing it. But again, if you are in Somerton, Hohenwald, Hampshire, this is northeast of Waynesboro. So if you are on the polygon, go ahead and get in your shelter. And like I was mentioning earlier, there is some surface winds coming out of the south, so that'll help tornado potential as it moves off to the east. And this low-level jet is also cranking right now. I believe it's around 65 knots, so that'll help tornado potential as well. And again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. PDS.
Let me check the environment for you, Jake. So, this is in an environment with a lower level jet at the 1 kilometer of 35 to 45 knots. So it's not 65 yet. It does have Cape of 1,000 to 1,500. It has SRH of, let's see here. SRH with this storm is, I believe that's 30 to 300 to 500. The lower level jet is actually 60 knots in central Tennessee.
Okay.
Mobile updates tornado watch, and it expires for there. .61-mile-per-hour wind gust in central Kentucky at 7:30. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Cincinnati. Mainly there for the potential for damaging wind gusts and large hailstones, as there's little to no tornado threat with that storm right now. Yeah, warned for 1 inch hail. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning in central Indiana. This is here for the potential of large hail yet again. 1 inch. So that's pretty interesting. I'll be back in a minute.
All right, newest scan with this Waynesboro cell, and it doesn't look all too great. I'm gonna go and check on the other radar site, but it doesn't look all too great. Although this does have a PDS tornado warning on it. For it looks like that tornado right there as it crossed over Walnut Grove Road. What's going on, Andrew? All right, guys, I am getting a little tired, and it looks like overall the tornado threat is sort of decreasing. We could have a tornado here in the next hour, I'd say probably over central Tennessee, if anywhere. But right now, I think I'm going to call it a night. We've been live for almost 7.5 hours, so I think I'm going to get some rest, probably do some homework, and yeah, just prayers for all those people who lost their homes in Alabama. It's been a rough day. We did see a pretty dangerous tornado this afternoon that went through Centerville and Brent and Greensboro and I believe Columbiana as well. So just pray for all those people. Unfortunately, we lost a couple lives today. We did our best to, update and live stream as best we could. But unfortunately, no matter how much warnings there are out there, sometimes loss of life is inevitable. So, overall, kind of depressing day in terms of the damage it caused and the lives affected. But I thank everyone for coming out to the stream and helping me, promote these warnings and making sure people have an idea of what's coming at them. And thank you guys so much, and have a great night. I'll see you guys next time.